Okay. Been a long time since that finally happened. Yeah. Hmm. Been a really long time since that happened. Huh. A while since I have got hit with the old no audio. Huh. All right. So let's listen to some solo level.
This episode is sponsored by Tales of Luminaria. Tales of Luminaria is the latest addition to the Tales series, coming straight to your mobile as the newest real-time action-adventure JRPG. If you follow me, you should know that I'm already a massive fan of the Tales franchise, and I was really happy to see its spirit successfully transferred to the mobile platform. This is the closest to a traditional Tales game on your mobile you're gonna get, entering a new world following characters from opposing nations in a grand story reminiscent of any big...
Okay, dude.
Do you even have to roll? We were outcasts of the social hierarchy, and if I'm being real, I think this is a big reason why power fantasy stories have seen the monumental success that they have. Wait, you're telling me this guy can beat up all the arrogant jocks and get all the chicks and his secret OB talent?
Power girl, I'm here for dinner.
It's a shallow reason, but it's true. We might not want to admit it, but the viewership and sales numbers don't lie because we can't seem to stop fucking reading it. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, it's about time we start spotlight as the most oppressed group in the world over the current one. The problem is that the landscape became so saturated with them that it became impossible to tell good power fantasy shows from bad power fantasy shows. Because they were all bad. When the industry realized that all it took was one self-insert protagonist put in some generic fantasy world surrounded by a bunch of cardboard cutouts that were easily mistaken for women, they decided to make a lot. No, keep going. Like, a little more. There we go. Time to add these shows. This thing I've been watching for my life. It got so bad that even me, Mr. Power Fantasy Isekai Trash Man, Branch UK, got bored of it. That is until I started hearing whispers of this new webcomic called Solo Leveling, a series that had gained immense popularity over the past few years that had put it as the 27th best manga of all time according to Mal, the Power Fantasy series to end all Power Fantasy series. And you may be thinking, what revolutionary thing did the series do that no other series before it had done to make its claim above all others? Is that it? I thought we were building up to a bigger point. Solo Leveling, originally a Korean manhwa called... Yeah, I'm not even gonna try. Look, I already butchered the Chinese words in the link video, and now you expect me to speak fluent Squid Game? Strange gates to fantasy realms gradually appear throughout our world, containing an array of powerful monsters and beings. Around the same time as this, select members of humanity gained various powers and used them to combat this ongoing threat. These people became known as hunters and grouped themselves in different guilds to team up to assault these gates, killing the monsters and farming the resources within, like, you know, an MMO. The hero of our story, one Sung Jin-woo, is ranked one of the weakest hunters in all of Korea, even referred to by his peers as the literal weakest hunter in the world. It's basically just a little baby man. Little baby man. Little baby man. However, one day upon his party entering a high-level dungeon by mistake, shit very much hits the fan and monsters within them obliterate their entire party. Apart from the little baby man, of course. Baby man. Though he does die, somehow managed to clear a secret set of trials within the dungeon and wakes up in a hospital bed after the incident with a unique ability to literally be able to level up. Full-blown fucking menus and inventory screens in front of him in the real world. Gaining experience and skill trees and all sorts of bullshit like, you know, an MMO. And so begins the rise of Sung Jin from being a little baby man to becoming an ooh baby. This might sound very similar to your typical isekai power fantasy story, and if I'm being real, you're absolutely right. The series clearly borrows a lot of elements from the genre, even if it's not technically isekai. But what I think really makes Solo Leveling work is that it takes elements from your typical isekai power fantasy and adds an element from your typical popular shonen anime. You know, The other most popular genre in anime and manga. Hunters are power ranked from S to E. The main characters and underdog working his way up the rankings. Unlike a lot of power fantasy isekai, Sunjin Woo doesn't instantaneously power up. When he reawakens, he is still an E-ranked hunter. He just has the ability to grind his level up, and oh boy, does he do some grinding. Sunjin Woo and only Sunjin Woo gets access to these special dungeons with high-level bosses and rare item drops. And of course, like any true gamer, you gotta do all the optional side quests so you're stupidly overpowered for the final boss. You actually get to see his progression throughout the series. The man is constantly on the verge of death in these dungeons, but he gets rewarded by the level he gains, the weapon he acquires, and the abilities he develops. I guess you could say he was leveling up on his own. What this means, though, is that it's just that much more satisfying when Sunjin Woo goes back to the world to take on normal dungeons. Look, seeing someone almost fucking die and doing a life or death optional side dungeon several times above his level, only to go and breeze through the main quest area to the amazement of others, struck a chord with me, alright? Because that's exactly how I play RPGs too. Yes, it's a complete wish fulfillment power fantasy, but you know what? At least I felt like he earned it. Look, I'm not going to pretend that the world isn't stupidly stacked in his favor, though. He is the only hunter who's able to level up while everyone else can only remain at the power level they were given when they first became hunters. I repeat, he has the ability to power up while everyone in the world is at a fixed level gap. That's like having the ability to take a shower when everyone around you is at an anime convention. He gets so stupid. He gets so stupidly over-leveled that he can outdo anyone in their specialized role. He's a mage, fighter, tank, assassin, healer combo, so he's basically just as toxic as Season 10 Horde from League of Legends. But that's not even his main ability. Eventually he gains the ability to summon shadows from any monster he kills, essentially becoming a one-man army. Like, what the fuck? Because the world itself is set up for his success. The world is a mishmash of Sword Art Online, Darker Than Black, and One Punch Man. What I like is how modern society is built around the existence of hunters. You're not just limited to one country. A nation's entire strength is built around the strength of their hunters. Hence, ranked hunters are a precious resource that can dictate a country's military and political strength. Sunjin Woo's rise isn't just something that affects the hunter's world. It's one that ripples throughout the entire world and affects the geopolitical landscape. And this just gives him more fucking motives to be badass. I don't know what to say. What I love about solo leveling is that it knows what it wants to be and gives you that on steroids. It ups the ante to a global scale. You've got teams from Korea, Japan, China, and of course America, who are depicted as exactly how you think Koreans would depict Americans. I think one major aspect that can't be ignored is that the art is fucking outstanding. You hear stories of mangas working themselves to death doing weekly manga chapters, so I don't know what kind of fucking black magic the webcomic industry has cast to allow us to enjoy full-colored weekly chapters that look like this. I mean, just look at this! This puts most manga to shame, but beyond that, it only uses its medium to its full advantage. Webcomics, as opposed to manga, are not separated via pages. It's a medium designed to be viewed on the phone that allows you to endlessly scroll down, almost like it's one continuous image. And what this means is that some of the most impressive moments are accentuated by these panels that seemingly never end. An epic depiction of a battlefield or action that flows seamlessly as you scroll down in a way that you just can't do with manga constrained by a two-page spread. You make the action easier to follow, but the scale of the battle seems so much more grand. I read all of Solo Leveling in a day. It's one of those series that was infinitely bingeable because after saying all this, I think I'm missing the biggest thing that contributes to this manga's success, which is nothing. You know, as I was watching this video, I really tried to rack my brain as to why Solo Leveling was so fucking fun and such a huge success. That way, I can end this video off with some cool introspective moment that really nails down what makes this series so special above all its competition. But then I realised what it really does best is absolutely nothing new. So instead, I'm going to talk about Kitchen Nightmares. I fucking love Kitchen Nightmares, and I don't know a single person who doesn't. It's one of those shows where if it comes on, or I see someone watching it, no matter what I'm doing, I'm just like, yeah, I got time to watch. And if you've never seen a single episode before, let me break it.
So hungry it hurts.
So
That raised his blood sugar a bit.
becoming an anime
Check and see if
YouTuber
he's still hungry.
is to shit on Sword Art Online. So I'm just gonna get this out of the way right now.
That's hilarious.
Little baby watching Sword Art Online because Kirito was so strong and overpowered, but then you grew up and realized you wanted to watch stuff with a little more
There's tasty energy fields
substance.
around the
Well,
corner.
it sucks
Go.
because it's pretty tough to come across a good power fantasy series nowadays. None of that like isekai shit, but also none of that shonen main character bullshit, with also none of that fucking whatever this is. Really, it's a shame,
I'm
isn't
getting
it?
a full power
What?
reading. The last shield
What-
is
what
down
is
and
that?
Parasite's got
Based.
Power Girl
Based.
in there in the DNA.
The only
That's
power
right,
you
it's
have
the
is
good one.
greed.
The actual good one. Something that satisfies both my baby self and my 22-year-old self. It's like a combination of all your favorite shonen anime stuff combined into one delicious meal. The combination is so good it'll make you want to get a meal. So why am I comparing these two series together? Well, I wanted to go straight to the source behind the whole big video game-based story boom, in which SAO famously decided to do the video game stuff in a very half-assed way, in favor of being rich fulfillment power fantasy, in which it also did in a half-assed way. Alright, look, nothing wrong with liking SAO, but what if I told you Solo Leveling took the video game elements and the power fantasy elements from series like SAO, but made them better? Well, before I get into that, I should probably give a quick rundown about what Soul Leveling is all about for the folks that haven't read it yet. Essentially, the premise of Soul Leveling is that 10 years prior, weird shit started happening in this world. Not only were there some people essentially given superpowers, but weird portals to other worlds started appearing as well. And so basically, these people that got superpowers are classified as hunters and are ranked according to the power they received on their first awakening, ranking from E to S, without really any way to naturally improve your rank after awakening. So to put it briefly, heroes that appear in paying dungeons filled with monsters of varying strength, in which dungeons also have rankings for. Basically, hunters get hired to clear monsters out from the dungeons, to not prevent them from slipping into the real world, but to get some loot. Anyway, okay, well, shut the. Anyway, our hero, Sung Jin Woo, of course, is rank E, which is considered really weak because they make sure you know that he is very weak. The weakest, actually. Did you hear? Apparently, he's weak. However, one day, after a certain event occurred inside this dungeon, Sung Jin Woo is not only given the opportunity to improve his rank, but to continue leveling up his power. And so, given this ability, Sung takes the opportunity and proceeds to prime. And shit wrong footage. So yeah, basically it's like a video game, only he's the only one that can actually play it. He can gain experience and level up his power when he kills enemies, unlike every other hunter taking on dungeons. Again, no other hunter has this ability to level up like he does, in which case you can even say he's so fuck.
Not feeling so invulnerable now, are you?
Somebody
Too
say
weak.
so
So
in addition to having this
power.
It's so bad.
he also gets access to a special dungeon that only he's able to enter. This is where he does the majority of his grinding, and it's almost set up in like a video game-esque way to cater to that grinding. He has to get through fighting tough bosses and enemies, and he's gotten to near death on multiple occasions. While this is technically only a side quest area, but since it has more experience that you can gain, better weapons, and rare items, he kind of treats it as a main quest almost. And after he's done all his grinding in his special dungeons, he comes out looking like a buff chick. God damn. Oh, and of course he proceeds to go to the regular dungeons and completely fucking obliterate them, because he gets way too powerful for his rank. He still does come across tough enemies from time to time, and continues grinding in the special dungeon as it increases in difficulty, but yeah, the lower level gates are basically a joke to him now. And everybody looks at him like, what is it, right? Yeah, it's great. It's great. Oh yeah, shoot. That's right. I also need to tell you what SAO is about. circle on the topic of this video. Now at this point, you can kind of question what really is the difference between these two OP characters. Well, the answer simply put, it's not the destination. It's the, wait, here we go. It's not the destination. It's the journey. Okay, if you're asking me right now, why would I want to watch the journey of this dude grind for 100-something chapters? Give me OP character now. Well, tell me this. When you're playing your favorite RPG, like Persona 5 for example, would you rather fight your way through enemies and challenges, naturally building your team and leveling up to eventually get to the big bad, in which you can destroy him with all your experience and new skills you learn along the way? Or would you rather go to the DLC shop, purchase the most powerful persona in the game, and right away be able to easily go over literally anything that gets in your way? Okay, I'm not saying Kirito is on that level of overpowered, but come on, they only showed his grind for like the first fucking episode. Oh shit, he takes no damage. Oh shit, he's super strong. Oh shit, he gets pussy. Oh shit, he has zero bar. Oh shit, he has actual cheat codes. I would much rather feel the gratification of watching the main character becoming powerful after actually working for it. And look, I'm sure Kirito did some grinding off screen to get that powerful, but if the viewer doesn't get to see it or experience it, it's no different than him just using a rare candy. Meanwhile, Soul Leveling, on the other hand, actually uses the video game mechanics it has as a means to show you Son's gradual progress, giving you just the right amount of insight into his current strength, his weapons, his skills, and abilities during most of his encounters, which really gives the reader the satisfaction of progress. Even during the times he's just curb stomping his enemies, it feels great. This is exactly what I call a good wish fulfillment power fantasy, and I'm not even saying SAO needed to show Kirito grinding more, but more so just to not leap over huge gaps of progress. Because these gaps are filled with stuff like, oh shit, surprise, I actually had a powerful secret unique sword skill this entire time. Wha-bam! What monster, you say? There are multiple SAOs now, but you've only been referring to just season 1. Oh yeah? Guess what? Literally every single season of SAO suffers from this exact same problem. Never change, Reki. Even up to the newest one with Alicization, at the start they have the initial grind and struggle, then all of a sudden, time skip past all the rest of their training, and now they strong. Well, why cut the heck, damn it? Well, regardless, now you're probably asking, out of all the series out there in this ballpark, why put SAO points? This horse has already been beaten to death. First of all, clickbait. Second of all, the reason I more specifically picked SAO as the main subject is because, well, like I said earlier, it was the first show I got me hyped about an open this when I was young. Though, rewatching it after years later of experiencing a large variety of shows, books, manga, manhwa, and, well, education, you start to notice the abundance of ways it's fallen flat, and sadly it's no longer as hyped to me. Changing your opinion over time is just natural, though. It's the same way you'd watch Dora as a kid because it was hype as shit, but then you grow up and watch it again, and...
If you see the fox, yell Swiper.
Ooh, Swiper! Swiper!
See it?
He's right there!
Don't let them get to the office.
He's right fucking there! Why I'm Soul Leveling so much is because it gets me hyped, even in a similar way I used to feel while watching Power Fantasy series. In that sense especially, Soul Leveling really is just better than SAO. But also better in terms of story, pacing, characters, art, action, world-building, video game mechanics, dungeon bosses, and giving us a much cooler, edgy protagonist, baby, in which this makes it all the more appealing for not just young folks, but to everyone. If I didn't already make this clear, which I don't think I did, this wasn't supposed to be like a direct attack on SAO or anything, because, well, everything I said could be applied to a bunch of different series that like to make their protagonists incredibly busted from the get-go for no reason. Say no to other similar garbage, like In Another World with My Smartphone, or Isekai Cheat Magician. I genuinely think this is a pretty big problem in the medium, especially with isekais. Just too many series pull the same shit of trying to give the viewer some instant gratification, acting like we have the attention span of a baby, but can't handle a little bit of progress. So yeah, SAO was basically just a nice easy punching bag to pick on, and I felt like I needed to take a swing. Don't worry though, I don't actually hate SAO that much. I think. But yeah. just to finish it off, soul leveling really is just the Sword Art Online I've always been wanting.
Antion,
Oh,
Anubi,
can
Necronia.
you go read soul leveling like right fucking now? What are you doing? What are you actually doing? Oh yeah, and just a little end note here. Can we get a goddamn soul leveling anime already? They gave an adaptation of manga like God of High School and Noblesse, so why not this one? This series was made for animation, god damn it. It'd be so great. Wait, what the hell is this? The hidden dungeon only I can enter?
Antion, Anubi, Ostios.
I'm gonna watch this right now. Yes, he's riding in a dungeon. He's able to enter, yes. Oh, he's getting a rare items from it too. Oh, what the fuck?
Antion, Anubi, Necronias.
What? What's going on here? Where's the dungeon? What are you doing? Go to the fucking dungeon. I'm thoroughly disappointed.
I will heal myself with your blood. Antion, Anubi, Ostios. Your victory
Fuck
is
that.
temporary, blood. That much.
Fuck that. We out here, we here to whoop
With
ass.
Fate and his Ankh defeated, the door to Trigon's dimension opens. When Trigon rises, I will remember the part you played.
There we go. Let's get some actual review of the manga. I don't care about the fucking anime. Already read it. Read the series already. Ooh, Dr. Fate. Ugh! I wish one of these was healer roll. Well, you're a bitch. There we go. Can we get an actual review of the series, please?
So for the past few days now, ever since Monday, when I talked about how Tower of God was getting an anime adaptation, I've been seeing constant messages about solo leveling. It's spreading throughout the entire comment section of my Tower of God video I made this Monday, but also throughout Twitter as well for the replies when I was talking about Tower of God. And so because of how many people were mentioning solo leveling, I decided, you know what, for it to get this much attention, for so many people to be just constantly mentioning this, I should check it out. It must be really good, it must be something I might like, let me check it out. So, I read the first 11 chapters of Solo Leveling, and I now can see why many do love this series. Now, I don't think at this current time it's probably better than Tower of God, but once again, I've only read 11 chapters compared to like 200 plus chapters I read of Tower of God, so it's not a fair comparison to say. But the point is that Solo Leveling, the first 11 chapters, is really freaking good. It is really good. Like, art is amazing. The way the panels are done, to the actual, just the story in general, and the character, there's a lot good within the first 11 chapters. And it tells a really well-done story, proper pacing, didn't feel too short, didn't feel too dragged out. It was a really well-done first 11 chapters. That's basically the prologue of the story. So, I kind of want to do first impressions, okay? Since I just finished reading it, that's kind of what this video is going to be about. And before I go any further, though, I do want to say, if you are interested, let's say, in tower fantasy or a series that's kind of like a character that starts at the bottom and slowly gets stronger and stronger, then this might be the story for you. I recommend checking it out. It might be for you. It is a great Korean manga. It's I think how you pronounce it is manhwa. I believe that's how you pronounce it. If I am saying it wrong, forgive me. But the point is though, is that if you like those type of stories where you see a character kind of the weakest amongst everybody, and he slowly gets stronger, this is the series for you. So okay, getting right into it. Solo. The main presentation of the story is about a character that has been described to be the weakest amongst all the hunters. And these hunters, what they're hunting is monsters, and they're going into dungeons as well. Now, when I first say that, obviously, it sounds like this is set in an alternate world. For instance, it's set in, like, a fantasy world. But that's not the case. The presentation of the story is very different, and you don't really understand what kind of world this is until you kind of get to the hospital scene in chapter 11. But basically, you have to where we have our normal world, like our normal society, like picture our world. But then, for some reason, these random gates open up, and ever since these random gates open up, certain select individuals throughout the world got increased strength, intelligence, etc. They are definitely above a normal human. Even the weakest amongst all of the hunters is still way stronger than a regular human. So, for instance, our MC, even though he is classified as the weakest, he is stronger than, let's say, the average day Joe, or just a normal human in general, because he does have strength and regeneration, where he kind of heals a little bit faster. So, he does but the point of this is that his entire character, the reason why he's risking his life and all that, going into these dungeons, even though he's the weakest, is because he needs money. And the reason why he needs his money is to be able to help out his family. His mother is in the hospital, and to pay for her bills, obviously, you need money. And so he risked his life, even though he's the weakest and he can't really do much. He can't really even defeat one of the weakest of enemies, which is a goblin, by himself without getting severely injured. He still does this regardless because he wants to get money to help out his mother. But in turn, he also wants money to help his sister to be able to go to college, to be able to like study and stuff and become, a great person in society. So he does.
What is this?
Another fun fact about the New York Knicks, I don't know if you guys know this, but Cat Williams bought the Knicks.
He definitely bought it.
He bought the Knicks,
Yeah.
and it's rumored that he took the Knicks back, returned them with a receipt.
Okay.
This word we get more far away. Nothing's ever promised to.
Hello?
Like some noble goals. He wants to help out his family, and so he risks his life and he goes on these dangerous dungeon missions going through the gate to be able to get money. But the thing is, though, is that because of his issue, it's hard for him to really gain a lot of money because he is the weakest. Because even the weakest of monsters isn't relatively anything good. He can't really make enough money to actually help out too much. And so he has to literally go into life or death missions to be able to even get far at all. But obviously he can't really do that because he's weak. Now, the point is, though, the story introduces this dumb dungeon. For instance, once the main dungeon's done, a side dungeon opens up inside of the game. And they decide to go, the group that the MC is part of decides to go in it. And when they go into this dungeon, they think it's going to be like an E-class dungeon, which is like the weakest among the weakest of dungeons, but obviously it's not. It's probably one of the most highest level dungeons you possibly could imagine.
You won't
and
get
let's
away
just say
with this,
everybody
scumbag.
gets wiped out. And we learn a lot about our MC and kind of how far he will go to, you know, save others, save himself, etc. See how his personality is when he's at death's door. We got to see a lot about his character and kind of what the series really has to offer. And I do like the presentation of showing that at first he was very selfless. He was someone that was like, you guys can go on, you can leave me and all that when he was by himself in like the altar, and they ran out the door. And he obviously had a missing leg, couldn't really run, but he's like, leave me, just go, I'll be the one to stay behind. And then all of a sudden you see it to where when he's being put on the altar, he's about to die. He's like, I don't want to die, and he starts kind of like cursing all those that kind of left him behind. He doesn't want to be a sacrifice. You can just see a lot about his character in those final moments, and he asks for a second chance, which he does get. But it's really cool just to see his character kind of show that personality to him, to where he isn't just a goody two-shoes. He does have this selfish desire within him where he doesn't want to die, but he also thinks everybody's, you know, traitors, and they just left him, etc. So I like that little tidbit to the story I saw around like chapter 9, chapter 10. But continuing on, though, apparently after that event, it is revealed that he has a double awakening. And this double awakening is to where, when you start off, when you become like a hunter or whatever, you have set base stats. Like, example, let's say we're all hunters, okay? And soon as you turn into a hunter, your stats are set. So let's say the maximum strength level is 100 points in strength. But you turn into a hunter, your strength level is 1. You can never increase that strength. No matter what you do, from what I can assume from the story the way it's presented, you cannot increase that stat whatsoever. What you're given is what you have. And so that's why the main character is the weakest, because his stats are just relatively crap. He can't really do much because he was just unlucky with RNG. But because of double awakening means to where you can actually level up, where you can actually get stronger, to where your stats can be completely reset, respect, to where you can be a lot stronger than you once were. For instance, if you are an E-class hunter, you can turn into, let's say, a C-class hunter. You can move up with your stats where you're very strong. So that's kind of what happens to the MC. He kind of has a double awakening, but it most likely isn't the traditional double awakening, because the people investigating didn't really know, because they were like, your power is very weak or whatever, you're at 10, and the weakest is like 70. So there's definitely something different about the MC than the normal double awakenings that they were talking about. But the point is that he's been given a second chance to prove himself, to move up the ladder and get a lot stronger. At this time, we don't really know exactly what the objective of the story is. I mean, yes, he needs money to help his family out, but if he's going to get relatively strong very quickly, I'm going to assume it's not going to take that long. If he's able to now, like, do missions and quests and level up or stuff, I'm assuming that he's going to be able to just get the money.
Hello? Okay.
Hands up and weapons down.
Alright. Okay. Thanks. Alright, man. Alright.
Oh no, not good, not good! Help!
Need
Somebody help! Put it out!
probably like
Put it
for a
out!
month's time, which means that where is the story going to go? And that's what I'm kind of curious about. I wonder where the story's direction's going to go, and kind of learning more about the mysteries of what those statues really were. That's what I'm kind of curious about, because the statues, they're obviously malicious, but they still technically gave the MC a chance. So I'm very confused about that. I do want to know more about it, and I can't wait to find out, because I am going to continue reading it. I'm actually going to continue reading it as soon as I'm done uploading this video. But yeah, that's kind of my thoughts on Solo Leveling. It's a really interesting first 11 chapters of the story. It is kind of like a typical synopsis, but it does have something about it that just gives it this flair. And I just do like the MC. The MC does have a good personality to him that makes me want to see where he's going to go, how he's going to progress as a person, and see if he's going to keep his same mentality, or if he's going to change and become broken or something. We'll see. So yeah, what are your thoughts? I mean, tell me if there's any other series that I should actually give a checking out to, because after seeing how many people recommended Solo Leveling, I might check out some other series and stuff that I've kind of missed, because it's kind of refreshing. It's really refreshing reading like something that is not a traditional manga. This is like a Korean manga, manga, or whatever. It's very different. It's refreshing reading something that is not the typical format, and it has its own set of design and story that you just, it's not the same thing you've constantly seen. So I do like it. It's definitely a good read and refreshing. I'm gonna continue doing impressions, reviews of this series as I continue on. I don't really know how many chapters there are currently of Solo Leveling. I do know that there apparently is like a light novel or something, or what novel, but I'm reading the manga at this time. But depending on how long the series is, and just depending on how quickly I go through it, I might, you know, do slight videos here and there on Solo Leveling as I catch up to it. But yeah, that's fine. See how they are not wherever you live. If you enjoy my content, please subscribe. If you like this video, please leave a like. And if you want to get notified for whenever I upload a video, please click the bell icon down below. And with that, ChiLL.
Oh shit.
So, I continued reading Solo Leveling after I did my first impressions video. And I wanted to do another video on this series, because after the revelation that kind of happened in the arc I read, I wanted to talk about it. And I was talking about it on social media, and if you follow me, then you know I'm probably going to talk about it in this video. But before I go any further, though, I just do want to say quickly that this video does contain spoilers. So if you haven't seen my first impressions video, which I uploaded like 2 days ago, then I recommend seeing that first before you watch this video, because like I said, this does contain spoilers. Like the images and stuff I want to show is probably going to contain spoilers, and the stuff I want to talk about is going to contain spoilers, so I don't want to ruin certain things that happen, and at least the context of it. So okay, with that out of the way though, Solo definitely had an interesting turn. It definitely turned to be something different. It was obvious that the MC was going to get very powerful. Stronger to probably eventually compete with the top level individuals. Makes sense. That was already a given just because of chapter 11 to 12 and all that, and the whole double awakening. It made sense. So that does not come as a surprise. And obviously people wanting to challenge him and all that makes sense too. But what he did in the arc, like between chapters like 20 to 30, was definitely something I didn't think his character was capable of. But also, it once again goes along with the personality trait we saw when he was dying, and he got his second chance. He was really just angry with individuals that left him to die. He didn't want to die. He wanted to have another chance to not die, etc. And you kind of see that little trait of his personality kind of come to the surface of his personality, to where he protects himself at all costs, even if it means that he has to harm others. And I'm not talking about just leaving bruises or breaking bones. I'm talking about like done, just completely done. And it just like this image alone explains it all. It really explains what he did, which is just whoa. And I couldn't believe it, because I thought there might have been like a way out for him not to have to do that, but he did. He did do it, which I was like, oh, okay. And to kind of clarify, or at least my impressions of it, he's had the system gift him a large amount of power. He's been given a second chance thanks to the system that created him and turned him like into a player. And because of this system that is giving him strength, he's been using it to get stronger. But the very system that gave him strength and he was utilizing for his own gain, straight up started to use him and turn him against others, and he had no other choice. For instance, if he did not end the threats that was before him, he would die. Even if they didn't do a lethal blow to him, he would die by the system. The system would be like, you're done. And because he was left in a moment that basically said that you will die if you do not complete this test. And he has no reason to not believe the system. And the reason why is because of what happened around chapter 12 to 13 when he was stuck in the desert with that giant centipede running away from it for 4 hours. That basically showed that the system does what it says. You will be punished. And for something as simple as the thing doing little squats, running, push-ups, etc., giving you a punishment where you're having to run for 4 hours from a dangerous centipede that could basically end you in one shot, then it makes sense now why he trusts the system. He wouldn't take any risk whatsoever. So, in that moment, he had no other choice. There was no other way. But still, to see his character make that choice is what really means a lot. He made that choice to take people's lives, which, in that moment, he kind of put him in a gray area. I want to call him a villain, but I necessarily can't, because a villain is someone that's just evil. But you can't really say he's evil because he didn't do that just for fun. He didn't do it just because he likes to do it. That's not necessarily the case. However, the character...
My dude is bad at this. Like, you're just skipping details. Like, what?
You won't get away with this, scumbag. $11.99. Request assistance. But of course, sign up. $11.99. Request assistance. Don't make me do this.
There we go.
Help! He took the formula! Bird Brain is totally robbing the place, huh?
Oh, like I haven't heard that joke before. You want to throw down? You got it.
Call for backup.
Isn't it past your bedtime?
crazy to help out the Joker. I have his new formula, and I'll finish you later.
Jeez.
Thanks. Too bad Birdbrain got the formula. I hope my puddin', Mr.
I'm on it.
J.
Ooh.
Kids these days, no respect.
Step right up, kid.
Okay. Okay, you don't have to. Share every video. My response.
But you still somehow managed to make us all love you. Sung Jin-woo is one of the best protagonists of all anime. But when Solo Leveling ended, my heart was broken. It wasn't until recently at the end of the side stories we were given a ray of hope. Solo Leveling will continue. Sung Jin-woo approaches a gate that opens up in the sky. He sends Cha-ha-in home after giving her an anniversary. This moment takes place 16 years after the original story ended, and it seems him and the Shadow Army are going to be fighting once again. But the story ended there. Recently, a new novel has come out with the title Solo Leveling Ragnarok, so I decided to check it out.
What?
After reading the first 5 pages, I realized the story is based on Sung Jin-woo's son. Suho is around 20 years old, and both his parents are currently missing. It wasn't until a gate broke out in his school and being saved by Baru, he found out what's really going on. Yes, gates and hunting. Baru goes on to tell Suho about how his father is out fighting a war against the outer gods called the Ithrians, beings on the same power level as the absolute being that was killed by the monarchs and rulers. These gods are looking to devour the power left on Earth and even devour Jinwoo's power. So Jinwoo decided to go fight them alongside the rulers and their armies. We also learned that Jinwoo has no idea that Cha-ha-in is missing, seeing the last time we saw her, she was flying home. Baru was sent to go help Suho unlock his powers and become stronger, with the possibility of him having to protect the Earth. Suho is granted with his system, but he's very weak. This is the start of Suho's story.
Nigga, what?
Sung Jin-woo is the main protagonist of Solo Leveling. Originally, he was an infant.
Bro, mother's on her deathbed and the world's weakest person, but you still somehow managed to make us all love you. Sung Jin-woo is one of the best. The Solo Leveling ending left a lot of people feeling empty, especially those who didn't read the light novel's epilogue. Sung Jin-woo, the main protagonist of Solo Leveling, made one of the biggest decisions in anime history to rewind back time and start everything over again. But before we get into explaining why he chose this route, let's first look at how he got it. As the war between Sung Jin-woo and the monarchs went on, Jin-woo didn't like the fact that many people from Earth were being killed. After Jin-woo defeated all the monarchs and Antarin, the monarch of destruction, Jin-woo still felt as if this world had suffered too much hardship over the past 2 years, and the loss of the people that he loved and the loss of many other people around the world was too much of a harsh punishment. So Jinwoo asked the rulers to use the Chalice of Rebirth to rewind time one last time, and he would take on the monarchs all alone. Since the beginning of Solo Leveling, Sung Jin-woo has always been a selfless person. Even though he was labeled the weakest hunter ever, Jinwoo still decided to go into dungeons in which he nearly died, all of them for the sole purpose of supporting his dying mother and his little sister, Jenna. Even after Jinwoo became
became stronger, he still did a lot of things out of the kindness of his heart for others that needed help, such as saving Jinwoo from being killed and taking on all 7 monarchs alone after vacating the dimension. So that same selflessness is the reason why Jinwoo decided to reverse back time. Jinwoo was okay with everyone forgetting about him and everything he did to save them. He'd rather all the people that died from dungeons, including his father, be revived, even though it would also cause him to lose some of his precious shadow souls, just to give those same people a second chance at life. Solo Leveling is a story built around one man that carries the entire world on his shoulders, forcing him in his decisions to dictate how the world flows. If you want to see how Sung Jinwoo can beat any anime character, click this video here.
Sung Jinwoo is the main protagonist of Solo Leveling. Originally, he was an infant.
In the world of Solo Leveling, there are dimensions called dungeons, which are connected to the human world through interdimensional gates. Each dungeon varies in size and contains a plethora of powerful, feral, and at times intelligent monsters. These monsters are extremely powerful, with some having the potential to wipe out entire countries. That's why it's always cataclysmic when these monsters happen to enter our world, causing chaos, death, and destruction. In response to this new threat, governments around the world created a new organization of powerful individuals with the goal of protecting humanity. Those within this organization are referred to as hunters. Individuals who have gone through what is called an awakening, an evolution in the human body, which grants them supernatural powers. They journey into the gates and dungeons in our world on an almost daily basis in order to subjugate the monsters within and collect their vast amount of resources. To help with this monumental task, each hunter has unique abilities thanks to their awakening. These range from increased physical stats, control over the elements, and the ability to morph their bodies into different shapes. A hunter on average is stronger than your average human, but they can also vastly vary in strength. Some hunters can be so powerful that they're literally a one-man army that can take on entire countries, but others are so weak that they aren't all that different from a normal human. However, it's not possible for those at the bottom of the hunter food chain to climb to the top. In fact, it's 100% impossible. Those that awaken are basically given a power level from the get-go, and this power level is final and cannot be changed, no matter how much work they put in. It's like an RPG where once you join, you're given a random level, and can't level up regardless of your grinding. As a result, there exists only a handful of higher tier hunters across the world, and it's not enough to strike fear to many. However, even they can become stronger, despite their godlike status. But there is one way to offset this. Regardless of if you're a high or low tier hunter, one has the potential to go through a reawakening, a random phenomenon that can cause certain hunters to gain a new level of strength and power. However, you can only go through a reawakening once, and there aren't any instances of anyone experiencing more than one. Up until recently.
How dare you bring these creatures into our sanctuary?
This man, Hunter Sung Jinwoo, is one exception in a sea of hunters. Now you might be thinking, how the hell is this scrawny kid different from other hunters? He's considered the weakest hunter in the world. He gets hurt on every occasion, and he gets hurt by the weakest of monsters. Bros like the black guy in a horror movie, they always die first. Well, despite his appearance and the fact that he almost narrowly escapes death, Hunter Sung Jinwoo is indeed an anomaly in the world of Solo Leveling. I mean, the name of the series basically gives it away. What separates Sung Jinwoo from other hunters is the fact that his strength isn't stagnant. Instead of being trapped within a certain threshold of power, he can continuously grow in strength, increasing every one of his physical stats, so the Sung Jinwoo of tomorrow is theoretically stronger than the Sung Jinwoo of today. And this process doesn't seem to have its full limit. It's like he's constantly going through reawakenings. This is all thanks to a unique ability only Sung Jinwoo has, which is responsible for not only his insane growth, but every weapon, tool, and ability he's gained throughout the series. Sung Jinwoo gained access to a user interface known as the system. that provides them with various features and information. The system interface is often depicted as a heads-up display, only visible to him, which is modeled after a video game interface found in RPGs. Through this interface, he can view his status, quests, rewards, and other relevant information. There also exists an online store where several useful items and weapons can be purchased at any time. That's not all. The system also tracks other things, like Sanjinu's physical condition in regards to his health and level fatigue. The system doesn't only track Sanjinu's condition, but also the condition of his allies and enemies, such as their level of aggression, health, and whether or not certain status effects take hold. In a way, the system acts as a multi-purpose trading software with the purpose of making Sanjinu stronger, and this can be observed with the most basic function, the daily quests. Now, as the name implies, Sanjinu will be given a set number of physical activities he must complete every day, which range from dozens of push-ups to several kilometer runs. These activities must be completed in a certain amount of time, otherwise Jinu will be forced into a penalty zone where he must survive for several hours, often against extremely powerful monsters that are sometimes stronger than he is. However, if he does complete the daily quests, he'll be given several rewards, ranging from status recovery, special items, and points that help him grow stronger. Speaking of which, the core of the system revolves around leveling up. Sanjinu starts at a low level and can gain experience points by defeating monsters. As they accumulate XP, they can level up, becoming stronger and gaining new abilities. Upon leveling up, he can receive stat points that can be allocated to different attributes, such as strength, agility, intelligence, and so on. Additionally, they can acquire and enhance various skills that grant them special abilities in combat. Now again, each stat dictates one of Sanjinu's physical stats, and they gradually increase when he puts stat points into them. The strength stat, of course, increases strength. He can become so strong that he can pick out mental orcs with just one hand. He can punch with so much force that he can take down giants with just one blow. At a low level, he basically one-shots mid-tier monsters with a broken blade. This stat often allows him to go blow for blow with individuals who can destroy buildings with a casual punch. Agility dictates Sanjinu's speed and reaction time. This may in fact be his most important stat, as his fighting style heavily favors blitzing his enemies and overwhelming them with a flurry of strikes. Sanjinu often dodges attacks at point-blank range, closes the distance so fast that most don't even register what's happening. Now, speed characters are massively faster than sound. His greatest speed feat is being able to attack so fast that his opponents don't even realize they've been damaged. Vitality obviously increases Sanjinu's health, the amount of punishment he can take in a combat encounter. It also dictates his endurance, basically how long he can fight before tiring out. The sense stat increases Sanjinu's situational and environmental awareness, gradually increasing the strength of his major senses, like hearing, eyesight, and sense of smell. It's powerful enough that he can see in the dark. It also gives him the ability to detect others' mana and anti-killing intent, so it's pretty difficult to sneak attack him, even when using abilities like invisibility. Intelligence increases the amount of mana reserves he has access to, and the potency and power of his supernatural abilities. Sanjinu finally has a powerful healing factor, which heals all his injuries faster than your average man. This increases when he rests. It's so powerful that Sanjinu was able to come back from being stabbed in the chest and frozen.
The door to Trigon's
These stats
dimension
are impressive on their
opens.
own,
When
but they are far
Trigon
more deadly.
rises,
With
I will
Sanjinu's
remember the
variable
part you
backbone
played.
as he's incredibly fast on his feet and can combine his attributes to their most effective degree, which is one of the main reasons he's so effective as a hunter. But anyways, his physical stats aren't the only reason he's so impressive. He also has a number of skills that border on supernatural powers. Sanjinu's skills are categorized into both passive and active skills, each with unique effects, so let's take the time to explain and analyze each of them. Bloodlust allows Sanjinu to release his energy as a wave. Those who are targeted are put in a state of fear, and their stats lower by 50% as a result. However, enemies of similar or higher level than Jinu are immune to this ability. Stealth basically turns him invisible, as his presence and other traces of his existence are erased, giving him the ability to get a drop on his opponents. Dominator's Touch is glorified telekinesis. Sanjinu can manipulate and control any object without touching them. This ability can affect more than one object at a time as well. Dagger throw is pretty self-explanatory. He can throw daggers with immense precision and deal immense damage from range. Sprint gives Sanjinu an immense burst in speed by upwards of 30% when activated. He typically uses this to end conflicts as soon as possible. Critical Strike gives Sanjinu the ability to deal critical damage by hitting the vital points of an enemy. Damage to Sunjinu is reduced by 50% if his HP drops below 30%. His stats increase 1% every time 1% of his HP is decreased. As you can see, he's pretty damn hard to kill. Sunjinu can deal 33% more damage if he uses a dagger, which already is his main weapon anyways. His stats can increase over 40% when in conflict with any beast-type monsters like wolves, bears, and hedgehogs. Sunjinu is immune to poison, diseases, and debuffs as they are instantly nullified, and his body is healed. Each skill, both passive and active, start at level 1, but the more Sunjinu uses them, the more they level up, and the more powerful they become. Upon leveling up, their effects and power will be massively increased. For example, Dominator's Touch, upon leveling up, became Ruler's Authority, allowing Sunjinu to affect multiple objects at once. This is only a small glimpse of all the passive and active skills Sunjinu has. I probably missed a few, but regardless, these skills are complemented by a plethora of its powerful weapons. Rasaka's Fang was a dagger he gained after defeating a snake-type monster. It's made of its fang, has 2 special effects. First is Paralysis, which stuns an enemy in place, making them unable to move. Second is Bleed, which causes foes to gradually lose health over time. Baruka's dagger increases Sunjinu's agility and attack by 10 points. The Night Killer increases damage by 25% when used against enemies with heavy armor. The Demon King's dagger works in a pair. If both are equipped, the daggers will have the same attack power as the wielder's strength stat. Kimish's Wrath, just like the Demon King's dagger, scales with the strength stat. The dagger also has the added bonus of detecting mana. Now, each weapon is just a small amount of the total he has at his disposal. He's collected more, like an orb that increases the power of his magic when held. Like I mentioned earlier, a lot of these items can be gained through an online store within the system. Sunjinu can find armor, swords,
Ooh, damn, I should have bought this.
keys. However, they need to be purchased in order to be used. But a lot of the time, items within the store are better than items found in dungeons. However, this isn't the only way Sunjinu gets his hands on powerful weaponry. Upon the defeat or death of certain monsters and even humans, they'll drop incredibly powerful weapons that take on their traits. Weapons aren't the only thing they drop, even their abilities can be gained. This is possible through the acquisition of runestones, which are dropped by specific enemies. Once the runestones are broken, Sunjinu will gain the ability in the form of a new ability. This is how he acquired skills like Stealth and Bloodlust. However, skills can also be passively gained if Sunjinu does certain repetitive actions, such as when Vital Strike was unlocked.
Woo!
So, it happened in the most recent episode of JJK, that being last week's episode, not today's episode. I'm aware it's releasing on a Thursday. One of the most cruel and disgusting and downright hideous moments in all of JJK's manga was finally animated. And I'm not talking about Miwa giving up her ability to swing a sword just for it to be caught by Kenjaku and snapped, or Chozo fighting for his life to battle against Kenjaku and ultimately failing. We're talking about the meme scene. The meme scene that manga readers have known about for years. One of the most dreaded, at least looked forward to anime adaptation scenes we've seen in years. And in fact, the dread for this scene was so incredibly existential and wide-reaching that almost every single manga reader who's picked up JJK hoped that Mappa would just skip it. Boy oh boy, did they not skip it. In fact, they, for some reason, made it the best animated part of the entire episode. And again, we were fools to assume that that there would be anything even remotely resembling moral upstanding coming from Mappa Studios. Regardless of what we as manga readers wanted, we got the scene, and the response to the scene has been a relatively mixed bag. There are those who are having the incredibly rational response of, oh, why would they do that? While there are others who are dealing with it in a slightly different way. That is to say that there are others who have tried to rationalize this scene, which they barely stand anything to do when confronted with trauma that you're not entirely sure how to pave over. See, because when humans are faced with inconsolable trauma, they really tend to go one of two ways. The first way is the way that I usually subscribe to, and that is suppression. If you don't remember it happening, did it ever even really happen? The second route isn't something that I necessarily subscribe to, but it is something I understand, which is justification, which means trying to make sense of a relatively senseless situation to make it easier to digest. But Nick, what scene am I talking about here? Well, for those of you who haven't seen the scene, congratulations. And for those of you who have suppressed it already, I'm sorry, but the scene that I'm talking about features Mei-Mei, one of the side characters of Jujutsu Kaisen, featured naked in bed with her underage brother. And while that is weird enough as is, the scene also features Mei-Mei saying things like, oh, should we stay in bed all day? I know using your technique wears you out. Because Mei-Mei and Yu, her little brother, who is definitely not 18, not that that would help anything, used Yu's technique to escape the Shibuya incident to Malaysia, specifically Kuala Lumpur. And as somebody who's wanted to go to Kuala Lumpur their entire life, this has mired the city a little bit for me. All in all, the scene is horrible, gross, and disgusting, and has no place existing in such an incredible universe. And yet, Mappa decided to give it the most 4K animation they've decided to give anything in this entire season. Like I said, people's response to the scene has been a mixed bag. While some understand that there's no possible reason, regardless of how good it might sound, to put a naked adult woman in bed with her child brother, others have begun to argue that this scene is pivotal for the plot of Jujutsu Kaisen. And it's that I want to talk about today. Because today, we're talking, is it time to stop watching Jujutsu Kaisen? Before we start talking about anything, guys, please, for me, like this video, subscribe to the page, and hit that noty bell. And like the idea of me breaking down what happened in your favorite anime and manga, you're gonna love my anime podcast, Talks Anonymous, where me and Danny Mata break down everything that happened in anime this week. It's available on YouTube, Spotify, and Apple Podcasts. So if you want to look like somebody who keeps up to date with all things anime and manga,
always feels like there's not enough time.
TalkAsAnonymous.net, where you can pick up some of the greatest anime t-shirts, sweatshirts, and sticker
from all across the multiverse.
Let's open today's class by asking one simple question. Where do we all stand on the naked woman laying in bed with her underage brother? Is it that it's bad? Because if it's not, then you don't get to attend this class. Because it is bad. Regardless of how you justify it, it's bad. It doesn't matter that it's an older woman as opposed to an older man, and it doesn't matter that Mei-Mei is incredibly sexy. It's wrong. There's no two ways about it. I'm not even going to go the incredibly basic route of, oh, imagine if the shoe was on the other foot and Mei-Mei was a man as opposed to a woman, and their little sibling was actually a little girl. Because that happens in anime as well. Now, would it have been way less justified if Mei-Mei was a man? Absolutely. But the situation is equally bad regardless of the genders involved and what roles they play. It's illegal, it's gross, and it has no place in anime and manga. And I've always been very outspoken about the fact that this has no place in anime and manga, especially today. It's a core tenet of this page, it's a core tenet of who I am as a person, as I believe that any instances of SA, incest, or pedophilia should be left out of anime and manga unless they specifically serve a purpose. Yes, those topics can be broached in anime and manga. Many anime and manga have pulled them off masterfully, but when including topics like that, make them mean something. However, unfortunately, these three topics have existed in anime and manga for a long time. And while I do genuinely believe that anime and manga are heading in the correct direction, as these three topics are brought up less and less and less, as tropes like the overtly horny main character who gropes every woman he comes across have slowly but surely been weeded out. It's moments like this Mei-Mei scene that make us realize that these tropes are still very much a part of the anime world, and therefore it's the job of people like me to say, hey, could it not be? And I'm going to keep doing that regardless of how popular the anime or manga is. And in fact, the more popular the anime or manga is with scenes like this, the louder I'm going to yell. Because a popular anime and manga can lead the charge for future generations of anime and manga artists to show that you don't need tropes like this to be successful in their worlds, and tropes like this can be cut out of anime and manga in their entirety. Because tropes like this mire incredible universes. Look at characters like Meliodas or Rudy Grey Rat, main characters of expansive, impressive, and beautifully laid out worlds with unique power systems, interesting side characters, fantastic character development, will unfortunately mire the experience of diving headlong into that universe because we have to see that universe through their eyes. And while JJK doesn't fall into that trapping because Yuji is an incredible, thoughtful, and fantastic main character, moments like this show us that JJK, what is thought to be the leader in terms of how manga should be written in the new gen, is not immune to the usage of terrible tropes. And just like with Rudy or Meliodas, there's gonna be people who justify these tropes being involved in
It's only
JJK's story. And
impossible
just
if
like
you
with
don't
Rudy or
try.
Meliodas, I vehemently disagree. However, I agree even more when it comes down to JJK. Because while Mushoku Tensei and Seven Deadly Sins are popular, they're not JJK popular. While Mushoku Tensei might be the most popular isekai out right now, and Seven Deadly Sins was really good for 2 seasons, neither of
The
them had
math
ever come
behind
close
this
to
is
rising to the
complicated.
level at which JJK currently sits. And to go one step further than that, nobody looks at Mushoku Tensei or Seven Deadly Sins as exactly how women should be written in the new gen. As people often look at characters like Utahime or Nobara as the golden standard for how women should be written in new gen anime and manga. Independently powerful women who aren't reliant on the men around them and are able to be
Bloody
motivated
heroes.
outside of the motivations of
Bloody
the
villains.
men around them.
I think
Almost
Brainiac is
encouraging to
doing
hold
us
on to their
all a favour
femininity.
by
And really
thinning
when
the
it comes
herd.
down to writing women that are individually power and singularly motivated, Gary Itami has crushed it. He truly has set the golden standard for the next generation of anime and manga artists to show how women should be treated in modern day stories. Characters like Nobara and Maki shine on their
you don't
own.
want
And while
to be
technically
mine.
one can make the contrary
My
argument to
name's
say that
end up
Gege is simply
either
showing
worm
that men
food
has the
or-
ability to be just as
Thanks for
predatorial
checking
as
in,
any man,
but I don't
think
need
that's a
your-
category we need women to run up the score in. And thus, while if you've read any of Mushoku Tensei or Seven Deadly Sins, you'll have given up on the main
I guess the
characters pretty much
cat's out of the bag.
straight from the beginning. Seeing the JJK universe, a universe which seemed so dedicated to the modernization of how a story should be told in Japan as it pertains to anime or manga, fall into the trappings of the 80s and 90s anime and manga is just way more disappointing, because I had already given up on Mushoku Tensei and Seven Deadly Sins a long time ago, so to see them fall into old tropes that are no longer necessary in modern day storytelling, it's just not all that disappointing. It's like being a Browns fan and watching them squander away a lead or a good season. You're used to it, you're desensitized by it, and therefore you're less disappointed. But the JJK instance is a bit like being a Patriots fan for the last 20 years and watching them win Super Bowl after Super Bowl after Super Bowl. But nowadays they're trotting out Bailey Zappi, and you just wish you could fast forward to the end of the fourth quarter. But I guess fortunately for JJK as a story, it's incredibly popular. And if people are willing to justify the actions of Meliodas, Rudy Gray Rat, or even Manette, JJK, a story which now has more concurrent readers than all 3 of these stories possibly combined. Seven Deadly Sins isn't doing much to help those numbers, and technically Mushoku Tensei is already over. Has plenty of people coming out to justify this scene as necessary for the plot of Jujutsu Kaisen. But how is this scene being justified, you ask? Well, there's really one of 2 ways. First, I wouldn't necessarily call a justification, but more of an explanation that myself have tried to make. In fact, recently on my podcast, Otaku's Anonymous, when me and my co-host, Danny Mata, were talking about the scene, I tried to find a way to explain it to him that would possibly explain why Mei and Yu would end up in bed together. Or at least I tried to give Danny the theory that I cobbled together over the last couple of years of trying to figure out why the hell this scene was even made in the first place. See, because my co-host, Danny, hasn't read the manga. And this scene was a surprise. Well, not that much of a surprise. I told him it was coming. You get it. So in regards to this scene, I said that Mei probably had Yu use his curse technique, which may or may not be teleportation. We don't know what Yu's curse technique is, but it's theorized that it's teleportation. Now, the reason I believe that Yu's curse technique is teleportation is because Mei says that she used Yu's curse technique to get to Malaysia, and we consider how fast Mei and Yu were able to get to Malaysia from Shibuya, especially considering the fact that public transit has been shut down for the next couple of hours. It seems fairly obvious that Yu's technique was somehow able to get Mei and Yu to Malaysia. Thus, the most popular theory pertaining to Yu's technique is that he's able to teleport himself and possibly a couple other people to marked locations. While Yu was able to teleport himself and all of his possessions, it's a possibility that when he teleports other people, he can't take their possessions. And thus Yu teleported himself and Mei to Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur specifically, and because he wasn't able to teleport her possessions, aka her clothes, she showed up naked. It's also a possibility that Yu has some kind of Minecraft Steve ability, where he's able to teleport back to wherever he last slept, which would explain why they ended up in bed. That's why I understand that Yu has more cursed energy than Mei because of the fight that they have against the smallpox curse. The idea that Yu has the ability to teleport himself and Mei thousands of miles away isn't crazy, especially when we consider the fact that teleportation is absolutely a thing in JJK. Gojo can do it, and Gojo can do it from incredibly far distances away, and with incredible precision. And thus, there's a possibility that the real reason that we never see Yu fight in the first place is because his only technique allows him to escape, and therefore, technically, if that's how Yu's curse technique works, then boom, we figured it out. We can answer how Mei and Yu ended up in this situation. But here's the thing. Explaining and understanding how it happened in universe does not justify the trope's existence.
Oh, you can't get upset about that. That's just how his technique works.
Yeah, you know he's not a real character, right? Like, we're not talking about how a gun can only shoot bullets straight. We're talking about a made-up character with a made-up technique. Because while I can sit here and go, oh, Meliodas gropes Elizabeth every chance he gets because they've been together for thousands of years through countless reincarnations. But that doesn't make Meliodas doing it any better. Like, yeah, of course, there's a possible in-universe explanation for why characters act certain ways. But, you realize there's always a guy with a pen making them that way? And even if you wanted to go with the justification via an in-universe explanation, while Yu's technique does put them in that bed and possibly strips Mei of all of her clothes, Mei's response to the situation is gross and uncalled for, as she seems almost excited by the prospects of spending all day in bed with her little brother while wearing no clothes. And not to mention, if you want to go with an in-universe explanation as to why one of them had to end up naked in bed, you could argue that, oh, this is just an introduction to how Yu's technique works, because it's going to get used later in the manga in a more important context. We gotta iron out how the technique works now. We gotta plant seeds of interest so that they can pay off in 200 chapters.
Everyone's gonna be
Since this moment, and we still don't know this technique. Oh, and by the way, yes, I know it's oi oi. I just hate saying oi oi. Sounds like a French pig. Sorry, I'm sweating. We don't know if he's allowed to teleport multiple people. We don't know if his teleportation is contingent on loving the person he's teleporting. And we definitely don't know if his teleportation technique requires clothes or not. What we do know for sure is that Tommy could have very easily made his teleportation technique have nothing to do with his adult sister being naked in bed with him. And we definitely know that we could have gone without his adult sister implying that they're going to bang all day. See, because as it currently stands, while there might be theories as to why this moment happened, there's still no in-universe justification. And there technically can never be. Unless part of his technique also somehow turns his sister into somebody who really wants to bang their underage brother. But once again, that's not a justification, because why would his technique work like that? If we're being entirely real, there's no way this scene can be justified from an in-universe perspective. But what about an outside-of-universe explanation? A perspective that looks down at JJK from a bird's-eye view.
See if I can get a red.
Perspective. The narrative and plot undertones perspective. Well, could you justify the moment from that perspective? Maybe. People are definitely trying. See, the other key way people are trying to justify this scene's existence is that this scene is meant to compare Mei to Nanami, or more specifically, use Mei as a foil to Nanami. And I have to admit, this is kind of fun to talk about, and this has been talked about ever since this moment was penned and released in the manga. And people believe that this moment was included to show us just how different Mei and Nanami, who are both in very similar positions, truly were. That is to say that Nanami and Mei, while they could have been very similar characters, both decided to go about things in the exact opposite way of each other, even though their circumstances were very similar. But what do I mean by that? Let's get into it. What it really comes down to it, Nanami and Mei are some of the only people that we see that have a foot in both the Jujutsu Society and standard society. That is to say that they have one foot in the Jujutsu Society and one foot in the capitalistic society of Japan. The way that they approach this split life is very different from each other. Well, Nanami left the Jujutsu world to go and get a day job because he didn't want to die like Haibara and all of his friends. Mei decided to keep one foot in both realms simultaneously, and thus allowing herself to keep one finger on the pulse of everything happening in the Jujutsu Society and another finger on the pulse of everything happening within capitalistic society. Making Mei the mole of the upper echelon of Japan to know everything that's happening in the Jujutsu Society and to know whether or not they should invest in Japan or pull their investments out of Japan. So Nanami enters regular society to escape the Jujutsu Society, while Mei enters capitalistic society to exploit Jujutsu Society. Escape and exploitation. And so while one of them is torn between these two worlds, Nanami, the other, actively chooses to be a part of both of them. Mei. Well, Nanami uses the outside world as an escape from the horrors that laid in his past. Mei revels in those horrors as they're a way to increase her financial gains. On top of this, after Nanami spends a certain amount of time working at a day job, he realizes that his true calling in life is to be a Jujutsu sorcerer, and thus he returns to the dangers of his previous life because he knows that's where his duties lay. Thus, that is to say that Nanami abandons normal society to go help in the Jujutsu Society. Mei does the exact opposite. See, during the Shibuya incident, Mei decides to run away to Kuala Lumpur. And the first first thing that she's focused on after abandoning the Shibuya incident is covering her own capitalistic gains. And thus, in this moment, Mei Mei is abandoning the Jujutsu Society for normal society, capitalism. But their allegiances and how they treat them aren't the only ways that these two are dissimilar. Nani's curse technique, the 3/7 technique, requires that he be up close and personal against anybody he wants to fight. However, Mei Mei's crow curse technique allows her to hang back and use crows to observe people or even use crows to attack people. And on top of this, Mei Mei's most powerful curse technique ability is her crow suicide attack, where she sacrifices the life of one of her crows to use as essentially a homing rocket. And thus, Mei Mei's most powerful curse technique attack requires the sacrifice of another. However, on the other side of things, one could argue that the most powerful and impactful thing that Nanami ever does is sacrifice himself for Yuji, which shows that one of them is selfish, while the other is truly selfless. And in no better place is this displayed than in the Shibuya incident. See, because when the going got tough, Mei Mei abandoned her comrades. But when the going got tough for Nanami, he doubled down. Nanami, after getting the heartbeat death treatment from Jogo, decided to continue his fight. Because he understood that the more transfigured humans and cursed spirits that he was able to kill, the less chance that those cursed spirits and transfigured humans would be able to kill his juniors. And thus, Nanami doubled down during the Shibuya incident to protect the children he loved. While on the other side of the coin, Mei Mei's abandonment not only shows how she uses the child she loves, but also shows how she grooms him. And thus people say that Mei Mei represents Jujutsu Society. And takes children and grooms them into perfect little child soldiers who you're able to manipulate and exploit. And thus the Jujutsu Society is greedy, self-centered, and exploitative. While Nanami, on the other hand, is supposed to represent what the Jujutsu Society should be. Selfless, caring, and protective of those who are most vulnerable. And Nanami does live up to these three tenets more than possibly anybody else in the entire story. As Nanami, when he tries to run away from the issues of the Jujutsu Society, sees that cursed spirits aren't going anywhere, and that by turning his tail and running from problems, he's only allowing cursed spirits to hurt more people. And thus his cowardice or indifference to the problems of the world around him is only causing more misery. And honestly, I love that. I love Nanami being the golden representation of what the Jujutsu Society should be, and Mei Mei being exactly what it is. Because thematically it makes sense, narratively it makes sense, and it makes even more sense when you consider the fact that Nanami's selflessness is actually what gets him killed, while Mei Mei's selfishness is what's kept her alive. And when you compare that to every other character arc throughout JJK, you'll see that the Jujutsu Society is run by the selfish because they're the only people who survive. So them as foiled characters meant to be physical representations of what their society could be and what their society is just chef's kiss good. Except for the child predation. Because boy oh boy, is there about a billion ways that you can show that Mei Mei is exploiting children that aren't her literally being a pedophile. And not even just a pedophile, but like a sleek and sexy and mysterious pedophile whose victim is too young to understand that they're being groomed, used, and abused. And here's the thing. This is gonna sound absolutely insane, but it's not like there shouldn't be sexual assault in media. There should be. Sexual assault, pedophilia, incest are things that happen. Do we wish they didn't happen? Absolutely. But because they are things that happen, there's human stories revolving around those topics. And those stories should be told. And survivors of those stories should feel represented by those stories. And here's an even crazier thing. Not every story of SA, incest, or pedophilia should be a story about overcoming it and surviving. Because a lot of victims of those kinds of things don't end up as survivors. And those stories need to be told too. So I'm not sitting here on my high horse or my soapbox saying that we should never have these things in media. Because objectively, some of the most gorgeous, gripping, and well-told stories of all time include these things. But in ways that matter. Take Berserk, for example. There is so much essay in Berserk, and a lot of that is because of when Berserk was written. And a fair amount of the essay in Berserk is unnecessary. There are a lot of ways to convey, oh, that character's evil outside of having them essay Casca, looking directly at you, Walt. However, throughout the story in Berserk, Guts unfortunately undergoes a ton of essay. And those experiences molds the character that he is. He's standoffish, he hates being touched, and he's incredibly distrustful of anybody who tries to get near him, be they physically or emotionally trying to get near him. And any of these moments where Guts is going through these horrific events are some of the most impactful and serious moments in the entirety of Berserk. They're not just one-off, haha, wasn't that so silly that my adult sister was naked in bed with me, and underage boy moments. Because things happen in Berserk, they have long-lasting consequences. Both the Casca and Guts, they are gripping, horrible, and entirely serious moments that leave scars on some of the strongest characters ever portrayed in manga. Guts, a literal mountain of a man, doesn't like being touched because of his childhood. It's humanizing. It shows that anybody, regardless of what they look like, can be scarred by horrific past events. And Mei and Wee Wee got none of that. It's a weird, short, unnecessary throw-in that adds nothing to the plot and takes a lot from it. Mei could have exploited her little brother in a million different ways to make her a foil to Nanami. And technically, prior to this moment, she already was. She had him carry her stuff. She had him release his cursed energy in the smallpox cursed spirit domain expansion, the latter of which could have very easily killed him. All things that Nanami would never do to the likes of Yuji or Megami or Nobara. And thus the precedent that Mei is worse to children than Nanami was already set. So to all of the Mushoku Tensei fans who comment on every single one of my videos,
The slumbering colossal general and his army are bound to protect the gate of Tartarus, but Brainiac has placed an energy barrier over the portcullis, blocking the way.
Calling it out just as hard in JJK as I did in any other universe. But fortunately in JJK, Mei is a side character, and this kind of thing happens once, and only once. Can you say the same thing about your universe? No? Yeah, I figure. This moment is gross, uncalled for, and borderline hedonistic. But is it enough reason to stop watching JJK? Now, Mei and her little brother all but effectively disappear from the plot after this moment, with Mei just now reappearing in the manga. It's a bad moment. It's a really bad moment, and the author of the story should know it's a bad moment. Every possible author of every possible future story should know this is a bad moment. Every future author should know that this massively detracts from the likability of JJK, and that when it comes down to it...
All right.
Things like this. Tell the story you want to tell, but never make topics like incest or pedophilia seem commonplace. Never make it seem like the victim of the situation is enjoying being groomed. And while unfortunately in a lot of circumstances the victim is enjoying being groomed, create consequences for that kind of thing happening. If your story comes across as possibly condoning this type of action, what are you doing? We as manga writers and anime cultures have to be vocal about issues like this. Because without being vocal about issues like this, we'll never see the changes we want to see. What do you guys think? Do you believe this scene is justifiable? Tell me in the comments below. And while you guys are down there, please, for me, like this video, subscribe to the page, and hit that noti bell. Oh, I just know there's a lot of people who aren't going to make it to the end of this video because they're just so darn mad that I would ever say that it's time to stop watching JJK. But in actuality, if you've watched any of my videos for a long enough time, you'll know. So, let's go get
Huh. That's a good. That's a good scene.
has been destroyed. Now we march to war.
The colossal general has awoken. Now these accursed guardians can perform their duty and reseal the gate to Tartarus.
Awaken, brothers. Our oath must be upheld. Defend the gate of Tartarus.
We will play along with the Amazons. For now. Protect the Colossi and resupply their javelins when spent.
shit!
Oh. Damn, I ain't been a raid in a long time.
Wonder Woman wants to engage their main force head on. Typical Amazon thinking. She and I will go ahead. You must make sure these colossal archers get to the valley.
Ooh, someone made Namor. Hold on, is there another healer? Oh, there is. Two of us, okay. Yeah, we're good. Only got one troll. No tank. All DPSs. Oh, man. I guess if,
The White Flame Scroll, page 3. The white flame, while brightest, is not hottest, for it kindles with chimeric satiety.
guess if the DPSs are doing their jobs, we really don't need a tank.
Words of your goddess. Wonder Woman and I will engage the flying swarmers, destroy any ground forces that try to advance.
Trespasser! Stop! Begone, Furious Bride of the Gods!
The Red Flame Scroll, page 2. Whilst the red flame smolders, it absorbs the attributes of all living things.
All right. Good to see a fellow water healer here. He went full on cosplay, man. Staff. Make sure he has a trident. You give some power to the troll. He's doing his job.
It's time to end this charade, princess.
You're not taking anything while I still stand.
That is exactly what I have planned. Now that that's settled, shall we, darlings? Pathetic machines! You cannot stop me!
Who's Valak? Who's the other healer? Because ain't the water.
Not so fast, Circe. Your campaign of terror stops here. You will never have the flame of change.
Ooh, Valak's a magic user. Okay. Sorcery. I dig it.
Let nothing stand in your way.
At last I have obtained limitless power. The very essence of magic flows through my avatar. The ultimate adapter will merge with the flame of change. Nothing can stand against me. Target coordinates transferred.
Oh.
Sustained. Status critical. Critical damage. Systems failing. Performance impaired. Damage sustained.
Oh shit, someone dropped? Gee fucking G's, boys. Hell yeah. That was good. That was good. Good raid. Good raid! Damn, I haven't ran a raid in so long. That was great, man. One of the easier ones, too.
And here's your official Argus compensation. Pleasure doing business.
Bruh, I appreciate that. My boy. What? Hell yeah, dude. Fuck. Alright, let me see if I can break this shit up.
I'm just a small hero trying to make a big difference.
Ooh, almost got enough to get in a fucking vendor pack. A tier 1. You know I'm about to buy it too. What?
Everything available courtesy of Darkside.
Nigga, I've been trying to get in a Lannian Seahorse. Oh, what's gonna happen? Damn, I still got all the stuff I need to sell though, bro. Alright, let me see what's up with the raids. While we're fucking around with that.
The Arctic sure is chilly this time of year.
Oh man, I haven't. Damn, when was the last time I played Fortress of Solitude? Rollback. Actually, let's change the overlay to something a little less messy. There we go. Change it to that. It's a little bit more, shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Catch up to the group.
The last thing we need is more Kryptonians on my planet. Take them down.
Zod, I see Ursa and Non are still at your side, and that you've managed to activate the Sunstone Crystal Matrix to enhance your own abilities.
ChiLL, I give you one last chance. Fight by our side. We will use the Sunstones to recreate a better,
more glorious Krypton here on Earth? Or refuse and perish with the human animals you champion instead?
I'll die to defend Earth.
Death it is, then!
Okay. Ooh. Is that Death Metal Batman? Looks cool. Okay, we do have another healer here. Ooh, I don't like that. No, 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 no. Okay. Got a lot of orbital strikes going on. All right, cool. shit. Nice.
Just like your cursed father, ChiLL. Afraid of the glory and might that is our heritage. Krypton will rise again.
Goodbye, General.
Another alien menace banished. If only they were all so easy. Eh, Superman? Those sunstones could give the human race unimaginable power. And you want to leave them here? You're mad. They're coming with me. Once I use this resonator, I'll imagine you'll be too busy in the Phantom Zone to interfere.
Sorry, Lex. Those devices aren't coded for me.
Ugh! This isn't over, Kryptonian. Count on it.
Hero or villain, without you, Brainiac and Zod would have taken the fortress. Thank you. And now I think you better go before you start getting any bright Lex Luthor-style ideas. Oracle, ping calculator to ready to teleport. Your transport is ready. I advise you to leave before our truce ends. I'd rather count you all as allies than as enemies. We'll all need our strength to fight Brainiac.
All right. Sweet. Well, that was cool. GG's, boys. GG's. Well, all of this shit sucks, so I guess I'm just gonna get plans. This is me off. Oh, we got some more. Got some more drops. And once again, nothing I can use, so once again, that's all right. There we go. Finally, something. Jesus. Like, okay, can I get some healer gear, please? Yes. Finally.
I have an assortment of weaponized pets for you to command.
Can't do any tier 2 stuff yet, but that's okay. Well, that's fun. Let's see what this guy looks like. A legitimate seahorse. Okay, cool. My CR is now at 58, which is wonderful.
Everything's relatively stable now, but let's stay.
Phantom Stranger's a bit out of touch with reality, but he's okay. Think he predates humor, though.
That's a neat toy. Good thing I'm clever.
Alright, so I've got some stuff I can make now. So close. Alright, let's fuck around with this for a minute. Formal. All right, break, folks. We'll be right back. Yep. Ooh. Ah.
Many sorrow, few sorrow. We are all one sorrow. I crave protein. You will do nicely. I am sorrow. I have come to conquer.
Oh. Uh.
So it's official. Black Clover Chapter 396 is out. We waited 3 months to get a new chapter of Black Clover, and now we gotta wait another 3 months. But who cares? Because this Christmas, Comet decided to treat us to a new chapter. Boy, oh boy, has the reception been mixed. See, because while there's some people who are just happy that Black Clover is back after a 3-month hiatus, well, I guess it's not really a hiatus. It was planned, scheduled downtime that Tabata needed to complete this chapter. Some people are seeing some rather glaring holes in this newest chapter of Black Clover. And therefore, it's important to ask the question, was this new chapter of Black Clover a Christmas blessing?
Punk?
Or a curse? Were we good boys and girls this Christmas and got a present that we deserved? Or did we get a stocking filled with coal? Well, really, when it comes down to it, this rather short chapter for a quarterly manga gave us an incredible fight. A high-octane battle that took place between Luck, Magna, and one of Lucius's clones. And let me tell you right now that nobody is complaining about how this action was drawn and how intense and awesome this fight was. As the chief complains about the chapter, either that it was too short, or B, the Black Clover might be ripping off Naruto again. And as much as I hate to admit, those two criticisms might be somewhat valid. See, while this chapter was incredibly high-octane and fantastic to read,
Let me plug you with the perfect match.
Directly from Naruto, while 28 pages is longer than your standard manga chapter. For a quarterly manga, it's kind of disappointing. And thus it's important to note that before we even get into talking about the contents of this chapter, that yes, this chapter is 28 pages long, which makes it just a little bit shorter than 2 weekly releases, as a weekly release manga usually turns in 15 to 20-ish pages. And since there are 4 weeks in a month and 3 months in a 3 months, that means that's been about 12 weeks since we got new Black Clover. And since we only ended up with about 2 chapters worth of content, that means that we're now getting Black Clover at roughly 1/6 the pace that we're used to. That is to say that we're now getting Black Clover 6 times slower than when it was released weekly. However, the reason that Black Clover's release was slowed down a little bit is because Tabata, the mangaka, is dealing with some health and family issues, and thus we should be grateful for the fact that they were able to find time to draw 28 pages in the first place, especially when you consider the fact that over the course of 368 chapters, he barely ever took a break. Now, mind you, 368 chapters is more than 7 straight years of weekly manga release. And thus, if Tabata wants to take the last 10 or so chapters of this manga at his own pace, we have to give him that. Not only just because he's turned in an incredible amount of work, but also because he's a human, and the rigmarole of a weekly manga release schedule is grueling, especially when either you or people close to you are dealing with health issues. So while, yes, this chapter is unfortunately pretty short, that's fine. We, as readers of Black Clover, have to shift our expectations. Well, obviously, we've been very used to the concept of Black Clover being a weekly release manga. It is no longer that. And while quarterly manga are...
One of the Brainiac raids. Okay. I don't hate this. Oh, the Brainiac.
I am all-knowing.
That's the big one.
All-powerful. I am the Omega and the Alpha.
This is the big one, man.
My will be done. Behold my avatars and succumb to my might.
Yeah, that's the big one, boys.
Destroying target. Damage sustained.
Okay, we got a controller. We actually have an actual tank.
Performance impaired.
Okay, let me just do my job. I should be fine. Just keep the healing up. Yep. Keep that healing up. Alright. Avatar of Magic.
Minor damage. Status critical.
Keep up the heals. What is that?
Flame of change. Grant me the wings of the eagle.
Alright. That's one down.
Objective in sight. Damage sustained. Critical damage.
The healing. Yes, sir. Keep up the healing.
You've got to tap into their weak spots like this.
is the essence of meta, for Brainiac is the master of all.
Let's get a good spot. Want to see? Don't want to attack me much, so we good. Oh, shit. Alright. Yep. Up the heels. Woo! I think that's it, right? Or is it one more? Oh, yeah, that's right.
Now you have summoned the wrath of Brainiac. I am the Omega and the Alpha. I am the sculptor of reality.
Mm-hmm.
Your universe shall become nothing.
Right.
I shall bring forth one true reality.
Yes.
In my own image.
Uh-huh.
Initiating combat.
Gotcha.
Damage sustained.
Let it fly, boys.
Status critical.
Get him, seahorse! Blast that motherfucker with water. Jeez. Yeah! We kicked his ass. Fucking GG's.
At
GG's,
last,
guys.
Brainiac's power will be mine. Thank you for taking care of Brainiac for me. Now there is nothing standing in the way of my true goal. Oh yes, my intentions are for the greater good. My greater good! I will harness the power at the Earth's core, the center of the multiverse itself. With this unlimited power, I will be the master of history, of time, space, everything!
Luthor! I told you I'd come for you.
I'm trying to hack that hatch open. Luther, that slimy son of a...
For the sake of your health, Calculator, I'll assume you're referring to my future self. But it's true. I should have known not to trust him. I would have done the same thing in his place. And I suppose I will. That power will be mine. The rest of you, you served me well. Brainiac's threat to my plans has been eliminated. I may have use for you in the future.
Gee, fucking jeez, man. That was good shit. Fucking Prime Battleground, man. And that is the end of the classic game. That is the last raid of the classic content.
Chapters a year would be incredible. But that being said, its current rate of burn, Black Clover may not be over for a couple of years. It's kind of crazy to say when you consider the fact that if Black Clover had never gone quarterly, it would probably already be over. Because if this manga has anything more than 10 chapters left in it, it's going to be around for almost 3 more years. And if the story only has 10 28-page chapters left in it, that really would have only been 20 weeks. And that's just something that we're going to have to swallow. While we can't make excuses for the fact that Tabata is sick, and that's why Black Clover's release date has slowed down substantially, unfortunately, illness may not explain away why a lot of this chapter seemed to be ripped from Naruto. Well, I personally think the similarities between this chapter and the war arc of Naruto are forgivable. I may be in the minority on that stance. So today, we're going to go over everything that happened in this chapter, the repercussions of this chapter, the future of Black Clover, and how this chapter is being tied to Naruto. You have all the information that you could possibly ever have. You can draw your own conclusions. So with no further ado, let's get into a review of Chapter 369 of Black Clover. But before we get to reviewing anything, guys, please, for me, like this video, subscribe to the page, and hit that noti bell. And if you want to see me talk about all things weekly manga and anime, go follow my anime podcast, Taku's Anonymous, where me and Danny Mata break down everything that happened in anime and manga this week. It's available on YouTube, Spotify, and Apple Podcasts. And if you want to look like somebody who keeps up with the quarterly releases of Black Clover, guys, go ahead and meander on over to my merch store, Taku's Anonymous, where you can pick up some of the greatest anime t-shirts, sweatshirts, and sticker packs known to man. Chapter 369, the long-awaited return of Black Clover. Stage is set for the final battle. All the pieces are in place. The Black Bulls have anti-magic, and Lucius has paladins and arch paladins and
This would be
clones
great for
all over the
tanks. Huh. Okay, so I definitely want healing conservation. Am I getting any of this shit? Nope. I don't have elite gear. Equipped. Damn it. Oh yes, that's right. So close. So close to get the rank 3. Right there. Right fucking there. I'll finally have a fucking artifact that gives me its special bonus. So fucking close, man. Anyway, time to get back to work. My guy looking all edgy. Actually, we can still leave the clothes black. Ah! Oh shit. There we go. I guess I do have to make the gloves blue. Oh shit, the belt, that's right. There we go. Ah! Blue guy. Okay, that looks weird. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that just feels right. Just feels correct. Like that. That's how it should be. We tried to get the colors. Actually, you know what? While we're sitting here, let's see if we can find a chess piece that is. Ooh. Cybernetic. If I ever get that, we might switch to that. Deathstroke. That one actually looks cool. Engineer. Oh, I actually dig engineer too. Shows up my arms. I like Gardner style a lot. Inventor hoodie. Gunslinger. The Kung Fugi, huh? I actually like that a lot. Logistics. Oh yeah, forgot about logistics officer. Master Mercenary. I really like that one too. Mercenaries Malice? No. Nuclear's kind of cool. Re-gifted. Oh Jesus. Yeah, that's a shitty sweater. Retro Tech. Tech Ninja is fun. Trench coat. Okay. Seen some cool stuff there. Nothing too crazy. Let's get back to the raids, man. Actually, you know what? Let's do some alerts. Raids are cool, but let's do some fucking alerts for a bit. Actually, I need to do some more solos because I am. Wish I could get in on some of the bounties. Those are always fun, right? You need like a fucking raid party for those. Those are great dailies to run. Okay, what we got here? Okay, we got a balanced party. I dig it. Which... This isn't science cells. Which mission is this? I don't remember. Oh, parallax alert.
Green Lantern Corps as decisively as I would prefer. Some short-sighted lackwits might even suggest that we aren't winning at all. They're enjoying their stay in the prison on Quard. You, however, are wise enough to join Arkillo in the strike on Mogo. He's already there. Join him. I'm going to Metropolis to brief our agents. But don't think I won't be monitoring you.
God, this makes me want to fucking play Hard Light. Here I am. I want to play healer. Ugh. Oh, this mission. Damn, I forgot about this one. Ooh, okay. Got ourselves a quantum character. Is my man using the heat vision on his loadout too? With the solar amplifier? I see you, bro. Okay. So he's obviously doing a quote-unquote Prince of Hell. Ooh, I shouldn't be in this content. Not with the garbage fucking gear I got. And the scaling menu is so much. Jesus. Look at me, man. I can barely do damage here. Fuck. Yep, these guys are gonna be carrying my butt ass. I should have won the raid. My dude rocking the solar amplifier, you know? I love to see it. I love to see people using iconic powers.
The intruders must not be allowed to access critical battle plan.
You just love what's a fucking stick. Okay, I hear a glowy. Where the fuck is it though? Let me do my job real quick. Don't know why, but Sinestro's voice lines aren't working. Kinda weird. Where's the shiny? Oh, there it is, right in front of me.
My red lanterns. Ages ago, we of the
Defeat Kilowog.
those who survived the massacre of Sector 666, saw a vision of the future war. A black knight who will go for life.
Whoa, motherfucker!
This prophecy, Mogo, the sentient planet, was the final Green Lantern to fall. Is it here, in Earth's sky? when the Guardians will finally answer for their failures.
Bro, why is he targeting me so often? Jesus. Get away from me, you son of a bitch. I always like the idea of Mogo being a sentient planet. It's like, oh, the base of the Green Lanterns is actually a sentient planet. I can also use Green Lantern power. Fucking amazing. Yes.
You still barely beat me. I look forward to a rematch, but that'll have to wait.
Damn it.
Get me out of here, Mogo. Learn your place. The mission was complete, and I had Kilowog cornered like a pig rat.
Can't use this shit. Okay, well, I guess I'm just going to give myself base item. Jeez. Crash. Sorry guys, I was going through my loot. All right. There we go, boys. There it is.
Ranks is a horrible place. And Mogo's no better. The Hall of Doom, the Watchtower. They all think they have the authority to impose their injustices upon others.
Do the right thing and tell us what Sinestro is
They have
planning.
no authority over the Red Lanterns.
Looks like we have
If given the
uninvited
chance,
guests.
I will destroy every last one of them. I look forward to a new one without you in.
Come on, Ring. Greetings, Martian Manhunter. I see you brought more detainees. But first, help me stop these intruders. Go ahead. Free them all if you can. It won't matter. Ring protects me! You're joking, right? Enough of that's the confinement of justice served. Here you go. Back to the fight. I'll turn the tables.
Jesus, dude.
You'll never allow Sinestro to
They were just
terrorize us.
not letting us beat them. A long goddamn alert. Hair glowy. No, hold on.
During a blood ritual, I saw the earth engulfed in war.
Woo!
I sensed the presence of the Butcher and the other entities, but their locations were unclear. My Red Lantern Corps will find the Butcher, and we will tear down any that stand in our way.
Star Labs Project EM9B Log 8. Today we had a promising breakthrough. While testing the Azure mist, the container cracked, but the mist didn't disperse. And I know this sounds crazy. It reached out to me, then Larson and Johnson, and retreated back into its container. It was rather amazing.
You will desist. It was a lucky shot.
No.
I don't know what happened. My ring.
Star Labs Project EM9Y Log 22. Larson accidentally sprayed himself with the amber mist. We found him later, lurking in the dark, snickering, like he was possessed. It was very disturbing. I don't even want to go back in there. Star Labs Project EM9V Log 47. Kohler and I have been analyzing the amethyst mist, but we're not making much progress, so we've put the research on hold. Since we've had some downtime, she asked me out for coffee, and I said yes.
All right.
Why does nobody use the front door? And why do they keep breaking all the furniture?
There you are! Prepare yourself! We will raise this stronghold to the ground!
We will strike them at their weakest.
You guys got this. Just gotta go around the corner real quick. There we go.
Be careful when engaging Alan Scott of Earth. His connection to the Star Heart makes him a beacon, drawing in the emerald mist. But even that connection will not be enough to resist defeat at the hands of the Red Lanterns. No one will stand between us and the Butcher!
Jesus. Bitch! Green Lantern Archulum.
To me, the mist. It's in my mind.
The Emerald Mist has taken him. I'm not sticking around for this. Subdue him if you can. I will seek help.
Nice.
I wouldn't exactly call me.
Lissa Drac will take care of Archilo.
Going
He
red
must be
sucks.
re-educated.
It's bad enough I got a temper sometimes, but when one of those red lantern rings gets on your finger,
You've invaded the wrong HQ, villains, and I've got enough experience to know taking you down is going to be easy. I'm not finished yet.
Come to me. I can purge their emerald filth.
Ah, shit. Ugh. Where's Alan Scott? That's why I'm fucked up. There we go. Ugh.
Archillo's re-education is complete, and this place is no longer of any use to us, nor is it of any use to them.
Yo. Okay. It was a nice little alert.
I'm assembling a squad of Earth's elite to handle missions for the Corps. Your talent for fear and destruction.
There you are. I need you to gather up the remnants of our defeated men.
The Sinestro Corps thrives when we can anticipate the actions of our enemies.
Oh yeah, this okay. So this sends you to the.
The Mists have chosen.
I was
certain
wondering
heroes
about
to
that.
fight in the war.
So this straight up sends you to the
Communication officers throughout Metropolis.
Lantern War of Metropolis. Okay, that makes sense.
By Sinestro's might.
So I should be able to wear this stuff, right? Okay, so I have to get to a certain tier before I can use any of this stuff. Nice!
Feeling lucky, punk? You'll need it. I've uncovered the Penguin smuggling operation in Gotham's old subway tunnels.
Some bullshit. But, okay.
Feeling lucky, punk? You'll need it. I've uncovered the Penguin smuggling operation in Gotham's old subway tunnels. There's loot for the taking. If you're willing to bet that Two-Face wins this coin toss.
Yep, exactly where I needed to go. Main observation deck. I might just have to get rid of that stuff, man. Yeah. Should probably just sell all of it.
The one constant throughout the centuries. Loyalty pays rewards.
Auction.
Intergang was just the start.
I really, really need item level. I guess I could try to get. Why not? All right, got some stuff to boost up my my shit. So that's good. I'm gonna get rid of this stuff. It's just taking my inventory space at this point. Don't want to have to do that, but there we go. I had to clean that up. I was taking up too much space, and that was causing me problems. Okay, so now I have to get that up. The breakthrough. Jeez, that's a lot from fucking level 3. Jeez, man.
Bollocks. Do I look like your mum? What are you going on about?
Bruh, I need a lot to do that. Wow. I'm gonna put some work in for all that shit, man.
I've got what you, and more importantly they, need.
I need Batman. For this passive. World's greatest. That shit is awesome. What the fuck? Gotta get Batman out of that way. How they just have is cool. I hate how it's basically you just get whatever. Like, I like being able to pick. I mean, the quick tab thing is cool, but 402. It's gonna be a while before I do any of that shit. Well, I guess I can do some duos. I haven't been doing these. Already run this today. Okay, let's queue up some fucking duos.
See those big digitization cables? I've marked targets at their weakest points. Ooh, a nature user? What? Go help my boy out. He's a ZPS. I'm a healer, of course. I'm not gonna do a lot of damage. Back off.
My dude over here with the nature DPS. I dig, man.
Initiating detonation. Initiating detonation. Initiating detonation.
My dude is on it too, bro. I like this.
Initiating detonation. Initiating detonation.
Got you, my boy.
Initiating detonation. Initiating detonation.
Brainiac Guardian Mark IV. Maybe I should back off a little bit. Shit. Jesus. All right. That was fun. Damn, I wish I was playing on this with one of the homies. Speaking of that, what did this nigga send me? Let's see. Since we're on our... Damn. I hear that shit, Cam. It didn't move my ass in, bro.
Now we got some great guests coming. I think I hear them too much. Sure. Let's play the video of Papa Poopy's banana.
I crave protein. You will do nicely.
Motherfucker. I was not trying to pick that shit up.
I crave protein. You will do nicely. I am sorrow. I have come to conquer.
The character is being buffed in this instance. Yeah, yeah. Okay.
No, please.
Bruh. Get away, Jesus.
Initiating detonation.
Someone else is using an iconic. I dig it. Brainiac Guardian. Oh. Well, keeping us alive. Jesus, dude. Fuck, man. Fuck that shit, dude. Christ. Bro, are you serious? Nothing. Just styles and shit. Alright. Fuck it. Bullshit. My word, ain't gonna give me no like drops, nigga.
Worse at the pandemic. That was 4 years ago, Shannon. 365 days a year, give or take it, for leap years. That's bullshit. This man been riding this wave so long, his surfboard is ready to retire.
Time for the perfect team up.
Special dispensation just for you. Sir, let me say it one more time. Sir. So I let Jesus take the wheel. Hello. The universe to lead me to talk about a grown-ass man with play wigs on a regular basis. Showing there's toupees for geeks. Call it what it is, Cloudy. You out here wearing toupees for geeks with your whole chest out. Say no more. Please, say no more. How am I wrong for telling the truth? The way it looked to me, everybody kept it straight. You hate to see it. Whoever this man is, content creator or professional widow, whichever nomenclature you prefer. Don't play with me, Cloudy. I have children of my own I can play with. I'm grown-ass man, look at 35, going on 62. Take the drink out of the We seen your hairline. The recession started on your edge.
God damn. Oh, shit. Seashells, This shit's funny as fuck. Ah. Oh, shit. Oh man, this nigga cat, bro. Oh shit. It's all about man, bro. Hey. Oh, then you know that. Now that I think about it, that's probably why I get power so quickly. I went for superpowers, which is smart shit.
all over the Clover Kingdoms.
You know what? I'm gonna charge my phone for a little bit. Oh shit! I need a better chair. Oh Christ. Jeez, boy. What is that? I'm just trying to hop on the voice chat. Pushing for 2. That nigga is not there, bro. That shit is wild. Fuck it.
Arch paladins and clones of himself all over the Clover Kingdom's capital city. And when it really comes down to it, it's the Black Bulls, Marileona, and all against Lucius. And while technically the Black Bulls might have numbers on their side, Lucius can always grow his army, as Lucius with his soul magic is able to purify the souls of devils and implant them into humans, making them paladins. And with a combination of his body, bone, blood, and soul magic, he's able to make copies of himself that act as extensions of his body like shadow clones, but just more of him. Say that they don't disappear when punched, and as long as one of them exists, he's still alive. This is because with his soul magic, he's able to completely copy his soul and place it in a new body. So there is no one true Lucius. They're all Lucius. However, fortunately, because of Yuno's medicine on his own that covers the entirety of the Clover Kingdom, Lucius can't use time magic. Every single magical knight in the Clover Kingdom capital city is stronger, while Lucius and all of his paladins and arch-paladins are weaker. And thus this chapter opens with Asta and Yuno both crushing 2 copies of Lucius, as Asta in his Devil Union Z10 form screams out, he's 2-on-2. However, just as fast as he raps about them being on equal footing, Lucius makes 2 more copies of himself, making the fight 4-on-2. And this is kind of the problem with fighting Lucius, as he's not the Exel he has an almost infinite magical power. So long as he has magical power, he's able to use the combinations of all of the Zagratis family members' magic to make more copies of himself. So the prospect of being able to defeat him seems next to none. Lucius splits himself into 4 clones in this battle against Asta and Yuno. He thought that even though Asta has returned, the numbers are still on his side. That's just within the confines of the capital city, he has dozens of angels. Now these angels are kind of Lucius's white Zetsu, if you will. That's to say that they're very powerful fodder characters that have no individual design. These angels are the giant white entities surrounding the capital city and destroying all of the low-level magical knights. Outside of these dozens of fodder enemies, he also still has 3 large angels, or paladins, which if I remember correctly would be Asier, Noel's mother who was brought back to life and then proceeded to disrespect the entirety of the Silver Eagles, Paladin Morris, who's in a death match against the Crimson Lions in Marileona, and Morgan Fast, who's battling against the Yami. And outside of all these entities that Lucius has turned, he also still has 11 enemies of himself, including 2 that he just made, meaning that within the confines of the capital city, there are still 14 important enemies, with the angels just kind of getting in the way to get cut down. Lucius, for some reason, is running down how many allies he has to his 2 most important enemies. Black Bulls now all it's up here on the scene, and you can believe it, between all of the Black Bulls, Yuno and Asta, there's 14 of them. If you don't count Yuno and you count Yami, there's 14 Black Bulls. So in actuality, while Lucius believes he has the leg up in terms of numbers, it's an even match. With the only difference being the angels, who are once again kind of fodder. But Yami has replaced. It's while Yami is off fighting against Morgan Post, attention has been taken by the person who came with Asta from the land of Sun, Ichika, Yami's little sister. And thus, right after the Black Bulls burst onto the stage, we're served to a flashback where Asta introduces Ichika to all of the other Black Bulls, which blows all of the Black Bulls out of the water because they didn't know that Yami had a little sister. Thus, every single one of the Black Bulls members does their classic joke. Charm Yami for her food, Couch says Marie's cuter, so on and so forth. Ichika then does a little plot exposition when she explains to the Black Bulls that they're all now sharing in Asta's anti-magic. That is to say that she explains to the Black Bulls that Asta's intertwining his anti-magic with their magic to make a pseudo-anti-magic. Asta then makes a joke, and we're back to the fight. Or I guess I should say, we're back to the fight. There's only one fight gets any significant plot development in this chapter, and that fight is the fight of Luck and Magna versus one of Lucius's clones. But before we get to this battle between Luck and Magna and one of Lucius's clones, Luck has to get to one of Lucius's clones. And so Luck decides to use ultimate black lightning magic, Lightning Fiend, which is the anti-magic rune magic boosted version of his Lightning Fiend mode. As we see prior to Luck launching himself like a rocket, that there is a circle of runes around his feet. And thus Luck, like so many other of the Black Bulls, has mastered rune-based magic. That is to say that he's mastered the magic of Heart, which which is why he can refer to his magic as ultimate. And on the way to Lucius's clone, Luck takes out like 6 or 7 angels, making a pretty substantial Lucius's forces. Now, it's important to note here that this is where people started to raise their eyebrows and think about Naruto. See, because outside of the fact of Asta sharing his magic and or chakra with the entirety of the to give them a new form that makes them stronger and allows them to tap into his magical resource, which is either anti-magic or Kurama, depending on who you're talking about, but also in its lightning fiend form, kind of truth seeker orbs. See, because the concept of a main character sharing their energy with people around them isn't necessarily only a Naruto thing. While yes, Naruto sharing a version 1 Kurama cloak with the entirety of the Shinobi Alliance is probably the most well-known instance of a main character sharing energy with people around them, it's by far and away only a Naruto thing. Sharing energy is also a massive part of the Dragon Ball universe, and it's not like we had anybody comparing Naruto to Dragon Ball, and thus probably if Asta sharing his anti-magic with all the Black Balls was the only similarity that you could draw between this chapter and Naruto, people probably would have let this rest. But only a couple of pages after Asta does essentially do exactly what Naruto does in the War Arc, Luck is seen with a ring of black orbs behind him. Technically, these black orbs are made of lightning, and not all 5 elemental releases in yin and yang, but still a combination ability of black orbs in a ring around the back. Luck can control and operate them. Coming into contact with them, since they're made of anti-magic, is incredibly deadly to anybody who uses magic. However, spell that can turn into the sword of Nunabuko, and really when it comes down to it, characters who have lightning-based abilities having a ring of circles behind them is nothing new. And it's both in L from One Piece and Sohakuten, the final form of Hantengu, Upper Moon 4, and Demon Slayer, are depicted with a circle of circles behind their back. And L's entire kit is dependent on electricity, and a large amount of Zohakuten's kit is dependent on electricity. I mean, you guys want to know why this imagery pops up so much in lightning-based characters? Well, it's because Raijin, the literal god of lightning in Shinto lore, is almost always depicted with a circle of drums behind them. Whenever Raijin would strike these drums, thunder and lightning would ensue. Or while technically what's behind Luck isn't drums, rather just lightning bolts, it's supposed to draw the imagery of Raijin to mind, as Luck in this form is supposed to be comparable to that of the god of thunder and lightning. So what do I believe? That these lightning anti-magic orbs are a truth seeker orb reference, or that it's a tie to Raijin, the Shinto lightning? Because I'm going to go with Raijin, because why wouldn't it be Raijin? No. Drums probably wouldn't have no idea choice, what you unleash upon this world. People are constantly being like, oh yeah, Black Clover's a rip of Naruto. Maybe we just avoid imagery used in Naruto. It also doesn't help that Luck only has access to these orbs while in his anti-magic form, which is eerily similar to Naruto's Sage of Six Paths form in the War Arc. However, it's Raijin. Back to the fight. The most important thing we take from any of this is that as Luck is cutting through all of these angels, he realizes that some of it was anti-magic. And while Luck believes that he could use all of his anti-magic to protect as many angels as possible, he believes that taking out one of Lucius's copies is a better choice. And so Luck decides to push the copy of Lucius that he sees. And as Luck begins to push this copy of Lucius, behind this copy of Lucius appears. This copy of Lucius is focusing on Luck, throws an anti-magic fireball at the back of this Lucius's head. And even though Lucius manages to use this fireball and jump and fly away, the fireball tracks after Lucius and eventually makes contact with him, because the anti-magic is constantly chasing after the largest magic signature. And thus, since Lucius was the largest magic signature on the battlefield, the anti-magic fireball was always going to chase after it. This fireball was unique, because instead of trying to burn Lucius with just an anti-magic fireball, what he did is eerily similar to the last thing that he did when he came across a foe much more powerful than him, and that was level the playing field. That is to say that Magna entered himself into a death against the Lucius. But this is different. See, because while Magna's last death was a one-on-one battle against Dante, this is a tag team deathmatch between Magna and Luck. It's the copy of Lucius and an angel. And thus the first thing that Magna and Luck do is to destroy the angel that is Lucius's partner, meaning the Soul Chain Deathmatch, which splits everybody's magic equally 3 ways, was now Luck and Magna versus Lucius. And as Luck and Magna both had an equal amount of power to Lucius, it's kind of like a 66% to 33% split. And thus the real tussle begins as both Luck and Magna begin to push Lucius, and they begin to land either lightning or fire strikes on Lucius, which slowly but surely begin to take effect as the anti-magic lightning or flame is slowing down Lucius's regeneration, meaning any and all hits that are landed are simply just leaving damage. opposed to when regular magic is used against Lucius, he's able to regenerate it immediately, making him almost immortal against standard magic. However, as Luck and Magna are chipping away at Lucius, it's made clear that as they chip away at Lucius, they're also chipping away at the amount of anti-magic they have. So it's important to take a little break here and talk about the differences between what Naruto did and what Asta did. See, because on the surface, Asta and Naruto sharing energy with all of their allies might seem very similar. The ways that Asta and Naruto underwent this somewhat similar technique are pretty vastly different. See, Naruto shares his energy with the entirety of the living remainder of the Shinobi Alliance by sharing Kurama's energy with them. By sharing Kurama's energy with them, he's not intertwining any magical component to their chakra. Naruto, by sharing Kurama's energy with them, is simply buffing their speed, chakra pool, and regeneration. Kind of all the things that Kurama does for him. And pretty much the best person in all of Naruto to represent the changes of the cloak is Kakashi. Kakashi, after receiving Naruto's cloak, is able to use Kamui almost limitlessly. It fully says that with the version 1 cloak, that Kamui is now roughly 3 times stronger. But just because Kakashi's innate abilities are made stronger by the fact that he now has a slight regeneration ability, extra chakra, speed, and strength, doesn't mean that any of his abilities have fundamentally changed. They're just bigger and badder and more plentiful. Asta, however, is entwining his magic with the magic of the Black Bulls, and is thus infusing a different component into the magic of his allies. Thus, Asta isn't actually making any of his allies stronger, per se. While their moves now may be more effectively making them stronger, but not faster or stronger, or have more magical energy. In essence, they're simply able to cope their current magic with anti-magic to make it more effective against people who have regular magic resistance. So to put it in RPG terms, think about Naruto's boost as a boost to strength and speed, or I guess dexterity, while Asta's boost is more of a boost to wisdom and intelligence. Not to mention that the amount of anti-magic applied to his allies is finite, and like exceedingly so. And while technically the version 1 cloaks applied to the Shinobi Alliance are finite, finiteness is entirely dependent on Naruto. See, so long as Naruto/Kurama have enough chakra to supply these version 1 cloaks to the Shinobi Alliance, they will continue to do so. However, Asta gave each and every single one of the Black Bulls a certain amount of anti-magic, and thus Asta's anti-magic power-up to all of the Black Bulls is kind of like a one-time buff. While Naruto's version 1 cloak to all of the Shinobi Alliance is a continuous buff, so long as Naruto has enough energy and stays alive. Anyways, all that is to say is that as Luck and Magna are beating down on Lucius, they are also running out of energy, and once they run out of anti-magic, they'll no longer be able to injure Lucius, and Lucius knows this. And thus, Lucius's plan is simply to endure their beating long enough that they eventually run out of anti-magic. However, Luck and Magna understand that if they keep using small attacks against Lucius, they won't do enough damage before their anti-magic runs out to kill him. And that's when they both identify that they're at half capacity for anti-magic. They decide that if they're both at half, that means if they work together, they're at 100% capacity. And thus, they both decide to use the last half of their anti-magic to combine into one full-power anti-magic attack, because going slow and steady is not Luck and Magna's style. So they combined all of their anti-magic to make the Black Flame, Black Lightning explosive cannon, which absolutely incinerates the Lucius clone. Now, people are saying this attack is eerily similar to Naruto and Sasuke's Kagetsuchi Ratha and Shuriken against Obito. And, you know, I actually have no excuse for that one, because it's a big old Black Flame combo orb attack on one of the main big bad guys. And while technically there's no Togurama teleporting Obito to the right place to get hit by this Rasen Shuriken, at the end of the day, it is a giant Black Flame combo-based orb attack against one of the main big bad guys. Now, just that on its own wouldn't be enough to look at this chapter and go, oh, Tabata spent those 3 months off rereading Naruto so he could really spruce up the ending of the story. But when you look at that side by side by side with all of the other basically Naruto references that happen throughout this chapter, it's not great. So let's recap the argument here. Asta, like Naruto, shares his energy with all of his allies. Well, I think fundamentally the way that this energy is shared is different, down to how it works, how many people it's used on, and how it affects the abilities of those who it boosts. At the end of the day, Asta does do something fairly similar to Naruto. The second thing is that Luck kind of has Truth Seeker orbs. Now, while these lightning balls do kind of operate like Truth Seeker orbs, in that they're controllable and anything they touch is immediately disintegrated because of the anti-magic, and they're not expandable, and the circle of orbs behind the lightning character is nothing new. In fact, it's been around for thousands of years because it's supposed to symbolize Raijin. And the third and final similarity is that there is a combo Black Flame attack against one of the big bad guys, which I genuinely have no excuse for, especially when you consider the fact that Black Clover, for its entire run, has been compared to Naruto. And while I do think calling Black Clover a ripoff of Naruto is asinine at best, it is pretty undeniable that there is some similarities between Naruto and Black Clover. But if you read Black Clover for more than, 10 chapters, you'll pretty quickly realize that it is genres, heavily relying on tropes, and as a whole, it's just original. It's fair to say that Black Clover is a ripoff of Naruto. You can keep going down the list and saying that Naruto is a ripoff of Hunter x Hunter, and Hunter x Hunter is a ripoff of Sugar Boy, and so on and so forth. But if I was running the story that is historically said to be a ripoff of another story, boy, oh boy, in my first quarterly release would I have tried to avoid any and all symbology from said show. But whatever, whether it's based on Naruto or not, genuinely doesn't matter. Black Clover is an incredible story, and it's final arc. Whether it's based on Naruto or not, Black Clover has always done a better job of fleshing out side characters than Naruto. So if you're gonna give me Naruto Shippuden squared, but with particularly better side characters, I'll take it. Anyways, way more importantly than the fact that Black Clover may or may not be ripping Naruto is the fact that Black Clover is now quarterly. Definitely would like to talk about this before we close out this video. Because now the president has said that every 3-ish months we're gonna get 20 to 30 pages of the story. I genuinely not see the story ending before I turn 30. See, obviously, Luck and Magna just finished their fight, right? But Luck and Magna's got an isolated fight into the entire chapter that it's safe to assume that almost everybody is going to get an isolated fight that takes up almost an entire chapter. Now, obviously, out of all of the Black Holes, Luck and Magna are everybody's favorites, outside of obviously like Yami, Asta, and Noah. It's not pretty to assume that Black Holes like Charmy or Kosher Sakurai are also going to get individual battles. I don't know about individual. Well, because obviously Mac and Luck had their together. We'll probably see characters like Vanessa battle side by side. Characters like Great. We'll probably see fight side by side with Finn rolling. Obviously, those are all really great things. I don't know if those will be the things. Probably see every single one of the Black Bolt.
Bro, we needed a troll. We got another DPS.
Brainiac's using the Sunstones to override the He's in full control of the fortress defenses. We have to keep moving if we're
we
going to
needed
shut
a
him
troll.
He's already taken one of Krypton's weapons, Superman. We're going to need another to even the odds.
Bizarro. Bizarro hates Brainiac.
This is gonna be fun. I mean, I guess if we are... Oh, man. Yeah, this is gonna be fun, my boy.
Controls Bizarro! Bizarro must stay!
Damn it. Alright.
It's Brainiac. He's using Sunstone crystals to harvest the very heart of the fortress. We have to break his connection before it's too late.
Then we have no choice, Superman. We must open the Phantom Zone.
Oh!
Afraid they'll steal your thunder, Superman? We'll just have to take that chance.
Stop now, Lex. The Phantom Zone is a prison for Kryptonian criminals. Release them, and they'll be Earth's next threat.
You're too late. The process has begun.
Free! And this time, I see you've brought a bodyguard, ChiLL.
I'm sending you back to the Phantom Zone, Zod.
We can settle this rivalry some other time. There are more pressing issues at hand.
Brainiac assimilation of the fortress nears completion. Accessing Kryptonian files. File accessed. Jox Ood. How dare you stand his light?
You will tremble.
Resistance is futile. The power of the Sunstone crystals assures our might. Attack if you dare, mongrels.
Oh my god, somebody switched the controller. Thank you. Oh man. Bro, they are killing me with this lack of healing stuff, dude. Like, fuck. There we go. Did my man turn into steel?
Stalker group. Join the attack. This should be entertaining.
See that sunstone? Carries the charge for this room. Place it in the resonator and it'll short out any sunstone defenses and open the door.
Oh yeah,
Let's
this
go.
is fun. This part's fun. Oh. Smart. Did my dude make Omni-Man? My dude made Omni Man. Haha! That's dope. Okay, we got through that pretty quickly.
Father, what are you doing in that sunstone construct? Has Brainiac...
Stop, invaders. This outpost is the last bastion of Krypton. ChiLL, you are a traitor to your people and your culture. Choose the people of Earth over your own, you will die with them.
Okay. Guess it's party time.
Impossible!
controls me. I can open the way for you through the fortress's defenses. You must split your forces if you hope to succeed. You must not leave Zod free. He cannot be trusted.
I know, Father. And thank you.
Be well, my son.
Okay.
We'll need to split up. The gates through the fortress's power core can only be opened from the other path. Zod, you stay where I can see you.
My group head through the left passage. Everyone else can follow the Kryptonian.
You think to defy Zod?
Shit.
Bow, Earthling.
Power Girl, attack.
Affirmative. I serve Brainiac now, as you soon shall.
Ah, that's the parts I hate the most.
Yes, Brainiac. Withdrawing for re-indoctrination.
Insolent fool.
That dude really made Omni Man. Not even hard to make. That's the crazy part.
Supergirl, attack.
You could even have an O on your chest if you want it.
Yes, Brainiac. I am your herald. Surrender now or suffer. Yes, Brainiac. Regrouping.
I believe in peace.
Maybe this will knock some sense in. This should be entertaining.
Ugh. What the fuck? Ah, who rushed in there, bro?
I am invincible.
invasion.
Okay. Slowly but surely, I'm getting better gear.
You will tremble.
These niggas, man. Come on, bro. Fuck, I guess they got it. Shit.
Once I have assimilated the Sunstone cores, your deaths will be assured. No, my Sunstone integration is not yet
This shit is
complete.
crazy, bro. I'm in a raid.
One by one.
And 1, 2, 3, bruh.
Understand the might of Brainiac. You do not fight a mere construct, but the entire fortress. One by one. To Brainiac. None can withstand the might of Brainiac.
Too fast, man. Niggas keep, bro. It's a raid. Wait for the team to show. Yes, man. Nigga, why are you voting no? Goofy ass nigga. Bro, if I don't finish this raid because niggas is just rushing, I'm gonna be so pissed, bro. And whoever's in there, bro, just die, bro. Like, just die so the rest of us get in. Like, dude is really trying to solo the fucking raid boss. The fuck? We're still fighting to the very last. Jeez.
Have some kind of fight against the copy of Lucius or one of the three paladins. The problem is, all of the three paladins are currently fighting somebody. Nazier is in a battle against Noel, Morgan is in a battle against Yami, and Leona is in a battle against Morris, which means assuming that these three paladins are going to lose to the three people they're fighting, which is probably going to happen. It's Black Clover. That's at least 3 chapters. Now, mind you, there are still 10 Lucius clones and 9 members of the Black Bulls, 10 if you're counting Ichika, and that haven't gotten an individual battle yet. So if we have 3 chapters for the paladins and maybe 3 or 4 chapters for the rest of the Black Bulls to wipe out the remaining Lucius clones, that puts us somewhere in the region of 7 chapters. And that's not even counting for Asta and Yuno versus Lucius, which will not be done in 1 chapter. At least it shouldn't be done in 1 chapter. I genuinely believe that 2 chapters would be the bare minimum required for that battle to come to an end, which puts us at 9 chapters. I'm anticipating
My dude,
at least 2 chapters to
solo the boss. You know what? That's top tier tank. Yeah. My dude soloed the fucking boss.
To a true Kryptonian, not the son of a traitor.
That is crazy.
With the power of these crystals,
I can't
will
even.
be unstoppable.
I can't even right now.
Resistance
Holy
cannot prevent
shit.
me from turning your pathetic Earth into a new Krypton.
So this is the thanks I get for freeing you? You won't get rid of Lex Luthor so easily.
Zod, we've defeated you before, and we will again.
Ha! The balls once again. Oh shit.
I'm sending you back to the Phantom Zone, Zod.
Gee fucking jeez, brother. Holy shit. My dude just came in here and said, fuck it, bro. Got this. Solo's the fucking raid. Well,
We have to see the Clover
Solo's the
Kingdom
boss.
revealed. We have to see Arthur and Noel Mary, and so on and so forth. It's an almost 400 chapter manga. It's going to take a while to close, which puts us at least 11 chapters. And at 4 chapters a year, that's 2 years and 9 months from now. Also known as August 2026. So buckle up. So we got a while until this story is over. But make sure you exercise patience, because remember, the reason that this story is slowed down is because a very talented artist is struggling. And you know, this technically gives us more time with Black Clover. Every 3 months, you and I get to have an appointment. But tell me, guys, did you enjoy this appointment? Did you enjoy this chapter? What were your favorite moments? And do you believe that Black Clover ripped off Naruto a little bit in this chapter? Tell me in the comments below. And when it goes down there, please, for me, like this video, subscribe to the page, and hit that bell. Waiting 3 months just to see Gray and Charmy beat down a Lucius clone may drive me insane, but I'm strong.
Yep. Woo, that was crazy. All right, let's get into some raids. That's what we're here for. These niggas are still not in the game yet. I don't think they're gonna play today. Nah. Oh man, that's some good shit right there. Oh, 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 hold on. Gates of Tartarus. Wasn't I just in that earlier? What my source marks looking like? 31. I need to get in the hundreds. Could you send me to the House of Legends, please? Why does the channel never come up?
And then all the months prior to Punk returning to AEW, like, and all the lead up to the firing, I think that's why people feel that it's bigger than the WWE sold, which it was just that week after WrestleMania and a couple of weeks after, and then when it got finalized in September, it was like 3 weeks it really dominated that.
My magic lasso should awaken the Colossal General and his army
Let's
of
move
Colossi.
on to make it an easier award, and I'm not going to even give you nominees, you can just tell me who you think deserves this one. We have commentator of the year, Jeremy.
Ha! My dude's over there rocking.
Snoop Dogg doing commentary before his match.
He's giving 2 awards to Snoop Dogg. This man don't need awards. He don't need no smoke.
He's gonna win everything.
Commentator of the. Do you mean play by play? You know, overall. Commentator of the.
Commentator. It's one of my Brits. So it's between Nigel McGuinness and Wade Barrett because they're both really entertaining. I'm gonna go with Nigel McGuinness because he's the top hater. See, you know what? Yeah, Nigel McGuinness has been a great addition to Collision, so I'm gonna give it to him.
Oh, Fred Durst? Oh, hold on. I gotta find that guy. No one calling the character Fred Durst. I have to see this. It needs to be a white guy with tats. There he is. Hold on. Hold on. What's he wearing? He doesn't have blonde hair, but he has tats. That's not Fred. You need a red baseball cap, a white tee, possibly a hoodie, some jeans. That's a piss poor Fred Durst. I'm insulted.
So you don't give up. You just did mostly NXT and left before anything when you got major guys. So Nigel McGuinness.
Josh, who you got?
Yeah, I think or even Michael Cole. I think Michael Cole has really gotten into like his nice little run where he could do basically be himself. So I think that's also a good thing.
So the winner of the 2023 True Halo Geek Commentator of the Year, it is Nigel McGuinness. Yeah. A Brit, of course, a Brit winning Commentator of the Year. Nigel McGuinness came on over to AEW in April, but has really kind of become like a revolution. Even though he was a great commentator in WWE, you kind of hear him all the chains being off in AEW, and his whole commentating for Bryan Danielson is like the closest thing to like Bobby the Brain Heenan in like the 80s and early 90s, or Jesse the Body Ventura commentating for Hulk Hogan. There's a commentator that hates that one babyface. It's so good.
Can I add one thing though? It's night and day with Nigel McGuinness dissing Bryan Danielson and Michael Cole dissing Daniel Bryan for the GOAT. There's two different, you know what I'm saying? Hogan was the one entertaining, the other one is at throwaway heat. You know what I'm saying? So there's and be entertaining. The way Nigel McGuinness does it, it entertains you. It never goes grating the way Michael Cole did. I used to remember that. It still kind of haunts a certain portion of my brain if I think about how, bad Michael Cole was. during that time period. I survived for a while.
The battle is joined. You must
We all
protect the
did.
Colossi
We
from
all
the
did.
initial assault.
Next up, we have heel turn of the year. So this is another one. I'll just go around. Who do you think had the best heel turn of the year? Let's start with Seth.
Oh, it's heel turn of the year. That is hard. It's a lot. To remember that. It's a lot. There's a lot of turning that happened. But I'm gonna go with one that's realistic and I enjoyed it and it's still ongoing. Drew McIntyre. I'm going with Drew McIntyre. It was a reasonable turn. It reminds me of Bret Hart, late '96, early '97, where he's getting screwed out and justified heel, until he went a bit too far. But even then, I still agree. Push fits down. He's holding you down. Yes, I'm Drew McIntyre. It's not. It wasn't like it's not black and white. It's still shades of grey in terms of reasoning with it. The heel is. But I'm gonna go with that. Possibly, but that's this year. You know what I'm saying? Technically, that happened this year.
No, technically, yeah, World. It's been on December 30th. Yeah.
What are the mentions?
Josh, what you got?
I'll go.
Yeah.
Snoop Dogg, when he was dancing, he was doing like a little heel turn, like that. Hold on. See,
Fucking Seawalk.
when he was like dancing and stuff during his intro. Snoop Dogg. His turn.
It's pretty amazing that he found a way to bring up Snoop Dogg. He did. Sounds good.
Circe and I will fly ahead and engage their main force. You must guide the colossal archers to the battle.
Heel turning.
Yeah, I would be honored to fight beside you.
Hold on. Jeremy Lambert not being annoying as fuck? Oh, man. Wow. I know I recognize their damn voice. Hold on. Someone rocking the Raiden hat. Haven't seen that in a long time. Oh man, he's got a nice little look going on there, bro. He's got the robe and shit. I'm motherfucker really looking like a Mortal Kombat character over here, bro. I respect the shit. I'm so pissed getting them capsules. Like, dude, can I not get those? Jesus, they're such a common drop. It's like, bro, I'm not on legendary, so it's not like I'm getting extra resources for opening up things like of that nature. And, stabilize fragments, not like this shit.
You must go forth without me. My sisters need me elsewhere.
Our 2023 True heel turn of the year is
Snoop Dogg.
Drew McIntyre. And the slow burn heel turn that's been going on Monday Night Raw pretty much complete now after his matchup with Seth Rollins this week, which we'll get into, but Drew well deserving of
Hold
the
the
big,
line here.
I think I voted
Circe and I will engage the flying swarm.
Next up,
Destroy
well, you
any
gotta
ground
do the
forces
inverse.
that try to advance.
Face turn of
Do
the
not
year.
let any through.
Jeremy, I'll set you up. Go ahead. I'm not gonna give you time to think. Go ahead.
Snoop Dogg saving the match with The Miz and Shane McMahon. Because if he doesn't come in babyface, then the crowd is very uncomfortable. He turned that crowd babyface. Snoop Dogg turning the crowd babyface.
That was remarkable. Seth.
That was fucking amazing.
He never saw it happen, the gradual thing, but LA Knight, he turned babyface because he was initially heel at the Royal Rumble, guys. So let's not forget, he turned babyface, but there was no point when they actually happen. Either that or Sammy Guevara and they face twice in 1 year. If you didn't, it's not enough to put him in. But yes, I'm gonna go with LA Knight. Josh. I'm going with MJF. Oh, wait. For the True Heel Heat 2023 Face Turn of the Year. In fact, not a 3 minutes. So the Sami Zayn was number 2 and Jey Uso was number 3. Yeah. Bro, his marketability by turning babyface, the most corny babyface of the century. He's a Jewish babyface. I mean, it's not his first part, but he's gonna bore you to death about his ethnicity and if you come on, where do you go? Don't be against all rational-minded people and be a black person. Oh, no. See, that's what I'm trying to say. That's the kind of language that come out of his mouth. I don't want to mention about race or anything. I want to mention about the content of his character. His character stinks like cheese and it's cheesy and corny. That's what I think it is. Cheer for me. I've never seen yet the most insecure wrestler I've ever seen in my life. The insecurity was on display in baby face. When was it here we had a mask? It's literally when that mask up. I'm just saying, insecure young man. I can see it. And I wonder, let's be fair. Most wrestlers are. 23, True Heel Heat. That man. Let me pull my New York brother MJF about the finest fight of the year. High fire of the year. That. You know what? Vikingo, man. Viking was a man. And the man is overrated. See him jumping off the ropes, he's crashing the ring. He can't do basics, you know. A to B to C. He goes A and he stumbles. Have you seen him? He makes no record block. He's like a bunch of mania exclusive. Commanded over fucking rated. I'm telling you, like, shit. Trying to rest from Mexico. Man, this such goals. Alright, it sucks in the ring. Mexico's the best. Alright, stop winning it. I'm sorry, man. If I even jump off the ropes, it sucks. You can't express it. I'm back for me, you know. What's happening out there?
Fool! Brainiac's stolen power will be mine! I will be the master of the Flame of Change.
You will go no further, Circe. Quickly! We must break through the rest of Brainiac's defenses. There's still time to stop him from escaping Themyscira with the Flame of Change.
Yeah, this is an easy one. The True Heel Heat 2023 High Flyer of the Year is, of course, the AAA Mega Champion, Vikingo. El Hijo del Vikingo is amazing. Like, we don't need to say it rather than that. But, there we go. Finally, the last one to read here before we get into what we missed. And we've got a special job for all of you, the True who's watching us live here. Entrance of the Year. We have our finalists here for Entrance of the Year. Bad Bunny at Backlash. Kenny Omega at Wrestle Kingdom 17.
Ooh, that was a team.
Nielsen bringing back Final Countdown at Forbidden Door. Jeremy, you have to choose one of the options.
Snoop Dogg's entrance was so good they gave it to him twice. He got 2 entrances at WrestleMania. That's how good it was. The correct answer is Bad Bunny.
That Chambi? What? Something in Spanish I don't know. You know? It's la la. Oh, listen. You talk about aura. Something that can't teach Lexus King. Something that can't teach David Finley. Aura. That's what he had.
These shots at people uncool so much.
Aura bro likes fellatio. So I'm happy to say, love it. Sorry, funny, interesting. Woo! You know what I'm saying? That goosebump, that moment was incredible. I watched that over and over again. It's we can just let you loose this scene on through little heat here. Bro, you want to roll? Promo, well, with Chambers more entertaining, you don't deserve a rest of the spot. When speaking Punjabi, it's more entertaining, you know, with America,
No further, sorceress.
2023 ChiLL Heat entrance of the year
Woo!
is
Yes, sir. Getting some raids.
Move forward.
Final countdown and Forbidden Door. I'm not gonna lie here, folks. I agree with everybody else on the panel. It should have been that one.
Through my avatar.
SV3, you know
The ultimate adapter will merge with the flame of change. Nothing
Dude,
can
there's
stand
pictures
against
and
me.
video of me crying, being there live at all out, not even Forbidden Door, all out the second time. I got to be there live for the second time, and I cried. And I still voted for Bad Bunny at Backlash.
Yeah. What are we doing here, voters? What are we doing? Bad Bunny had like the best entrance maybe much less of this year. That was
It was a concert. That's concert coming out to the ring. Everyone's chanting music. It's in chapter and verse. They go verse, chorus, bridge, chorus, song ending. I'm sorry, that is another. That's what Rock says. Electrifying. That was electrifying entrance. It was. We got some people who says Final Color. We got Frantic Girl that says it, but yeah, I love Byron Davis. Nah. I did put one of the awards in the live chat because we have a current time for best pay-per-view of the year. So you can vote right now on best pay-per-view of the year, and we'll reveal who won the poll in the chat. Because through our votes on the award, the best pay-per-view of the year was a tie between AEW All in London and WWE WrestleMania 39. So whoever is watching us live, we got about 35 of you watching us live, about 30 or plus over on YouTube. You can vote in our YouTube poll for best pay-per-view of the year between WWE WrestleMania 39 and AEW All in London. If you had the choice between either one of those shows for best pay-per-view of the year, Jeremy, I know what your pick is.
Neither of those are correct, honestly, but I will say that, yes, one show had Snoop Dogg. The other show, the best pay-per-view, the best match on the show was Never Seen. So I don't know how we're voting for a pay-per-view where the best match, there's no footage of, or at least they won't release the footage of it.
Was to be the catalyst of
that
stage.
I had night one of WrestleMania had a bad ending for me. Yes, I was there live for AEW. Mind you, this is what we always specified with the awards and our lists. This is WrestleMania as a whole. As a whole. As a whole. I still haven't watched that match, you know. Roman and Cody are still taking off their jackets as they're doing intros. I've not gone back since then. The entrance, I'm sorry. I said I'll watch it after Cody wins. Cody doesn't win this year either. I'm never watching it ever. Never. Ever. Traumatizing. Vince came back and he just had to shit on that throat, man. Josh? All I think those are the two most memorable shows, in my opinion, from the Wrestle Dream. I enjoyed this one though. I love Wrestle Dream. I love Wrestle Dream. I loved Forbidden Door. Forbidden Door was great. Wrestle Dream was great. There was a lot of great shows this year. Yeah. Number two was a tie between Backlash and Forbidden Door, which I think those are both in the running for the best shows as well. Because that Backlash crowd was amazing, like we said about that Bad Bunny entrance. And don't waste too much time because I think this is a recency bias vote. Worst pay-per-view of the year, AEW World's End, which, I mean, it was the worst AEW.
I am Calabac.
What would you have given worst
Son of
pay-per-view of the year?
Darkseid and Prince of Apocalypse.
Every single show that didn't have Snoop Dogg.
Josh.
SummerSlam.
That WWE Fastlane. I went with SummerSlam.
The authorized
SummerSlam
number of
ended the
trading
streak
can be
for
exchanged
WWE.
for sections of
WWE was on a
state-of-the-art
hot
combat
streak, bro.
equipment.
Great show. Royal Rumble with the Sammy angle. Elimination Chamber with Sammy and Roman.
Ugh.
WrestleMania, regardless of how you felt about Roman and Cody, that was the same night we got Luther and Sheamus back. So that's a great one as well. A great weekend overall. You had Night of Champions with Sammy being there and that tag team match in the main event. And Seth and AJ. You had Backlash with that crowd and Bad Bunny. You had Money in the Bank with that London crowd and the Bloodline Civil War. And then you had SummerSlam. Like SummerSlam was a fucking dud that had two of the worst matches of the year in the MMA rules match of Ronda Rousey and Shayna Baszler, and the tribal combat. That was not the tribal combat that we were told it was gonna be.
Oh, yeah, SummerSlam. I don't
Each
know
piece
the
of
name, but
enhanced
SummerSlam.
battle
Yes.
is handled
Yeah,
with multiple combat roles
And
and
it's presentable.
customizable
Like
colors.
SummerSlam was irreversible damage.
The authorized number of
He
trading
won the
cards can be
title,
exchanged
no?
for sections of
That was it.
state-of-the-art
Yeah, that's
combat
it. That's the only good part.
Each
And there was
piece
some
of
matches,
enhanced
Cody
battle
and
is
Brock,
available
Seth
in
and
multiple
Finn,
combat
but
roles
yeah,
and customizable colors.
it was still like 4 hours.
Have a fine day,
Um,
combatant.
but yeah, SummerSlam deserved to win. Just saying. Anyway, but we gotta go to what we missed, and we've missed a lot in the first week of 2024. But the biggest show of the week was, of course, on January 4th, Wrestle Kingdom 18, and of course, the show featured Tetsuya Naito finally winning the big one, defeating Sonata in an excellent main event matchup to win the IWGP World Heavyweight Championship. Post-match, House of Torture's Evil and Dick Togo attacked Naito. Looked like he was going to ruin the roll call again until Sonata made the save, so Naito could finally do the LIJ roll call to end the show. We also had David Finlay beat Will Ospreay, Jon Moxley in a spectacular three-way matchup to become the inaugural IWGP Global Heavyweight Champion. Post-match, he got into it with none other than former WWE star Dolph Ziggler, aka the Wanted Man, Nick Nemeth, before the two got into a pull-apart brawl at ringside and then backstage. El Desperado defeated Hiromu Takahashi in a great match to win the IWGP Junior Heavyweight Championship. Our boys, the Gorillas of Destiny, ELP and Hikuleo beat Bishamon in a good bout to retain the NJPW Strong Openweight Tag Team Championships and win the IWGP Tag Team titles. You also had Tama Tonga defeated Shingo Takagi in a straight-up banger to win the Never Openweight Championship. Yuya Uemura picked up the biggest win of his career so far, beating Yota Tsuji in a very good matchup. He had Filipino Fiend TJP teaming up with Francisco Akira, Catch 2-2, beat Bullet Club War Dogs in a fast-paced opener to win the IWGP Junior Heavyweight Tag Team titles. President Ace became President Champ as Hiroshi Tanahashi defeated Zack Sabre Jr. in a brilliant sprint, only 8 minutes, probably the best 8-minute match I've ever seen, but not the best match of the night, because that, of course, goes to Kashika Okada defeating Bryan Danielson in an absolutely phenomenal professional wrestling masterpiece. Bryan Danielson has never been more happy
If it's not
than
based
being in
in
that
science,
ring
I
at
don't
Wrestle
trust it.
Kingdom. Any thoughts, anything you want to say about Wrestle Kingdom? What stood out the most to you guys, whether you watched the show or not, as far as like the
I think
noteworthy
Brainiac is doing
moments?
us all
Jeremy?
a favor.
No
Don't
emotions
excuse
just
me here.
now.
I'm nearly done.
But check back
LP
later.
Panther is the biggest loser of the year.
Oh, that's evil. It's always evil.
The Move
Jeremy,
Master
what you thought
Plastic
about
Man's
Wrestle
got
Kingdom 18?
exactly what you need.
Okada and Danielson's going to be tough for anybody to top this year. It was better than the Forbidden Door match, and I liked the Forbidden Door match probably more than a lot of people. And it still felt like they had something left, so I'm really looking forward to that rubber match if and when it happens. Naito, any doubt that like Naito is not the guy, just like listen to that crowd during that match. Listen to that crowd when Evil comes out and ruins the roll call the first time, and then listen to that crowd when they get to do the roll call. Naito still got that juice. Yeah, overall, it was a great show. It flew by. It was early in the morning, but it really went by very quickly. I don't think there was really any bad matches, I wouldn't say. I thought every match was
best Wrestle Kingdoms in recent history because I felt like the expectations were down.
Yeah, it didn't have as much buzz as last year's show did. I think a lot of buzz last year was kind of also Mercedes, her showing up. I don't feel like it had as much buzz as last year, but it was a stronger show on the whole than last year's show was. It was a great show. Like, if you haven't watched it, I would say watch the top 3 matches if you're gonna watch anything. And you could throw in Hiromu and Despy.
And Tama and Shingo. I thought
that match was really every match was so good. Yeah, every match was good, and the matches that like weren't good, they were like 15 minutes or less. So it's not even. It's a very easy watch, But yeah, Danielson Okada, that's gonna be tough for anybody to beat this year. And Danielson's face, like, he's trying to play a dickish heel, but he was so just taken in by the moment. Yeah, it's so happy that like. Even he had to just like smile and like get the crowd behind him and stuff. And he's like, "All right, I gotta break this man's arm. Hold on, everybody. Stop cheering me for a second while I break your hero's arm."
Your rewards.
I like recently last year, like the end of last year, I recently went back and watched Bryan's matchup against Roman and Edge, because that's a big one. You've heard all the interviews, Jeremy, where he talked about like he wasn't there, and then to see that match where he was fully there and like enjoyed in the moment, that just made my heart like grow, because that's my favorite wrestler of all time. So to see that just made me smile ear to ear. Sat, what about you? What do you think about your boy Will dropping the match to the Global Heavyweight Championship, man? Can't win the title on your way out?
The Hornets one. Listen, I'm usually, SB3 will tell you, I usually give wrestlers a chance. I never like to go with what the majority thinks of a wrestler. For example, Nia Jax, I wasn't there when people were, saying crap about her. I was like, there's a reason she's on the main roster. And what I'm on my own bandwagon and start jumping on. David Finlay, I'm sorry. Your dad's a legend. Tap more into that. Stop cosplaying as Jay White. You're Jay Black. See what I'm saying? No. Jay, not white enough. Jay of color white. Jay of color white. You know what I'm saying? He's a Poundland, because guess if you know what Poundland is. He's a bargain basement version of what Jay White is. Be yourself. I was into him, fit juice, all that kind of stuff. I was rooting for him. But as soon as he Jet Black beat, I'm like, I'm the natural picture. What the fuck do you have for? How old are you? You're in your early 30s, you're already dying your patient. He's got your dad, something to be interesting. He's confused. He's got a Thatcher lady. He wants to look like Jay White. He's got an identity crisis. Auralness, lacking charisma. But I understand you have to build a company around a new Gaijin, because that's a formula that Ghetto has. So I understand. It makes the most sense. But if only had a better wrestler in that spot. Because, no offense, David Finlay. He was messing up. Don't do that. He is really great great perfect match with two great wrestlers. I can have a great match with Moxley and Will Ospreay. I can get spots in there. Oh, congratulations, David Finlay. You didn't stink up the joint. You went to a dojo. Do better, bro. Stand out. Did he stand out? No, he was adequate. You only gave him a participation trophy for
The authorized
shit in
number
the
of
bed
training
at
books
Wrestle
can be
Tour.
exchanged for
Wrestle
sections of
King's
state-of-the-art combat equipment.
The only thing at Wrestle Kingdom is quickly. To remove it, put you numero in that spot. Sorry.
Let's get this show on the road.
They gave him something. They gave him, and that's why
Some of this
I
stuff I
totally
made
know. I
myself,
totally agree
one
with
element at a
Jeremy. This is a 9-match.
The
This is a
JLA
10-match
is
card,
fortunate to have so many capable allies.
and 9 of them were good. 7 of them were like great. And the one match that was a dud was House of Torture. And at least this time, House of Torture winning was to build up a young guy. So that's why I'm okay with Ren Narita being in that spot, because usually it should be House of Torture winning. And it's a dud.
I like your method.
The House of Torture match is bad though. Like,
Those of us in the league who value the art of combat. Thank you.
They should. Josh, what did you think? Any final thoughts on Wrestle Kingdom 18?
I mean, Danielson and Okada was incredible. I did like it better than the first match. The first match to me, I just think people probably expected more just because of how the match finished, which I was fine with the finish. But then also,
people forget, man had a fucking broken arm in the last like 10 minutes of the match. So, but it was a credible match. I also like the fact he did the yes chants. And it kind of felt like he didn't want to do it, but then once he got into it, like he was like, "Fuck it, let me do it." That's a great moment. I mean,
it was such a vast difference because he did the yes chants at Forbidden Door because the crowd was kind of down because of the pace of the match, so he felt he needed to do that to like lift the crowd up. And then at Wrestle Kingdom, he did the yes chants because that's where the crowd was. Like the crowd was with him for that. So yeah, it was. And yeah, the fractured arm at Forbidden Door, I think, hurt that match, and they had to kind of change plans a little bit.
But I love them using those stuff from Forbidden Door in this matchup. When he puts on that Rings of Saturn submission again, I'm just like, oh god, his face. I felt his pain. I was like, oh my god.
Okay. Let's get something to eat. Take a quick break. Oh my gosh. Okay, Omnibus. Let's get into some raids. Oh shit. Sierra's at 79? Wow. That's actually really good. Cool. I'm actually getting close to CR 80, which is wonderful. Very close. Very close. Kojiro Sasaki. Huh. I want to know a guy that used that name. Maybe Batman Who Laughs, Superman. My dude is tricked the fuck out. Look at this fucking guy. What's he rocking? Personal dampening field, lava eruption, source shard, and chronometric emitter. Huh. Okay. I dig it. Calculator bot, that's it? Should I hurry up? That's fucking my shit. Kind of pretty good third. I'm gonna get Batman. Want that pass. Woo! Hold on. So, wait, let me see. This counts as... I might have to switch to Mending Wave. I mean, Solace of the Sea is useful, but... Damn. I actually won't get anything from the Jade Flame Vitality with that. Or with the Purple Healing Ray. I don't use any priority or group heals. Ooh, I'm about to change my shit. Yeah. Okay. Let's look at some let's look at some fucking artifacts. Let's see if we can find something that might be useful.
Listen,
Spectra.
you don't want to be my mate. My mates end up either worm food or worse.
That would be useful. shit. Okay. This might be useful. Okay. So we might switch to the Clarion. Okay.
Phantom Stranger's a bit out of touch with reality, but he's okay. I think he predates humor, though.
Demon's Fang. No, I can't get this yet. Huh.
Time traveler, how fares your charges?
Well,
Dark Barlin.
Impressive. Keep
Oh! I need this. Okay. Jesus, dude. Hey. Yes, sir.
Okada's turning purple. Like what? Like what are we watching? He's turning him right now. I love that match. I gotta rewatch that match. But not the only show from New Japan this week. They also had New Year's Dash. The show featured the dream team of the Blackpool Chaos Club of Kashiko Okada, Tomohiro Ishii, John Moxley, and Bryan Danielson teaming up in a super fun 8-man tag main event, but taking the loss to TMDK. Post-match, we saw a whole bunch of challenges, like Zack Sabre Jr. challenging Bryan Danielson to a rematch from Wrestle Dream. We also had TMDK challenging Okada, Ishii, and Tanahashi for the Never Openweight 6-man tag team titles. Bryan Danielson accepted the challenge from DSJ with a phenomenal promo. We also got Shingo Takagi challenging John Moxley for Battle in the Valley next Saturday. No disqualification between two of these Dragon Gate goats. Oh man, that's gonna be killer. We also got for Battle in the Valley announced on this show, Kashiko Okada versus Will Ospreay will be the main event. But that was before Will Ospreay, along with the rest of United Empire, got into a huge bloody brawl with the Bullet Club War Dogs, setting up Will Ospreay's departure match from New Japan Pro Wrestling on February 11th at New Beginning, as David Finlay challenged him to a steel cage warfare 5-on-5 inside of the steel cage. The first steel cage match for New Japan Pro Wrestling since 2006. Wow. She beat Ryusuke Taguchi to defend the NJPW World Television Championship, and then post-match, Matt Riddle showed up on the screen in a video to challenge Tanahashi for the TV title, and Taiji Ishimori picked up the win in a 4-way scramble match to win the KOPW 2024 Provisional Championship. So a lot of noteworthy stuff, but also noteworthy stuff from Wrestle Kingdom because during one of the post-match comments after Tama Tonga became a 4-time never openweight champion by defeating Shingo Takagi, Wrestling Illustrated's Nisa reports that during the post-show press conference, Tonga revealed that January is his last month in New Japan Pro Wrestling. He noted that he wants to find work closer to home as he misses his family and wants to spend more time with them. He noted that he loves Japan, NJPW, and the roster, but he just wants to be closer to his family. So, Tama Tonga to WWE, Jeremy?
Most likely. I don't know. They had long interest in him, so you would think that's the logical destination for him. And he said that like he just made that decision like, basically after he lost. Or after he won. Sorry, like after he won. So I don't know if they would have put the title on him had he not, or had he been. Well, then I guess that's gonna happen.
Evil! What?
Don't put that up.
No, that can be set up by New Year's Day. I'm just reporting the news. That's what I do. I report the news.
Yeah, they did set that up in New Year's Dash with Evo cutting his hair and everything. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I was just kind of hoping that maybe Tom would win that, set something else up. So
Yo, TriStar, what up, man? Appreciate the comments, brother. Yeah, man. DCUO supremacy over here, bro. Just getting back into the game this month. Well, last month, and it's been fun getting back into the old content, getting the swing of things. Definitely, the game is a lot faster than it used to be as far as progression. I haven't played in a long time, so last time I played, it was still kind of difficult to get your CR up quickly, unless you had people bringing you to higher level content, which you can't even really do anymore. You have to go up here as the normal one. So you actually have to kind of go out and run stuff. It's really crazy. But it's fun. It's fun. It's fun getting back into the swing of things, man. Look at these guys actually weakening Jor-El. That's a good group right here, man.
Sunstones. These infinitely malleable crystals contain vast amounts of power. Even a single
Brainiac no longer controls me. I can open the way for you through the fortress's defenses. You must split your forces if you hope to succeed. You must not leave Zod free. He cannot be trusted.
I know, Father. And thank you.
Be well, my son.
Oh, so good. Damn it. I heard glowy. Oh, wait. Someone may have found the glowy. You're looking for it too, bro? I heard it. I wanted that shit, man. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna go on the left side. Went the right side last time I was here. Who we got? Is it just 3 of us over here? It's really just 3 of us over here. Holy shit, dude. Huh. Wow. Jesus, dude. There's only 3 of us on this side. Well, that's rough. Man.
Power Girl, attack.
Affirmative. I serve Brainiac now, as you soon shall.
Yep, at least I got some good DPS over here. Let's see who I got with me. I got Star Sanguine. Okay, he's a tank. And then who do I got over here with me? Baldarius, controller. Okay, so I got the tank control over here with me. Can't say I'm mad about that. All the DPSs are on the other side. Oh, they're gonna fly through their shit. We might struggle a little bit. Fuck it. Just gonna have to make it work, man. I'll do the 5 guy. That's wild. Not to mention, we only have fucking Luthor over here. They got Zod and Superman with them.
Attack.
Bullshit.
Yes, Brainiac.
Okay.
I am your herald.
I'm gonna activate the shit.
Now or suffer.
I got something you won't want.
Your wills shall be broken. Yes, Brainiac.
So is my dude a temporal controller? Looks like it. He's rocking that quantum. Such a fun fucking power set to run to. I'm gonna have to set up change my setup. Okay, so I'm gonna have to give myself a group heal. Damn. I need to work with all my shit that I have. Okay. Yep, I'm gonna have to run that. I don't want to, but I'm gonna have to run it if I'm gonna take advantage of my fucking artifacts. Alright, let's go back to the podcast.
That's a shame. That's a shame. Then, do you foresee Tamatanga being a success in WWE if that's the move he's gonna make? Do you see him finding a role kind of better than, you know, I don't know. If you're coming over to WWE from New Japan, I don't know if he's gonna want the role of like the same as his mentor, Carl Anderson, who for the most part he just collects a check.
Oh, I was gonna mention that he can rejuvenate the OC. They need someone with his charisma. Like, it's been a while since you heard him doing a promo. When Tonga used to be a heel, he used to just let expensive, languages come out of his mouth left, right, and center. So his aura, his charisma could maybe he can shout at him saying, "You guys are show before myself," and he can become the new factor leader. If it's AJ, that means he can boost up the OC even more. You got AJ, Tama, Michin, and then Anderson Gallows can still, chew and page and collects, their checks. It's the best job in the world. I'm not even listening. It's not. It's the best job in the world. That's small. They know what they do. Like, this is a vacation. This is a retirement home for them. They get to turn up every week. Wrestling, cool. What do you have on the menu? What's for the meeting? They go home. I'm not just children to get big more kids. They got all these kids playing. Exactly. So I think Tama, because also racist people, not all island people need to be in the bloodline. So yes, Tama Tonga does not need to be in the bloodline. He's Tongan. Learn, pick up a geography book. Learn this difference between Tongan and Samoan. So yes, he needs to go.
Things like this.
I tell you what Jake thought about that. He was like, he's Samoan. I was like, no, he's not. No, he's not.
He's Tongan.
He's not even blood related to Haku, his father. I don't know. It's people mix up. In other New Japan news,
And The Rock is not really related to the Ananawi family. He's even adopted by his own granddad.
Hey, they don't care about that. Yeah, he does. Yes, because I see it. You don't have to mention it. I see it. Fight for Clark Connors of the Bullet Club War Dogs has recently been working without a contract for New Japan Pro Wrestling, so he's also another one that seems like he's going to be trying to renegotiate. The report notes that Connors and NJPW have been in active negotiations, but it's unknown if they were able to come to terms on a new contract deal during Wrestle Kingdom Week. Connors has competed in New Japan since 2018, and he was a member of the first LA Dojo class, along with current NXT star Eddie Thorpe. This follows ELP and Hikalego, who mentioned in our interview that we did with them, as well as Fightfuls, that their contracts are expiring at the end of January. Kashiko Okada's been a big former topic, so a bunch of contracts, so we got to keep our eye on New Japan Pro Wrestling when it comes to the free agency. But Wrestle Kingdom wasn't the only big show that we had missed or has went down since the last time we saw you all. You had AEW World's End, which was last Saturday, which featured Sat's favorite moment of Samoa Joe defeating MJF in a very good main event to win the AEW World Championship. And then post-match, the Devils and the Henchmen came out to seemingly attack MJF and Adam Cole, but it was just a ploy, as Cole was revealed as the Devil before Roderick Strong, Wardlow, and the Kingdom were revealed as his henchmen, who laid out MJF to close the show. We also had Eddie Kingston defeated Jon Moxley in a tremendous match to win the AEW Continental Classic Final and become the AEW Continental Crown Champion. A great match between these two guys, an emotional moment after the match with the two men hugging. You had Timeless Tony Storm beat Riho to retain the AEW Women's World Title. Miro beat Andrade El Idolo in what was Andrade's final AEW match. More on that in a bit. Sammy Guevara, Chris Jericho, Sting, and Darby Allin won a mess of a match against Ricky Starks, Big Bill, Konosuke Takeshita, and Powerhouse Hobbs. In the better 8-man pack, Daniel Garcia, Bryan Danielson, Claudio Castagnoli, and Mark Briscoe defeated Jay Lethal and White, Roosh, and Brody King in a very good multi-man opener. And what people are calling the best match on the show between two 50-year-olds. They saved this goddamn show. Adam Copeland defeated Christian Cage in an insanely awesome no DQ match to win the TNT Championship in what felt like an ode to Adam Copeland's career, because we had tables, ladders, chairs, flaming tables, kendo sticks, this was an Adam Copeland special because also, post-match, we got a cash-in as Luchasaurus, aka Kill Switch, attacked him, laid him out with a chokeslam through a chair, and this led to Christian Cage stealing the contract that Kill Switch won the pre-show Battle Royal and cashing in and winning his TNT Championship back because he's had a 200-day reign that is uninterrupted. Father of the Year, Christian Cage. I absolutely love it. The more I talk about this Copeland and Christian match, I love it so much because I said it on our review and I will present it here. I think recency bias is the reason it won worst pay-per-view of the year, but it was by far the worst AEW pay-per-view because of all the controversy going in with Jericho, Andrade leaving, and then that stretch of matches, which had the shit booking for Swerve against Dustin Rhodes that it takes him 10 minutes to beat a 54-year-old on one ankle who got his ankle exploded by a cinder block and he's doing a fucking Canadian destroyer. He was just been for 5 decades. What the fuck are you doing, Goldust? Then you went to that, to Chris Jericho getting booed out the building, NBA champs and CM Punk champs during that 8-man tag that was the worst AEW pay-per-view match of the year for me. And then that was the 2 matches to set up 2 ladies that are very talented, but neither one have the experience to carry the other to a good match with Julia Hart and stuff. That is the worst 3-match stretch I have ever seen in the 5 years AEW has streamed.
SG3. So I'm guessing you didn't like Dustin Rhodes against Swerve Strickland. Is that correct?
That match. Shit.
My response is fuck you.
Damn.
Did you respond to anybody who didn't like it? You was on Twitter like 2 minutes after that.
I'm on Twitter, so I don't know. I blocked him 2 years ago when you made it.
The Sunstone crystal should belong to a true Kryptonian, not the sun of
He was not happy with people who were not happy about that match. He was, if you go to his Twitter, like I guess you gotta go back a week now, but yes, his replies to people were, fuck you if you did not like that match.
So this is the thanks I get for freeing you? You won't get rid of Lex Luthor so easily.
Something poorly,
We've defeated you before, and we will again.
Why? Fuck him. Half his face looks like an old scrotum anyway. Look at the levered up face. Fuck him.
I'm sending you back to the Phantom Zone, Zod.
Blocked his ass. Jericho blocked. The other guy, the former AEW champion, I followed him because he didn't have anything interesting to say on Twitter anyway. So yeah, all of those, listen, those ass waps. Anyway, yeah. Dustin Rhodes, who had to pass you, tired of him, yeah? 5 decades. You're boring when you're not Goldust. I've never seen a wrestler who lacks so much charisma when he's not in character. It is ridiculous. My goodness. Where does he find the charisma for Goldust? He needs that for the natural. He's always been boring as the natural. He sucked in the American Nightmare SW.
He was fine, but he
Phantom Strange is a bit out of touch with reality, but he's okay. I think he predates humor, though.
The match. You don't do both. That did nothing for nobody. Nothing for nobody involved.
And he's in charge of the ladies, you know, teaching psychology. Get him a new trainer. What's Finley doing nowadays? They need to get a new trainer. No wonder. Goldust is behind that. Julia and Abaddon. What are you teaching his ladies? Julia's Abaddon. You've been there for how many years? 5-year rookie? Come on, girl. Well, to be
bloody heroes. Bloody villains.
Been there. I mean,
Brainiac is
they
doing
have
us
been
all
there.
a favor by thinning the herd.
For 5 years, but they have probably only appeared for like 5 months. Because before this year, they only appeared during Halloween.
And then, yeah, and what they do in the meantime, in between Halloween, you should brush up in your skills, bro. Yeah, I agree. Oh, but it's good though. Come on, Jeremy. Rookie, right? It's gone on 5 years and it's still basic art. Imagine that you got given a job and you still can't use a spreadsheet. You got to use Microsoft Word. You get asked to get fired. She was meant to be a wrestler. Listen, people gave Jade Cargill a hard go, and you saw her improve on the fly. Why is Abaddon not improving? You know what? Who are we blaming? Dustin Runnels, then, isn't it? Dustin, what are you doing with these ladies in the meantime? You got a wrestling academy. Just don't brag about it if you're not seeing the results. He said, don't brag about it, be about it. Yeah, exactly. Fuck you too. Make the ladies wrestle better. Don't you teach it? Don't brag.
believe he really went on. And this is like, I thought when Jeremy said this, that this was like a post. Like he just posted, fuck you. No, I said to somebody. Yes, I'm trying to upload it right now. So
look at the times too. This was he sent this at 9:20, like 9:20. Yeah, like during the show. AEW World's End is still going on. Oh, maybe it's a little 11:30. 11:30. So during the main event, maybe he is replying to people about this.
This is sad. This is sad, Dustin. This is sad. This is not how someone who's been in the business for 5 decades should be acting. I'm just saying. Like, look at this. It's ridiculous. If the person saying the fact this went longer than 30 seconds is embarrassing to Swerve, it was. And he said, "Fuck you." Fans no longer allowed to have an opinion. Producer, can you move the banner away so I can see? He says, "Fuck you too," but he says, "Oh no, you're not. Fuck you too." We're not allowed to have opinions, apparently, according to Dustin Runnels.
Not a good look. Just don't do that. Just it wasn't a good match. It wasn't a good story. It wasn't a good setup. Like Swerve should have won in 2 seconds. He should have, after the cinder block, just beat him. It would have been fine. It's not like, because here's the thing when they do this kind of stuff. Is Dustin Rhodes going to be on television to gain anything from fighting from underneath from Swerve? Have we seen Dustin back on TV? Was Dustin even on TV as a consistent presence leading to this? No. So it's okay if Dustin loses in 30 seconds off of this. It's fine because he's not going to actually gain anything from fighting from underneath off of this. If you have plans to push him off of this, one, I question what you're doing. But two, like, fine. Then at least there's a little bit of sense there. But they're not doing that. They're not going to do that. So just beat him in 30 seconds. No one gets hurt off of that.
100%. 100% agree there. We do have a super chat donation from Shay Nasty. Thank you so much, Shay Nasty. Always appreciate the support you give us here, and as well as everyone else with the super chat. He says, "Damn, SP3, tell us how you really feel." LOL, I love it. I got shit for even suggesting that I was thinking about doing anti-AEW content. But when something AEW does bad, I will call it out all day and twice on Sunday. That was bad. That was a bad stretch of the show, and this was the worst pay-per-view of the year. I don't care. Anybody can tell me, Double or Nothing was bad. Double or Nothing, we still got 2 great matches at the end. We still got those 2 great, the 4 Pillars 4-way, and we got the Anarchy in the Arena. Those 2 matches are on a higher level, even to me, than Copeland and Christian and Johnson and Moxley. So that's why I will give Double or Nothing the vote over World's End. And Double or Nothing didn't have that dark cloud over it from the beginning of Christian.
Yeah, and then also I think Double or Nothing, what suffered for them was the car placement, because when Cole and Jericho happened, that inflated the energy for everybody.
I mean, if you want to think about it, Chris Jericho is the blame for both of these shows being bad.
Yeah, I was gonna. I said that after with World's End, the Dark Cloud and Chris Jericho. I was like, no, they kind of did have the Dark Cloud and Chris Jericho, because that Adam Cole match killed that crowd. That Adam Cole Sabu shit killed that fucking crowd in Vegas, to the point people don't want Double or Nothing to be in Vegas this year. He killed the town. We got another super chat donation here from D. Wayne is Pierre. I like that name. He says sensational. I don't know if that's for Jeremy or me. I think we
just
everyone. Josh, Sad, this whole show, it is sensational. I agree. And then finally, we got one more super chat donation from our good friend Senta Will Chisholm. He is working overtime in the new year. Thank you so much, sir. He says, "I've never seen wrestlers shoot going at fans like they've been doing because they don't like a match." Yeah,
I've seen it before. It's not a good look.
No.
It's not a good look regardless. I've seen it, but something they shouldn't be doing. Especially Dustin. He's too old for this.
Yeah, come on, man. Just have better matches, or don't get booked in matches.
Just let the fan have their opinion. Their opinion matters the same as Dave giving a match 4 stars or whatever. It's all. I know people want to put the Dave on his star ratings more on a pedestal, but like Dave is gonna pay to watch these shows anyway. That fan now might not pay to watch any of these shows, so you've actually hurt your business by doing that.
That is true. That is a fact. That is true. But another one of the clouds around World's End had to do with Andrade El Idolo. Prior to the pay-per-view, Fightful Select had confirmed reports from PW Insider, but the original report was from Wrestle Purists that Andrade is believed to be leaving the company as soon as possible, and it was reported at the time possibly after World's End. Several sources said that Andrade made it clear at Wednesday prior Dynamite that he doesn't want to be in AEW anymore and plan to leave. The situation involving his future exit were less than pleasant, and with some saying a major disagreement took place. WWE sources, meanwhile, have been told by those close to Andrade that his deal wouldn't end until the spring. However, AEW sources say it will be up very soon, and many in both AEW and WWE believe he will be going back to WWE. And Fightful notes that there have been internal rumors in WWE about the possible return of a WWE champion on Day 1 edition of Raw, and one surf was confused when asked about Andrade and denied he was that. He was in fact not that. Following World's End, though, Tony Khan confirmed the news and addressed Andrade's departure. He said, somebody who has not been with us for the entire 5 years, but they've been with us for about half of the time, and they've been outstanding, and somebody I really respect, and I don't expect to see necessarily, as it stands right now, renewing the contract, but somebody that I have a great amount of respect for and would be parting on good terms and was tremendous and was here and did wrestle tonight was Andrade El Idolo. Andrade El Idolo contract is up at the end of the year, and we've had great talks. I have a ton of respect for Andrade El Idolo, and he's been a huge performer in the Continental Classic. I wanted to keep him involved at the top, and if had been able to reach an agreement, certainly he would be somebody we would slot in a prominent position. Andrade also addressed his leaving, saying that I want to thank you for this time that I belong to the company at AEW, and above all to Tony Khan. I also want to say goodbye to all the talent, security people, cameramen, referees, and everyone who works in the company for being part of my time in AEW. PW Insider reports that internally within WWE, Andrade is expected to be back within the company as early as this coming Monday. So, what do you thinking about Andrade's time in AEW, and what do you think about his future possibly back in WWE? We'll start with you, Josh.
I think a lot of it was missed opportunity. He did have like a good run the last few months. They were actually really good. After he got to Collision, I thought his matches were really good. But yeah, I think for the most part, it was a missed opportunity. If he goes back to WWE, like I said before, like I said last week when this came up, I just don't see anything significant happening if he goes back.
Jeremy?
I'm with Josh on missed opportunity. He was like paired with Chavo, then Vicky, and then like both of those just kind of went nowhere. Yeah. Them not like aligning him with like Roosh felt like a big miss. Like they kind of teased that, but it never went full bore there. His run in the Continental Classic was very good, so he went out in a good way. But like before any of that, I'm failing to remember like what he actually. I think he had an injury for part of it as well. So that didn't help anything. But like, yeah, before the Continental Classic run, it's like he didn't really do anything very significant on the show. He was just kind of there, and everybody was like, oh, when are you going to do something with Andrade? And then it never really led to anything. As far as WWE goes, there's chances for him to do various things. He can either, it feels like he might come in as babyface. The LWO stuff is there, but I'd actually like to see them sort of get away from that and do something else with him. Stepping up and like challenging Gunther would be something cool and different. We haven't really seen that. Even, I know he's bigger than NXT, but like that's where he was like really kind of elevated himself. So I wouldn't hate an NXT return. I don't want to put full blame on this on AEW, by the way. Andrade, it just seems like maybe he always he's gonna be given stuff, but he might not always be happy with it, and so it might be tough to book him because he just wants different things than they want to do.
Yeah, how he views himself is not always how the company views him, and it seems like this has happened in WWE and now in AEW. Sat, what do you think about
happened everywhere he's gone.
Heading back to WWE, and do you see him having a good future when he makes his return?
He should have won a triple threat match with Sammy and Darby for the TNT title. That was a time, you know, if there's a moment when things went wrong for him, it's that opportunity. Because I think that was the closest he could have won the title. Since then, he's never been on that level because that's when they start booking him inconsistently. It's like, maybe he buys a portion of Hardy Family Office and it became the Andrade, Hardy.
That happened after. The triple threat happened after.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It happened after that, yeah. Inconsistency. It was too inconsistent, that run. It doesn't make sense how... Don't forget how he had a disappointing match with Kenny, one of the AAA main. Yeah. So even from then, we didn't understand what was going on. It seemed like he didn't blend in properly. But he had a great run on Collision. He came into his own as a character. In terms of a character, I've enjoyed Andrade more in AEW than I did in WWE. Because in WWE, Zelina was doing most of the promos. I feel like in AEW, the positive he had there was he was able to flesh out the El Idolo promo. Who is El Idolo? You know, he's the guy like, who your boss? Friendship, we're boss. Like the stuff he did with the Lucha Bros and Pac, you know, the early stuff was good.
That was great. He's had some great, like, there's like the early days of Andrade with those like the Death Triangle stuff, and there's the relax. When he got with Darby back, that was great too.
Little kid. You know what I'm saying? I think in isolation, I love all those little moments. But overall, even for example, Collision was really good. But again, we all got confused. You're like, okay, Roosh is back, the lads are back, put him in there. When he's feuding with Bullet Club Gold, I went to punch a wall. He's got guys to back him. That was a great way to bring them back. And stuff like that, I understand why he's upset. Because you look at his final storyline on his way out. He had a great run on the Continental Classic. But then they kind of fought in your face with that storyline with Lana and CJ and Miro. Because that story doesn't make sense. And then she turns on him and looks like it does make sense. It does make sense. You will really enjoy Cub's storyline. Because this is like the fourth one he's done, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. So, but
make sure to install these in your basic generator now.
Great storyline for me, right? Yeah. Why am I in the middle? You know what I'm saying? It's like they could have done more. If Tony went to keep him, we know Tony wants to keep a wrestler. If he wanted to keep him, he would have done a lot more. But they should saddle the belt on him. Take TNT title. Take the international title. Because, you know, OC's did nothing with it. They could have done things. But that's why he's leaving. Because if he done well in AEW, he'd be like, Charlotte, come over here. Your husband's happy here. You know what I'm saying? The fact that they dropped the ball on him, the fact that he punched Sammy Guevara to leave. Next person to do anything is fired. You're suspended.
Lords of Order.
I'm sorry, Sammy.
Jeremy's right. There's too many. There's not do WCW. Let's put all the Latinos in one storyline. Let's not do that. Let's spread it out.
I feel like they will do that. They will do that.
And then also, everybody's been like talking about it, like, you know, like fantasy booking. They keep bringing up the same stuff, like, oh, Andrade with Escobar, which I'm like, that would be cool. But I'm like, that'd be the same thing like Jeremy said. Like, you're just pairing up all the Latinos in something, and you should be doing something different at this point.
I like Jeremy's suggestion of like Gunther, because I feel like his real thing is either the IC or US title. If he's going back, it all depends on what his thinking is. If he's going back and he's being like, man, they treated me bad in AEW, watch me be a main eventer and prove them wrong in WWE, you're not gonna get that. Like there's too many people. Nah, bro. No, there's too many people over here. Listen, dude, there's so many people in the fucking queue. I know. See, he got the VIP section on there. Then you signed CM Punk, and CM Punk got his own VIP section. Cody, he's been building his VIP section. Seth is trying to get some eyes on the VIP section. Rhea Ripley got a VIP VIP section the same size as Roman and Cody. You got Becky Lynch who said, "Oh, my VIP section is popping. Look what I did on NXT." Like, there's too many people in this fucking line for Andrade to be be a main event.
All powerful. I am the Omega and the Alpha, and my will be done. Behold my avatars.
2029, Andrade will never be a WWE champion.
Flame
world champion. I think we're world champion. They're not speaking about. Don't blood vessel. I was gonna say, listen, Charlotte want to get together. That's what I'm saying. I can see that happening. Come on, it's too much not for it to actually happen. And I think with Charlotte having a promo for him, main event level, with Charlotte, you know, Charlotte for her husband. See that happen for the world title. The WWE title, Universal Company title, no. For the world heavyweight title, yes, I see that happening. And he's nothing that most guys are having. He's only 33, 34. Most men they're pushing in 40 or turning 40 this year. But let's say like 5 years. I'm being generous, 5 years. I can see that happening. Him being world champion with Charlotte, being his mouthpiece. That's the way I can see it happening.
Nah, but
also when it comes to match, it's pure stuff. The rest are taking care of themselves, but you know, it's not like we need to 40 or 80. I mean, but I just think what God is like, that's just not happening. He's going to a place where there's so many people already lined up. I know you talk about something that you didn't really work out Champa. You know, no. I'm not taking story. I'm going to see you saying, NXT champion. What's the what? You know what I'm saying? Like, Marion Cross. Johnny Gargano. Red Velvet can't pick up a Money in the Bank briefcase for his life. Like, what? NXT champion supposed to mean something? Exactly. Thank you, bro. Like, you interrupted me finishing the joke. He said, Andrade is going to be in Charlotte. Like, I said, oh, you're not. You mean, I'm like, you're wrong. You're nothing. I'm not saying, oh, it's great. I'm not saying. Your idea sounds great, but I guarantee you. No, my idea is dead. Jeremy, come on, you're fighting for it. You understand? That's bitch on his channel. Charlotte being the mouthpiece for Charlotte's or over. It won't be done anymore. Listen, over and wrestling. It's okay. It's a fight match today. It works. That's the formula. It's not to humor. You know, it's the difference. Saying, I just think, sir, when Charlotte is starting out with she talked about the people in Israel. When they're trying to back up, it looks, no. 4 great matches. You're captain. Why? Simple question. Who's that for great matches? Charlotte or Andrade?
Systems failing.
Yeah, you didn't even say that when you face.
The Samba, bro. Yeah.
On the whole,
The Samba, bro? Fuck out.
probably have more.
If you put all the back catalog together,
Come on, bro. Fuck out of here.
I'm talking about recent numbers. I will give you. In the last 5 years, Andrade had the best. His match with Johnny Gargano and TakeOver Philadelphia, I was there live. That's the best match at both of their come-alongs. But Charlotte's 4 great matches in the last 5 years. Since they got together, since they met each other, Charlotte's had 4 great matches.
Charlotte had more great big matches. She's also been given more opportunities.
You say one lady had more opportunity than Mexican? Am I wrong? I'm not gonna go ahead. I'm sorry. Don't you say that? Charlotte? Fan of Charlotte, but it's just like they really push her. And Andrade, come on, man, you can't say Andrade. Andrade is talented. He's trying his best. He's got physical charisma, great sense of humor. When work together, yeah, work on. That's
he did think that maybe some fans are overestimating his star power. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, that's a bigger factor than being a big worker in WWE. Yeah. He's got aura about him. He's got that physical charisma about him. That when he comes out, he looks like a star. He dresses like a star. He believes in his hype. That's why he punches people and say, "You're not pushing me enough." Come on, he actually come on. He's got his queen. I'm trying to tell you, the Latino league is thriving. Put them two together, they're gonna be money together. Yeah.
I'm with Sat. I see the vision, Sat, of like a power couple, Charlotte and Andrade, both holding world titles. Like,
yeah, Life Sex Celebration.
Cool. There we go. I'm with it. Final note before we get into the final fight for this week. MJF is set to take some time off. According to Fightful Select, the time off will allow MJF to heal from multiple injuries he's been suffering from and work through as he wanted to get to the conclusion of the Devil storyline. While he could always decide to continue to work through the injuries, particularly since he has influence over his creative, the expectation is that he will take some time away. MJF's contract status may also be a major story in 2024. MJF has claimed that his deal ends at the beginning of 2024, but notes that talks between MJF and WWE haven't happened yet, and many within AEW believe he re-signed with AEW over a year ago in a move that won't those rumors, though. Former AEW World Champion MJF was removed from AEW's roster page. MJF has been subject to a lot of speculation regarding his contract status. At one point, it was believed that his deal expired at the end of 2023. Whatever the case may be, he played up the bidding war of 2024, and PW Insider reports that no one they've spoken to in AEW believe MJF is gone, noting that it is almost certainly a storyline playing off the fact he has long teased a bidding war for his service. So no one believes MJF, right? But like every report seems like no one believes. No one in AEW, no one in WWE. They're all like,
you have summoned the wrath of Brainiac. I am the Omega and the Alpha.
Stop talking about us.
I am the
Mercedes
sculptor
is
of
the bidding
reality.
war, my friend. Mercedes
Your
is the bidding
universe
war.
shall become nothing.
No, the roster page.
I
Jake
shall
Newsom
bring
took
forth
it took him off the roster
one
page.
true
Sorry,
reality
that's
in my
K-Fabe.
own image.
Fabe of the K.
Initiating
That's K. Listen, some of the worst creatives that AEW had last year involved that guy. That's why I'm like riding it hard because he needs to go to WWE. He's too sports entertainment. That brand sports entertainment is killing the brand. It was too much 20-minute promos. I'm like, bro, look at that woman's match in your stupid 20-minute promo and saying nothing. Tofu, no level.
It's always over with the fans. It's always over with the live fans. It's just these online fans. You sat, poor old Max, get kicked on again. You're giving him post-traumatic stress. You remind him of his childhood when he got thrown quarters at him. Stop it.
Listen, I wouldn't throw quarters at him. I wouldn't. I would shoot the door. Like, go to WWE, go somewhere else. Like, his creative is not, sorry, it's not the one. That's not for me.
AEW Dynamite this week, the first episode of 2024, featured the follow-up for World's End as the show featured Adam Cole explaining his actions of being the devil and introduced Roderick Strong, Wardlow, and the Kingdom as his new stable, the Undisputed Kingdom. Switchblade Jay White and Bullet Club Gold interrupted, and the Acclaim also came out to get at them, really putting them over as the new top heel stable. You also got a TV
Brainiac's power will
right
be
before,
mine.
hours before Wrestle
Thank
Kingdom
you for
started.
taking care of
We had a match of the
Brainiac
year
for me.
before Wrestle Kingdom
Now
started.
there is
In
nothing
Inosuke
standing in the way
Takeshita
of my
defeating
true
Darby Allin in an absolute
yes.
fantastic
My
bout
intentions are
with
for the
Darby
greater
getting tossed
good.
all around that
My
building.
greater
Orange
good.
Cassidy also picked up a win over Dante Martin to retain the AEW International Championship. This led to Private Party making their return and calling out the tag team division. Trent Beretta defeated to become the #1 contender to face Eddie Kingston for the AEW Continental Crown Championship on tonight's Collision. Christian Cage and the Patriarchy had their State of the Union address following his
Oh, no.
AEW World's End. while Mariah May made her in-ring debut, beating Queen Aminata in a solid affair. Post-match, Mariah talked trash about New Jersey until Jersey's own Deonna Purrazzo interrupted and officially became All Elite before standing tall against May. And then in the main event, you had Swerve Strickland defeating Daniel Garcia in a very good main event matchup. Post-match, Swerve attacked Garcia and Daddy Magic until Hangman Adam Page made his return to get into a pull-apart brawl with his former rival to close the show. So, some good stuff on AEW Dynamite. Any thoughts, any notes you had from the show, Josh?
No, I mean, it was a solid show. I liked Deonna coming out. I thought that was a really good kind of surprise because earlier, during that day they said she was in talks. So just to see her on TV, that was a little surprise.
Yeah, it was nice that they did it in Jersey, even though some people reported that it was supposed to be Mercedes, so that would be kind of a letdown if you thought Mercedes and then got Deonna. But I liked it. I'm a big Deonna fan.
I mean, I never expected Mercedes. I just think people took the word immediately too, they took it. They were too strong on that because immediately could be this week, next week. It just means it could happen any minute. That's what it really means.
Yeah, that makes sense. Any thoughts on this week's Dynamite, Jeremy?
It was really good. The in-ring stuff was really good. I had some issues with the opening promo and really Wardlow's place and all of that, but as far as in-ring, I mean, Darby and Takeshita, one of the best TV matches of the year, and then I like Swerve and Garcia as well, and I hope it's the start of a big year for Daniel Garcia.
I actually like the Wardlow stuff. I like the fact that Adam Cole is so delusional. He believes that Wardlow will beat Samoa Joe for him and just hand over the title. And I love Wardlow making the face like, yeah, sure, boss. Sure. That was great. I love that.
You saw that, yeah.
What did you not like about it?
Me? Oh, I didn't like that. One, it felt very much like the firm of like, here's this guy, they're gonna go after this title. Then here's this guy, they're gonna go after this title. And then if you're Wardlow, two issues. One, I got very little interest in Wardlow and Samoa Joe. I saw that it wasn't great. I love Samoa Joe. I want Samoa Joe Hangman. I want Samoa Joe Swerve. Wardlow's about as cold as the temperature outside of Ohio right now. Like, that's how cold that man. It snowed last night. Like, that man's very cold to me. So I don't have a whole lot of interest in Wardlow. And then if I'm Wardlow, it's like, what is my purpose in this group? Like, yeah, Adam Cole is delusional, but I'm gonna use these guys to maybe get the title, and then they're just gonna jump me out anyway. Or I'm gonna turn on them. And with Adam Cole, it's like, oh yeah, we're trying to use him, but we're telling him he's just gonna hand over the title, and we don't expect him. We just expect him to be cool with that. 2 seconds after I'm like, and he's gonna, we appreciate Wardlow. Like, we appreciate
To be fair, with Wardlow's character, he's not really been the most interested really in the title. The whole time he was going after MJF, he's like, I'm gonna take everything from him. Remember, when there was an interim champion, this man had one of the most mind-numbing promos where he said, I'm not going to go after the interim champion. I'm going to wait for him to come back and beat him. Dude, you can, beat the interim champion and just get that, you idiot. Joe Wardlow is a proven idiot in defense. So I'm totally fine.
I would have liked the promo better if they just left out the he's going to give me the title. It was just, he's going to go after the world title, he's going to win it. We're gonna have the world champion, and then you're already immediately teasing this guy's gonna turn, or we're gonna turn on this guy with this. So
it's an AEW staple because he won't switch. Part of the name change. I was silly enough to think the name change was a stick until I had a new Chisorich chant. I was like, oh.
He got Luchasaurus. It's just getting over Luchasaurus. That's what he did, though.
Luchasaurus.
Yeah, he came over Christian.
This is going crazy. I'll Jungle Jack. Once you need Christian sphere, what happens to you?
Just don't let me explain. You have to explain what's going to happen. I explained it over on Garrett's Group. I'm saying Jack Perry is Will Smith in season 4 of Fresh Prince. What happened in season 4 of Fresh Prince? Will and Compton went to college. They moved out of the house. Then they realized that they totally fucked that shit up. They have like a party, they lose the money, they lose their TV and shit, and they gotta go right back home to daddy. They gotta go right back home to Uncle Phil. And Uncle Phil's like, the house is full, you gotta go stay in the full house. That's what's going to happen. Jack Perry gonna go back home to the patriarchy, and Christian's like, man, I got a room for Shayna Wayne, I got a room for my boy Nick Wayne, I got a room for Killsmith. Jack Perry's like, who's Killsmith? Oh, you know what messages are. It's fine. It's like some dungeon down there. It's dirty and shit. I don't give a fuck. But they were staying in the full house though. And it's gonna lead to Nick Wayne being like, no, I don't want to stay. I don't want to stay in my room. I want the full house too. Nick Wayne gonna start doing the Carlton dance and he's gonna be dancing to Tom Jones. It's gonna be great.
Wow.
So, it's the one thing that I used to dislike when people talk about the women's division. Like how the women's division leaves and Mercedes, it does, right? A big star. But WWE, they rebuilt themselves from the ground up. They didn't have Trish left already. Lita was gone, Mickey James, you know, all the great stars that helped make it was gone. So that's all within. AEW never done a great job of looking within and building a star from within. Yes, it. And sustaining the momentum. Julie Hart. That's recently. No, Ray Baker. Where's she now? It doesn't matter. That's like you project it. I gave you the answer. Oh no, we're gonna now gave you the answer.
Stop where you are. I'm making you in one way or another.
Now look who didn't bother to dress
Change the vision.
Get rid of them and join me in the ballroom. The bat will be here any moment.
Oh no, they're not over anymore. Julia Hart is leaving. Oh, come on, no. They made those two stars. Let's be real. Jamie Hayter was made for them. And then what with her? That's three. So what are we going on?
No, crossing the star, man. I'm talking about building it up. Listen, it's gonna it took time. It took time. It didn't fuck. When they were the main roster, it didn't fuck. The rest made it next year. No. In 2013, we're not gonna change it. We're gonna change it. No, it's not. That's the start of their career. No. Yes, man.
Lucius Fox note. Our
Now you're just playing the same sport. You went from taking the ball hole to taking the form of a ball. You know, I don't even know what. Like, it's like developmental. Any more of this conversation? All right, let's repeat it. All right. Oh, shit. Thank you so much. Well, he says Miroslav got a cuckold by every race. Bobby Lashley one is still crazy to me. That was Finn's popping lips. We'll see. We got Ninja Hornets also saying Jeremy needs control of the mute function. Yeah, he would have muted both of us.
You need to clear
the party's over,
news. We gotta talk about the big news of Mercedes lining it up for us as Mercedes Moné has been in talks with All Elite Wrestling, according to a new report. Vital Select reports that Moné has continued her talks with AEW, and sources in the industry expect that is likely where she will ultimately land. Moné is in talks with WWE, but it was reported late last week that those had fallen through. There were plans at one point for Moné in AEW as of all in 2023, but it was reported last month that they were no longer in effect. And while Monet is expected to sign with AEW, no one has confirmed as of yet that she has done so yet. And WWE and AEW have both had situations recently where a deal was not signed until the day that they made their debuts in CM Punk for WWE and Will Ospreay for AEW respectively. One source said that they heard Monet and AEW were close on terms, but added it's never official until it's official. And Andrew Zarian of the Madman podcast has since confirmed this news, saying that it's 90%, he's 90% sure that Mercedes is heading to AEW. So, Zach, hopefully you could find the point you were trying to make before. Why does AEW not need Mercedes Monet? I think that was what we were trying to do.
No, they need it. It's not. What I was trying to say is, I hate the excuse that they need someone. They need to go to the division. You can love your division you're going in the first place. I think Athena, that's what I'm trying to say. Someone like Athena should have graduated from ROH, NXT, ECW, WWE. She should have graduated. And then what I'm trying to say is, they seem to like go to the next person. Soraya is the savior. You know, Ruby Soho. We've seen this whole story about how a specific woman comes in and we believe that, okay, the women's division may change with a more interesting name, and it hasn't happened. That's what I'm trying to get. And I'm saying that, yes, if Mercedes come in and she changes things, I'm happy for that. But I hate the fact that it took a name for them to find, you know what, we need a Hulk Hogan, or we need a name player. I just wish that he had the same enthusiasm before the big names came in. That's what I was trying to say. They had fun erosion things. Yeah.
Honestly, I would say that being around AEW the way I was at All Out, and seeing what they have done with the women's division since All Out, if Mercedes is the reason for it, I'm totally fine with it, because the division has been so much better since All Out. And All Out, I literally was around people from AEW who were like, "Damn, we don't think players." And then he turned around and really built out his own stories. Julia Hart getting over, the timeless Tony Storm character. Chris Statlander has got a whole story with Stokely, calling her thicker than a sticker. You got Willow Nightingale actually getting more attention, getting on camera more. And the whole Athena thing, I get it. I'm the biggest Athena fan. I was a Minion before Minion was even a term she was using on TV. Every week saying our ROH Women's Champion is gracing our screen. Every single week on ROH, one of 3 people watching that show. So don't tell me I'm an Athena fan. I am an Athena fan. But I get why she's on Ring of Honor, because that's the only reason niggas is paying $9.99 for this shit, is to see Athena. So until you figure out something else that's going to get people to pay, guess what? You got to pay to see Athena. And people are doing that. So I see the big
but what that sucks for her. That's what they want. What does she want? She didn't come into AEW. She wants opportunities, yeah, but at the biggest stage, look at guys like us. I was one of the few people not watching the thing. I really had you, Phil, and Jeremy, everyone else to recap me. I went on the little YouTube bit, the little thing. I don't know, it's just kind of, it's not okay. Yeah, I had one of the people, but I want more fun. I want to see the main show. That's why I invested in it. It's kind of like the smack on her face is they're gonna give Mercedes all that money she deserves. Be interested, Mercedes deserves it.
You can't keep me busy here forever. I'm going after the Joker.
To change because of her. Say me because the reaction, the viewership towards her feud with Billy Stark and not making big women are being inventing. That's the blueprint. It's like the NXT model, I guess. I guess Athena's doing her own.
Right now, what it seems like, he's building out, like, he's got a Scotty, he's got a Dennis Rodman, he's got a Chris Grant, he's got a Ron Harper, he's got a Steve Kerr. AEW don't got no Michael Jordan in his women's division. They ain't no Michael Jordan. That's why they need Mercedes.
Wayne Tech is Gotham's foremost technology.
Complete everything that they've been doing. This is kind of like a piece, and that's why people are excited about this, because this is a piece that kind of like, oh shoot, wow, we got a whole division here. Like, I think once Mercedes there, it's like, oh shit.
Dude, what the fuck?
Big stars
What the
here.
fuck?
We got people coming back like Thunder Rosa, Jamie Hayter, Britt Baker, like, oh man. Some exciting things going. The reason why I had this whole argument with you is because I'm much more positive about AEW than I was, like I said, back during All ChiLL because I'm watching and seeing back to back.
I tried to save you, now we'll both die. And the Scorpion says,
He must have been counting an episode of Raw.
Bruh, what?
Every single one of them. So get them all from this. He probably did. He probably did.
Cracks me up.
There was last week with 11.
And Jimmy made a great point. He's like, people so much pay attention to the fact of, AEW being good motivated WWE to actually try again. And that is kind of true. That is a good point. But they're not talking about the inverse of ever since Triple H took full control of creative, we've seen more of a focus on women, and now we're seeing it in AEW. So it's like WWE is now influencing AEW.
I agree. And to answer your question, it was long-winded to get there, but yeah. Mercedes going into AEW now, because back when you said it, back in August, it was kind of like, one women's match, but he's trying. And they can make a collision, the Mercedes Moné show. You know, she can probably use her star power and influence to build up that show. So I do see it as a positive, and also that Mercedes gets to work with women she never worked with before, and she can finally be the focal point that she's been trying to be. She is a mainstream, a mainstream star. She's got, acting. She's Snoop Dogg's cousin. So that kind of buzz of my had a variety article out of it. Who knows? But yes, I do see a positive future for AEW Women's Division. You're right. A lot of women's it has been booked. I'm just saying that in the beginning, it is a bit dark times when they're in the beginning, but it is slowly changing. It's like noticing how the Divas Division is now having past 5-minute matches, now they're having 7-minute matches, they're having 8-minute matches. It is a work in progress, and 2024 might finally be the year of the women in AEW. Because Moran May had a great match showing that she can go, she can wrestle like Terry Wilson.
The jobber, and everyone
she's on the show. She's on the show. Yeah.
You know, I was the only one who was for the match. I think everyone else was like, "Oh, it should have been a squash match." But I was like, "No, you got to show all ladies, you gotta put them on a good platform for to be presentable." And I thought both ladies did a great job doing that, regardless of, we're gonna have another enhancement talent to get squashed. I didn't want that on. I think they were really presented Mariah May very well. To see, hey, this is what she could do. We probably see more of it going forward.
They gotta have a plan for Queen Aminata if you're gonna do this stuff. That's always my complaints with AEW. Like, I don't mind squash matches and just put over the talent you were trying to highlight. What was the FTR Open Challenge when they were the champions? Or they had the great match against the Workhorsemen.
Oh wait.
And it's the Workhorsemen, they're gonna get real opportunities now. What they do? I mean, they're gonna lose this thing at Derby tonight. Good for them. They're getting on TV. But they didn't. Nothing came of that. So when you do these kind of, hey, let's actually showcase the enhancement talents a little bit. Now you actually got to feature that enhancement talent and have a plan a little bit with them. And because if they're not on television, if she's gonna be on ROH, great. I think she was not on ROH this past week.
Yeah, she got to win on ROH this week. Yeah,
that's what they got to do. If they're gonna put her on ROH like that, then good, have her win. If you're gonna showcase the enhancement talent, then actually continue to showcase the enhancement talent instead of they beat them, because then I think that's where the main talent looks a little bit like, wait, you couldn't beat this person who we've never seen again. What are we doing? So
which I agree with. I just think in this situation is a little bit different, just because they're trying to, they're fixing the division.
Oh, I completely agree. I know SP3 and Sat were going in right there. I think the women's division has been much better as of late. We got 2 women's matches on Rampage. We're getting, and I've always said this, I don't always need multiple matches. It's good, yes. I don't always need longer matches. It's good, yes. Just find a way to feature women in vignettes. Find a way to feature them backstage, in ring pro, whatever it might be. As long as they're getting on television and being highlighted to set stuff up, then that is a good thing. Because for so long, it was, 1, they weren't doing that, or 2, they were doing that and it was messy, or 3, it was just cold match after cold match, and then there was no actual follow-up or no actual story leading into the match. So they've done a much better job with all of this stuff. It took them this long for whatever reason that it took them this long for. I do hope if and when Mercedes comes in, she's treated like a big deal. I think she will be. I think they're gonna roll out the red carpet. I think they're gonna view her as CM Punk-ish for them, of like, look who we got, and she's gonna be all over the programming, and it's gonna hopefully be a very good thing for AEW and the women's division, and hopefully it just lifts everything from there, because her star power is higher than I think a lot of people want to give him.
Okay. Alright, let's take a quick break. Be right back, folks.
Ha 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 ha!
Mm. Love it. Hmm. All right. Put some more decorations in here. Okay. Did some decorating, move some stuff around, you know, make it look good. Whew. Oh man. I have to decorating here a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Oof. Actually, I can just add my league. Oh man. Oh jeez. I know it's not found because that's not the league name. How's I hate that I can't add my league. To the permissions. Oh my god. Ah. Mmm. There's got to be a way to change this. Oh my goodness, there is something for that? Depress. Send me a friend. Okay. Supplies. There it is. Okay. Who the fuck is this? Hey, nigga, who are you? Co-workers. Anyway, time to switch over to Rembrandt, and we're gonna go ahead and switch to intermission real quick because I need to change my league. Can't see. Did you guys see that info? Okay. Now, the league leader. Everybody gets some. Damn, that's a lot. It's a lot to do this, but it has to happen. Jesus. Oh, I hate I have to get this. Oh! Whoa! Whoa! Nigga, what? Bruh. Got it. Invalid nigga. Thank you. There we go. Can't believe we had to do all that. Fucking stupid. Who the fuck has my league name? Motherfucker, bro. Yo, that's crazy. Okay. That makes things a little easier. That's crazy, bro.
People, I mean, some people in WWE want to give her credit for because it's up there. It's up.
Yes. Speaking of that, I mean, bro, WWE supposedly that thing that they said like, oh, that they feel like it's a counter to losing Andrade.
Like, what? That's like, oh, you kicked my dog, I'm gonna kill your cat. Like, that's type of response. Like, Andrade is not that. Like, I think Andrade is very talented in and out of the ring. I think he could be a solid promo. I think he's a great worker. But he's not the star of Mercedes Moné. So that's like, oh, man, someone poked me in the chest. And you know what I did? I shot him in the face.
Same level, and I'm a fan of Andrade, but they're not on the same level. There are maybe one or two women who I'd put above Mercedes as far as all around package. Is when you're talking about star power, in ring, promo, all of that. Ain't many at all.
Ain't many on Mercedes level, so I'm looking forward to it. Final question about this. So for you, John, where do you see Mercedes debuting for AEW if she does come? Because we keep getting the okay. We had last week Brian Alvarez saying he thinks it was going to happen on Dynamite. Now we got people saying it might happen next Wednesday when they're in Jacksonville. I think that we had our very own Stephanie Hypes go out on Twitter and say she's not going to debut on a random episode of Dynamite or Collision. So maybe that means Revolution. Can they wait that long? Josh, where do you see her debut?
I want to say next week, but I don't want to shoot myself in the foot. I'll go with next week, just because. If we wait too long, then it's like, you know, it's going to be like the Cold Jade thing. Like, all right, when are we getting her? You know what I mean? Like, and I think that's I don't think you debut her there. I think you debut her on TV because, again, once she shows up, that's going to spike that viewership. And I think that's also important as well. But yeah, you know, I'm going to trust this guy. He said 90%. I'm going to trust him. I'm like, all right, I'm going to trust you on this because he had the last news right about, I think, what was it? He broke some kind of news, and
he knew about Osprey. He knew
about Osprey, and I know for sure he knew about the Collision when the Collision he put it on in the weeds that day, and he came put it in the chat.
Yeah, so I'm gonna trust him. I'm like, all right, so I'm gonna fall on that. It's just that everything else. I mean, it's like even with WWE, like we said last week when we were speaking about it, I was like, if she goes back, she's not gonna be the number one. She goes to AEW, she's easily the number one star there, and then she can also still do other stuff. She can still do stuff with New Japan. She can still do like a lot of her bookings on other things that she's doing. So I think it's a good platform for her. Like this is her way of building the brand because again. She wasn't able to do that for the last year. Like she had to, you know, she got hot, but then she had the injury, so she wasn't really able to capitalize on all of that, like the way maybe she wanted to.
Jeremy, what about you? Where do you think she debuts?
They treat her like CM Punk, right? That's my.
I know what you're doing because I literally in my head was like, they have an episode in Boston.
They don't. They're not in Boston. I don't know if they're going to do a taping. But you know what they don't have between now and early March, SP3?
What?
They don't have a pay-per-view. Yes. They don't have a pay-per-view between now and early March. Can they find a way to do a pay-per-view and without saying it, say... wink, wink, what are they? AEW Money Talks. Is that what we're gonna call it? You know?
No, a special
like the specials, like you know, like how they do those specials on Dynamite, those random specials. They do something like that.
Like beef, instead of beef rate, it's money talks. Ain't got money talks.
Just say it without saying it. Because I don't think they're gonna bring her in and like not hype it up. I think that's a mistake. But I also don't think they want to just announce it and be like, Mercedes Moné is all elite, or the first show is here. You can do a big tease. You can do a tease of, oh, we have a big announcement and stuff, but I think you also want to sell tickets. And right now their ticket sales are what they are. So if you say it without saying it enough, you can boost your ticket sales. So
yeah, it was kind of like, yeah. Oh, I mean, I didn't mean to cut you off. So like, it also kind of reminded me of Tony Storm's media scrum, where she kind of like brought her up, but then she used one of the Richter's.
She was like, they got money written all over her.
Yeah.
Wendy Richter, I'm gonna fuck you up. That was awesome. That was the moment of the World's End press conference.
They made the mistake last year with the one ticket. Oh, Saray's got a ticket. Saray's got a partner. Britt Baker is saying bank on that and everything, and like that got people excited, and then they never delivered on it. You can't afford to do that again. So whenever they do it, it's gonna be heavily teased, and I think they're gonna to sell tickets, and they're gonna deliver on it. I trust what Sean is saying. I trust what Andrew Zarian is saying. I probably have a bias, but like their track record speaks for itself. And when it comes to AEW and how they're gonna do it, they're gonna say it enough without saying.
I'm looking forward to it. We're gonna talk about it more in the weeks to come for sure. AEW Rampage last night, real quick here. Wheeler Yuta defeated Commander in a good main event to retain the ROH Pure Championship.
Sat was like, "What's this motherfucker doing? Jumping up."
My intentions are for the greater good. My greater good. I will harness the power at the Earth's core, the center of the multiverse itself.
What are you doing? Running across the ropes and
unlimited power, I will be the master of history.
Yeah, totally thinking that. Jay in a singles bout. You also had Mark Briscoe in the Hardys beat Kip Sabian, the Butcher, and the Blade. You also had Stokely Hathaway showing his love and admiration for Chris Statlander, saying she's thicker than a Snicker, and then flirting with her heavy as she got the win with Willow Nightingale in a tag team matchup. But yes, some good stuff from AEW.
Well, that happened.
We also had Ring of Honor television this week. We had Kyle Fletcher beating Willie Mack to retain the ROH television championship. You also had the Kingo, Lee Johnson and Commander defeated Gringo Loco and the Workhorsemen, while Diamante and Mercedes Martinez
cold on episode of ROH TV.
I mean, Ronda Rousey did it. Damn it.
Ronda Rousey did it for the love of the game. Bless Ronda Rousey. Mercedes, she loves the game, but not enough to be paid millions to show up on ROH.
Diamante and Mercedes Martinez beat Layla Hirsch and Rachel Ellering. But that is all from the Converse this week for ROH AEW. We talked about some New Japan. I want to thank Jeremy Lim for joining us this week, brother. Oh man, it's been a long time coming. So we'll see you next week. Because you owe me like
I owe you. One more time. Is that it? Am I done? Are you kicking me off?
Yeah, I mean, you can stay how long you want. I just had you on for the Converse version of Converse section of our show, so you could feel free to go at any time, but you can stay if you want as well. Are we like?
I gotta give. There we go. I gotta give some awards.
Guys,
when you need information, you need it.
Do you want to stay for that? Our second slate of just random
What's the GCPD doing
All right.
about the rise
Well,
of superpowered
we do
crime?
have to
Tune
find
in
out
to the Gotham
who won
Gazette's
the
live
award
broadcast
for
with Vicky Vale
best
for the news that affects
pay-per-view
Gotham.
of 2023, and the results are in. With hey, look at that. Let's go!
So this is my daughter Zenya. She thinks she's like the fifth person, the fifth guest here. So she's crying in the other room. I had to take her, guys. Like I look like an absentee dad. Zenya said hello. And this is my niece. Lena.
Oh, we got everybody here. Look at that.
My sister's in the background too. Shit. Worst place to do stuff. Okay, it's about I'll be okay.
The ratings just went up.
This is Lois Lane for Daily Planet Live.
What's going on here?
Metropolis University recently received a
Jeremy
shipment
wants to
of
stay so he
priceless
can give
conductee relics,
Snoop Dogg some more
reported to have
awards.
held the
We have our
life
second
essence of
slate
ancient
of
pharaohs.
year-end awards
In a
here.
possibly
And
related
the
event,
of
the
our
campus is now
2023 best pay-per-view of the year, as voted on by you here in the chat. For Trio Heat, the tie is ended with 59% of the vote to 40%. The winner is AEW All in London. Is our 2023 best pay-per-view of the year. Top to bottom, this was a memorable show. Of course, 81,000 tickets sold for the event. More than 70,000 went through a turnstile. And you had CM Punk right after punching Jack Perry in the face, put on a banger with Huge of the greatest 3.5-star matchup in wrestling history. The Young Bucks and FTR added to their classic trilogy. You also had MJF and Adam Cole put on a sports entertainment spectacle in the main event. We had Will Ospreay in front of his London crowd in England putting on a banger with Chris Jericho, Kenny Omega against the Don Callis family in a great trios matchup. All in, well deserved of best pay-per-view of the year, even though Jeremy wanted to give it to the show.
All in the best match. We have not seen the actual best match on the show, so you can't tell me it was the best show of the year when the most talked about match, there's no footage of it. So no, everybody's wrong. I truly think that the real answer is Forbidden Door, by the way. I think that's my actual answer.
That's fair. That was in our, check out our best major shows of 2023 list. That definitely was in the top half of that.
Wrestle Dream was the best AEW pay-per-view and overall show.
That made our top 10 as well. That made our top 10 as well, for sure. We already got people who's upset that you guys chose it. For y'all to say All In was better, y'all are dearly dumb. Say shit back. I said fun fact says I'm sure.
I mean, I'm saying that part. I mean, with WrestleMania, I mean, night one was not. I mean, obviously was stronger than night two. That's where it comes down for me.
Yeah, I think if this was night one WrestleMania versus All In, then it maybe you could say. Yeah, it's a better argument. But because WrestleMania is as one, there's a feeling of kind of distaste because of the ending of 19. So I understand that.
But people gotta get out their feelings of Cody losing. Just accept that it was a great match and a great moment.
I agree. We got him getting a chicken thrown at us.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wasn't the issue. I just think it was how it finished. I think that was the problem. The problem with losing, because I knew that was kind of going to be the result. I just think it was how they went about it in that moment.
That's fair. Now we got the best feud of 2023, and we have 3 finalists for you guys to choose from. Even though I know Jeremy's going to choose Snoop Dogg versus we have Swerve Strickland versus Hangman Adam Page. We have Sami Zayn versus the Bloodline, and we have Will Ospreay versus Kenny Omega. We will start with you, Jim.
Snoop Dogg versus The Miz, obviously. Those are good choices.
So this is the Penguin smuggling headquarters.
Once you read it, I was like, oh shit.
Not as close as the ice
those are good.
And one heck of a
Ospreay and Omega had my favorite match of the year.
Which way to take?
I'll
flip a coin.
Sammy and the Bloodline was probably my favorite overall story.
I'll catch up with you, and we'll take on.
But I think Swerve and Hangman almost blended everything. No, because I do like the story that Ospreay and Omega told. On top of having I like those matches better than Swerve and Hangman. I'm gonna slightly lean towards Omega and Osprey. But man, Sammy and Roman, the match wasn't as good as those. But you factor in like the tag matches, the one at and the one at Night of Champions, and then just like the moments of pop when Sammy hits Roman with that chair. That was so good. That's really good. Yeah, it was good. It was a good year for feuds with those, especially.
It really was. Josh, you had some time to think about it.
Harvey Dent.
Swerve and Hickman. That was actually my original pick, but once you mentioned the other two, I was like, oh, that's pretty good.
Operation is right here in
I'll stick with Swerve and Hickman only because it's really it's really made him some start to the point that it's like, all right, this guy is going to be a world champion this year for the company.
Sat and Zenya, who you got?
I put down Hangman and Swerve because just like Josh said, before the feud, Swerve was at a international title level. After the feud with Hangman, he's a bona fide main eventer. So the feud did what he needed to do, which is establish a new star. Sammy and Roman Reigns, in terms of the Bloodline storyline, you can argue that was the best storyline for 2022, going into 2023. Gosh, come on, girl, we're working together. No, she's figuring it out. She's 1.5. Like, what am I doing? My car still does this at 3, so don't worry. Again, in terms of moments, the Sammy turning on Roman at Royal Rumble, he tops in terms of feud. But that's one snapshot. In terms of overall, the Hangman and Swerve feud, look to this day. Even though Sammy's in the base turn, which is rejuvenating him, but in terms of consistency, Swerve and Hangman.
So the winner of our 2023 True Elite Feud of the Year is in fact Hangman Adam Page versus Swerve Strickland. And yeah, I can't say anything more than what you guys have all said. This really elevated Swerve Strickland to the main event status and reestablished Hangman Adam Page as a future world champion and a main star protagonist of AEW. So, well-deserving of Feud of the Year. Gimmick of the Year. This is another one that I feel has some good choices here in the top 3. The choices are, the top 3 nominees are Christian Cage, Father of the Year, Mindless Tony Storm, 1920 Starlet, and Athena, Minion Oprah. Josh.
That's good choices again. I'm gonna go with Timeless Tony just because this is something that she really needed. She really needed a gimmick. She needed a character, and she's always lacked both. Because she's always been like an axe kicker kind of wrestler, kind of talent. So this is something that she really needed, and I think it's really like raised her stock. We're going with this gimmick.
Great. Great. She literally put herself in position to face the camera. She's ready. She was born for this. Jeremy, who you got?
Snoop Dogg giving up.
That was a great pick.
That did 10 million views or something. That thing went crazy. WWE Hall of Fame Snoop Dogg giving up smoke just to promote smokeless fire pits. That was the gimmick of the year. My true answer, out of those 3, I will go with Timeless Tony Storm. I think that was my favorite of them. They're all very good. The true answer though is Cody Rhodes just being a fucking failure, right? That's a gimmick.
It's a gimmick. It's a gimmick. Cody Rhodes a failure. Zach and Zenya, who you got? Gimmick of the Year, Timeless Tony Storm, Christian Cage, or Athena?
Don't do it.
Fine.
I won't give up because because if I let her win, that's the risk of our lives. You know, like moments. Yeah. This is the moment I knew, man. That. Timeless Tony, for the simple reason like Josh mentioned, is weird. So she had a pseudo rocker gimmick, but it was never fully fleshed out. She had a backward baseball cap. Ask Sky Blue what happens when you wear a backwards, baseball cap. That's your whole gimmick. She used to throw up the horns, the glasses, and she had a leather jacket. That was the basis of her original character. And then, you know, she part of the Outcast, which I feel like, you know, post-WWE, Toni Storm was still getting over the trauma of her dream not working out. So obviously she was a shell performer herself in terms of promos. She was very like one-dimensional and monotone. But the Toni Storm we're seeing right now, timeless. This is the real her because she's a quirky person in real life. And people used to say, you know, her and Juice Robinson, who didn't really get in the beginning. There's a reason why she's out there. She's got gallows humor, as they say. This is the real her. People say it was a gimmick. No, she's actually like that in real life, really out there, and you know, sense of humor and everything like that. And the character, the fact that she's getting a weekly slate, you know, it's like a segment, Timeless Tony segment, and now she has a young, well, I've got word issues actually. Now that she's got Mariah May, you know, that storyline they're building. Yeah, she egg. Sorry, princess. Yes, and now you know you got Mariah May, you know, to the forefront. For goodness sake, Chris Jericho's is finally being made use of. After hiding, but that's much before once in AEW. All of a sudden, Brutus the Beefcake. Exactly.
Now that's Two-Faced.
It's one thing. Was more useful in AEW right now than Jericho is. So you know, you spitting right now. You spit. But Collaborated Spent 2023 True Real Heat Gimmick of the Year is Timeless Toni Storm. We saw the transformation begin at Dynamite 200 when she lost the AEW Women's World Championship to Hikaru Shida, and then started acting like a 1920s starlet and started putting her chin up, her tits out, and making sure people watch out for the shoe. So, yes, Timeless Toni Storm, well deserving of the Gimmick of the Year. Best non-wrestler of the year, basically the non-wrestling character that stood out the most for you, Jeremy. Go ahead.
This one's legit. Snoop Dogg being the host. I mean, I guess he wrestled. He did wrestle, commentator, host, interviewer, announcer, celebrity, fan, everything. Snoop Dogg.
Ridiculous. This man's ridiculous, ladies and gentlemen. Josh.
What's the, you said?
Non-wrestler of the year.
Non-wrestler of the year?
Yeah, best non-wrestler.
And that's for like anything?
Manager, can be a commentator, you just can't wrestle.
That's a good one. You know what? I'm going with Jeremy, Snoop Dogg.
Yes! Yes!
It's obviously Prince Nana. I mean, he's the best non-wrestler of the year. Honorable mention is RJ City because, you know, the promos with, you know, with Toni Storm and also, you know, the stuff he's been doing with Renee.
I think Renee Paquette, yeah. Renee Paquette's up there.
Yeah, I think about Renee, if you did the award last year, Renee Paquette from his last year. I'm talking about RJ has added something. Renee,
last year was Heyman.
Not underrated. I'm not underrated.
It was so important to that bloodline. So last year was still Heyman. Heyman's won it like freaking 10 different years. But also, like,
okay.
But let's see if you're right. The 2023 True Hill Best Non-Wrestler is Top Rope Captain. It's his one, the only Prince Nana, our boy, best non-wrestler with the best dance moves in professional wrestling. I think Prince Nana is well deserving of best non-wrestler.
I was talking about it Wednesday. I was like, yo, that he's putting work in this business. Like, talking about like
old school Ring of Honor, 2004, 2003 with Jimmy Reigns. Come on, man. Let's go. Most overrated wrestler of the year. Our top 3 finalists. Some people are not going to be happy about this. MJF, LA Knight, and Roman Reigns.
Oh boy.
Josh, who is the most overrated for 2020?
That's crazy because I didn't have neither of them. That's most overrated.
Who you got?
I had me, Austin Theory. Fuck that guy.
That's fair. That is fair. Seth, most overrated.
Chris Jericho.
Also fair. Jeremy. Can't give this one to Snoop Dogg, or you shouldn't.
Harvey Dent.
He froze.
Case number
I think he froze
D574.
because he couldn't think of anything.
Where does a man's loyalty lie? To
You're
himself? To others? Two sides of the
Almost
same
overrated.
coin. Only one of them can show at a time.
The tight end for the San Francisco 49ers, because his match was not as good as Snoop Dogg against the Pigs.
Bravo. Bravo.
That is amazing. That was fucking amazing.
He's help. George Kittle's help, whatever. Both of them most overrated. Snoop Dogg beat the man on his own, called it on the fly. These two jokers need help.
Never gave Jeremy Lambert any type of vote in this, but here we are. Our 2023 Trio Heat's most overrated wrestler is the Tribal Chief, Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns only had 11 matches in 2023. He made it to a 1,000-day reign as WWE Undisputed Universal Champion. I mean, overrated? I don't know. I like Roman Reigns.
Why are we
I don't think overrated. Yeah.
this man? What are we overrated? To be honest, because he works like 5 matches a year. He makes the most money. He does the least amount of work. This is what you should do in wrestling.
On another level.
Yeah, I mean, even to me, like I said before, not three really agree with.
Yeah,
I mean, most you could make. I'm not going to say LA Knight because he had that great match with Roman Reigns. Like that was his best match of the year. But he's caught momentum himself, so it's just over. This was a weird last 3 finalists for me.
I think the people who have voted on the overrated are actually underrating all of these people. Take into account that's where too much of we care about your 5-star matches and all of this stuff.
Big meaty men flapping meat.
These men are controlling the crowd, connecting with the crowd, and that's why they're pushed to the level that they are.
Because even in the case for Roman Reigns, yeah, he's had, like you said, 11 matches, but I mean that's just by design. Like that's the important thing. And, when it comes to current reign, you could probably argue like it's probably maybe his weakest year as his current status.
Yeah, last year he was second place in Wrestler of the Year, and I believe he was the Wrestler of the Year.
I met Bruce Wayne's family friend
so it's like
Elliot today
it's.
at a dinner.
I mean, I don't know.
Funny voice.
Agree with it. I don't agree with the final 3. I'll leave it.
I wonder if he'd be interested in joining the district attorney's
Most
office.
underrated. Won't waste any time here. You got most underrated, Josh.
I don't even know, to be honest with you. Most underrated?
Yeah. We don't even have finalists for this one. It's just one person got the most votes.
What? There's no finalists?
There's no finalists. It's just one person got the most votes. Romeo didn't even give me finalists. Jeremy, you want to make a guess?
Snoop Dogg gets for any of these awards, and everyone is sleeping on Snoop.
Of course. Sat.
It's hard for me to say Chad Gable was underrated when we know he's underrated. You know what I mean? It's quite hard to say that. I would say Tozawa, because he is underrated. He can do more if given the opportunity. He ain't on TV, but you can watch the clips of him in Dragon Gate like Tozawa, so I feel like he's underrated. Chad Gable, we want to move a push, but I feel like he had a breakout year last year in terms of singles since the Alpha Academy stint. So I can't think he's underrated. We do know that he's underrated. When you, it's when someone's under your nose, or maybe Apollo Crews, who's not even on TV and he can do more.
My vote for this one was for Daniel Garcia.
Ooh, that's good. Whoa, that's a bad one.
That was who my vote was for, but the winner of True Hill Beats 2023 most underrated wrestler is in fact the aforementioned Chad Gable. Yeah, Chad Gable unanimously won this vote apparently according to Romeo here. He had a really good year, but I think that maybe it was more people kind of paid attention to it this year. He kind of feels like he's in the same position that Cesaro in WWE. Like he's been underrated for so many years, and I think that people are just realizing it because he got more attention last year.
Yeah, and then also I think when it comes to the whole Gunther feud, that was actually a really good feud. But then after he lost the second match, he's kind of just he's been quiet since then.
Two-Face rules.
All right, and this slate of the awards, we have another one for you to vote on that is in fact a tie as of now. So you are going to be the deciding factor here because you get to decide who is the most improved wrestler of 2023, and the finalists are the current AEW TBS champion Julia Hart, and the Judgment Day's own WWE's Dominic Mysterio. The poll is now active in the live chat. You can vote on it right now. I will ask the panel here, who do you think should win this award between Julia Hart and Dominic Mysterio? Jeremy?
Snoop Dogg, because if you saw his splash on AEW television like 3 years ago, it wasn't the best. But then you saw him at WrestleMania, and everything was perfect, crispy clean. Snoop Dogg is the most improved.
That's why I started with you, Jeremy.
Josh.
I'm gonna lean towards Julia Hart, just because I think her wrestling itself has gotten better. I think Dom is in a situation where he looks good when he's with somebody who could carry a match, but he still kind of looks sloppy to me. Like, I think he just hasn't gotten better when it comes to that. So anybody who's like a ring general makes him look good.
Sam?
You know what?
Oh, I see. Why is there a private room? Hello.
We're taking a quick break right now.
Oh, okay.
You guys can eat. We should be starting back up here soon.
Cool beans. How long you guys been running? What the fuck? I didn't even see the fucking room. Huh, that's weird.
What time you got work tomorrow?
I gotta get up for at least 7. Yeah. Yeah, gotta go back to work finally. Been missing too many days. So I'm gonna go ahead and tough it out, go in tomorrow. See how the work day goes. What? So what you end up setting, settling on as far as the setting?
Castlevania 3, Renaissance Period.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Cool.
It's getting played a little bit differently, but yeah, it's still running good.
Sweet.
I'm trying to find a way to fucking accurately set roll 20. Just tested it, and you see how much longer. So you had to step away from the additional.
Sure.
It was about 10 minutes ago, maybe. I'm not sure.
I don't know. I wasn't really paying attention at the time.
I wasn't either. I'm back though.
You had to go get it out of your mouth?
I had to go find a wax in your mouth. What did she go with you?
Hey,
What up, bruh?
Tune in on that too.
Oh well, yeah. I might as well get in on the
Other than we let the AI NPC all on his own. I mean, he was tough.
Okay.
I figured he could take it up to clear.
Yep, a werewolf.
Okay, so work. Alright, so we all good to go?
Yes.
Alright. Let me grab something because I am starving and I'm waiting for pizza.
Pizza. Yes, sir. Okay. Block. Do not need a roll 20 tutorial, thank you.
Go. Let's at least go back up here. You guys get rid of the dead bodies too. Throw them over the ledge. You wanna go? Oh, go first.
What's up?
Luck was on your side. With the penguin smuggling operation split in half, Gotham's gang war hangs in the balance. Wanna bet on who wins? Tell you what, I'll flip.
Calculator here. Gotham University was going through their archives and unearthed some jeweled cat statues. Guess who likes those? Did you guess Catwoman? Aren't you clever? Anyway, her heist has gone south, and there's an opportunity for some grand theft. Willie the Snitch in Otisburg can fill you in.
12 o'clock, midnight. Homie, a werewolf guy, pretty much fucking reverted back to his human form.
Y'all's got. I do go over to
Base.
I'll tell you everything you want to know about Catwoman's latest score. But first, you gotta make sure she ain't sneaking up on me. Keep an eye out. She could be anywhere.
These aren't cannibals. Like you painted it out. That's the best I could do without hearing you guys play.
Make yourself scarce.
No. Some might consider that lying.
Come on, kid. I'm out. Tell me, you just scared off my informant. Now I'll have to convince another Falcone goon to give up that information. Take a hint from one alley cat to another. This is my alley. Make yourself scarce. You always this passionate about your work? Nice. I almost forgot why I work alone.
I feel like your little gizmos. Yeah, as far as you picking up smalls, you use your so much to just rip things apart, which I don't frown upon. That was a good slashing and tearing.
Run for your lives!
Is anyone there? He went to get something. Over here. You gotta break this out. Yeah. So, now that we're here, and in the thick of it, if you could be so kind as to maybe share the message.
Hello? Is anyone there? Hey, over here! You gotta break us out! There's something loose in here! Break through the wall and get us out! No! They're clawing their way through! Get it off me! Get it off me!
Some people think these are fictional too. But trust me, I have seen it with my own eyes and fought them before.
Takes interrupts while he's sitting there cleaning his flintlocks. Vampires really do this.
Just what I wanted. A cat's paw. Lend me a hand and fetch the cat's eye diamonds from the jealous kitties guarding them in these chambers. If these relics can turn ordinary people into cats now, I can't wait to see what happens when their jewels are all in place.
Here we but I'm still not happy with you killing me. These are cannibals. These would be talking together. I'm pretty sure that we sent the message that needed to be sent. Go backwards, both of you. Is that another on the tongue, or that part where it's not? This is now 4 of us.
Museum archive notes. Our lion mane totem was found in a pre-Cambrian dig site in Mesopotamia. However, it is clearly not Mesopotamian. Its radiation signature is definitely from off-world.
Okay.
That's a 6.
Well, like I said, your family, and I don't mean in your noble life, but as far as where your family comes from. You have fairy tales for instance. Most of your kind take them as bedtime nightmare stories.
Yeah.
which we know is based off of fairy tales, where it states the heart, holy symbols, garlic, holy water. Those would basically be the arsenal against the undead.
So, I don't know that. Huh? What you said, what you just told me? I feel like your exploits regarding that you're assuming I'm escaping from them. Yes, someone. Speaking of, I'm over here doing some tinkering. GM guy. That's true. Yeah. Pull out silver necklaces that I have. And I am going to attempt Tinker would just turn them into like a weapon to put on a hand.
Like knuckle dusters or guitars?
Yeah. I'm sure he's not good enough for that.
The hunt is on! Feeding time! I rule the jungle! Feeding time!
All right.
Explain to me how you're going to do this. I'm assuming that the chains themselves are also made of silk? Yes. I'm going to work in such a way as to bind the two lengths of chain into the diameter of a fist, or, wrap around the knuckles, and melt the crosses down as a means to solidify it better, to make it more of a solid object than not solid.
So brass knuckles, but a chain.
Silver. Oh, and silver knuckles.
Go ahead and roll me a d20 plus your. Do you have spin tools on hand?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and roll me a d20 with that.
We're just gonna get my proficiency.
Let me see. If I read the runes on these relics correctly, they possess the power to fulfill your greatest wish.
Okay.
Isn't that precious?
Even though it's a necklace, and even though it's made of it's not very durable.
Get those cat's eye diamonds, or this will be a
To
cat
truly be
castle.
melted down in a way to make it a solid rock. The best way to do this is just literally just have her open hand with this wrapped around, kind of like a bandage. Fist, it will do damage.
With that, I am
instead of bludgeoning, you do raid.
I'm going to pass those one of the more close quarter guy Armand. I'm going to hand him the item that I just created and tell him what it does, and let him have at it. We have another means of weapon. So, what is?
Literally, the only thing you can do with it is literally wrap it around your hand like a bandage, and it will do holy damage or radiant damage.
So I don't know if I should hand it to him or to frickin' Werebear. Yeah, I mean, it probably better to use like his claws or something, maybe. I don't know. I got spear in a long yeah, I changed it. I'm gonna hand it to the werebear. I'm afraid of the werewolf because of the silver things. Yeah, I'm assuming I'm aware of these fairy tales as well, with werewolves and whatnot.
Yes, the fairy tale is being that werewolves are allergic to silver. Mind you, you're a little reluctant with the shifter.
Oh, no, you're not listening to me.
That's not what I mean.
Oh,
he shapeshifts just like the werewolf does. So your assumption is that he's just like the werewolf.
Oh, I keep them on my person. If anything gets close, I have another means to defend myself.
Any more RP you guys got?
No, I think I'm good.
Okay. Sweat.
No, I'm pretty good. I'm gonna smoke sprayer, like how the cat just get on the feet, cross, and then that's about it.
Okay, so you guys stand on your feet. If you have hit die, go ahead and spend it for the amount you're in.
How much radiant damage does this do? Would this do?
It literally just changes the damage strength. So, i.e., if you do 1 bludgeoning damage, you do 1 radiant damage.
Okay, gotcha. So it would be considered non-off strike.
Yeah. Okay. You guys stand up, go to the area that Armand, so they're coming in from, where the deeper the hive is. That's where you guys are. You guys go through.
Sure. I write a guard action. So it goes. I looked it up. It's actually 20. I don't know if you guys want me to go to the back or the front. How much light is it bright enough to offset my goggles and make me blind? I don't think it'll make you blind, but I think it's like dark vision. 20 feet. Well, in that case, you can take a point because I'm gonna stand back. I'm ranged, so I'm trying to run.
No, I'm gonna follow this one. Yeah. Alright, bro.
What the fuck? Stop fucking up now.
Huh. It was destined to happen, boys. It was preordained. No. You see, this is the true Y2K problem. You thought it was going to happen in the year 2000, but no, it happens now, 2024. When you least expected it. Ha
Hey, you gonna get rid of these cat people so I can finish fixing this pipe? You gotta go in and turn off 4 valves along the way to open up the gate at the end. But don't breathe too deep. The place is full of fumes.
So these are walls we can't see.
No. Not at all.
Everybody knows don't send I'm gonna just do a perception check. And I'm gonna do smell. No, because I'm in a sewer, that's not really gonna have much of an effect. No. Is there any way that I can...
Where were you? I mean, it's specific. What are you trying to smell?
I'm gonna try to smell death, not sewage.
So you're trying to smell necrosis, rot. I see.
Right. That. So it's plus. Okay. First roll. Second roll. 17.
You don't smell death over here.
But you do smell death over there.
What about this immediate left of me? Or above me as far as pictures go? Right.
It's fine. There's
Oh. Go myself and
Actually, I take that back. I'm gonna hang back.
We're headed in the right direction.
It's the deal. Percentage, second to none. It's coming. I think many would agree it's time for Hook to get after another championship. Got my crosshair set on you. And I'm not a bad man. Watching with a close eye from a young age. Doing personal connections. Slow Joe, I'm coming for you. And your world title. Here's the deal.
Okay. That was a fucking fire little promo, cuz.
First off, this is paper. There's no such thing as a damn point for prescriptions.
Yeah.
You sense the event.
We are divine. We are divine.
Seems you
This world.
Right. Now take it that this also, curiosity, the one the most fastest and stronger low level ship.
Well, the water is only like about like mid shin high. So, and water is flowing out very fast, but it's not enough to push you both out.
Alright. Before I go left, I'm gonna do a perception check to my right, aka down. Perception check down before I go up.
Got you. Proper roll. God damn it.
Looking for movement.
You see light movement here.
I point that out to Armand Pike. These are pillars, correct, Astro? Them on screen. About our big picture. Yeah. On the right hand corner of them, there's an arrow. No. I don't have
Yeah, you're not even calling it up on the full 20 coming in.
Wow.
Jay White in the Bullet Club don't. Guys, she went down this past week on Dynamite, the Undisputed Kingdom. But I think a big swirling question mark is around your relationship with the Acclaimed.
Swirling question mark. There is no relationship. When we were walking by, we guys explaining how come your dad had to save you again. Is that what you were doing? Yeah, that's a huge box out there. That would have happened, first of all. So, get over yourself. Guys. This is none of your business. This whole thing started with Adam Cole, the Undisputed Kingdom, laying their hands on Juan. So we're going to be the ones to handle it and bang, bang, finish it. Well, we can put our hands on you right now if you want. Oh, really? That worked last time. Didn't we beat you? It's none of our business. They threw me through glass, alright? But, calm down. It pains me to say this, and this may be a very crazy idea considering everything we've done to each other in the past. But I've been thinking about this the last 2 days. One thing I've learned since being in AEW is that the only way you get to the top is through factions. I mean, Jay, look what you did with the Bullet Club in Japan. You guys ran roughshod through that entire organization. And look at a guy like Billy. Billy knows a thing or two about big factions. All I'm saying is, I know it's crazy, think about it. It makes sense.
Oh shit! They acclaimed in the Bullet Club? I don't hate it. I've been thinking of Hop, but I don't fucking hate it.
Start to say what they're like, hey, don't let me go in here by myself.
I get to right behind you.
Just like lunch, yeah. Well, not like lunch. You think I'll sit down?
Oh, you have to get over it though.
Nah, I'm gonna try to keep stealth. Got it. Alright. Go in, gun pointing in that corner.
Okay. Where guy follows in. And what you see inside here is mainly just boxes, empty boxes, criminals, all types of trash that you can find in stores. Did not see anything. Eye contact with you, and he kind of just tilts his head towards his direction, and he just says, he shakes his head no, like he doesn't see it. You see nothing as well. As you are getting back away, Biggs here turns his back. Ruckus, and it's like all these bosses start following you, so it's really bad. So it is Biggs, and yes, you guys hop in, and you guys see these bosses fall down and shit, and all of a sudden this rat comes out from over here, small rat, comes out from over here just squeaking and then just runs past you. Biggs looks at you and says, is that what you saw? Alright.
So, I don't know what it was. Better to know it's a rat than not check it.
You need to move me to
Maybe. I go back to the ceiling.
Blitz with your passive perception. Carrying this like kind of like jittery noise, and it sounds like it's right behind you.
I am going to strategically move myself away from my current position and try to find cover and I am no. I think
And I see you basically come through it, and then you go stealth mode, and you guys kind of see this shit. And they're kind of like looking at you over there. Go ahead and roll for perception. Everyone.
Museum archive notes. A strange power radiates from the cheetah claw totem. There's a mysterious message on its base. Something about, let's see, a wish. Or maybe a curse. More research is required.
Chittering noise. Well, it's more like Armand. Armand hears chittering noises. It's coming from this general direction.
I almost forgot why I
But all of a
woke up with the
sudden,
final
it
piece.
starts moving towards you.
Perfect. Now let's see what power
as
these
it's right
relics possess.
It stops.
You wish to control us.
Yeah.
You sought to make us submit. Now you will submit to us.
You cannot destroy what has been unleashed.
The stealth of the panther invades your being. Hunt your prey.
Okay, so we're swinging this thing.
9 times? Jesus. Again.
You dare to destroy our ancient might?
The speed of the cheetah controls you. Launch and destroy.
You cannot destroy what has been unleashed.
The stealth of the panther invades your being. Hunt your prey.
You want to play rough?
You dare to destroy our ancient might?
The power of the lion transforms you. Show your might.
You cannot destroy what has been unleashed.
The agility of the tiger possesses you. Attack.
Turn and look at it. It's like this beast alive.
You cannot destroy what has been unleashed.
The agility of the tiger possesses you. Attack.
You dare to destroy our ancient might?
The guys turn around and they see is this that seems to be scaling.
You dare to destroy our ancient might?
All of a sudden,
Power of the lion transforms you. Show your might.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask how far
Play rough?
thing right on top of
You dare to destroy our ancient might?
Foolish mortal. Instead, we shall possess you.
one shot. One stone.
Oh, those alien creeps possessed me. Oh, well, they're gone now. And the diamonds, too, A pity. When next we meet, I'll have to remember you're the cat burglar able to defeat the gods.
Pity you had to smash those statues. I believe they're from ancient Hawk World. I imagine they'd go for a fortune on the black market. On the other hand, you spared us all a case of terminal hairballs. Win-win.
That steps up to the plate against the Hall of Fame. Hey, bud, I'm over here. How about you look at me and show me some respect, since I'm the one that accepted your challenge? Griff, listen, you know I like you. You remind me a lot of me when I was your age. I appreciate that, I do. And I appreciate you coming in here. When I talk about stepping up, dude, you're stepping up from below sea level to Mount Everest, kid. Garrison is a...
What is your dex modifier? My dex modifier? Yes.
The more we can thin out Brainiac's Union forces, the easier it will be for us to adjust the conversion process inside the bottles.
Down
to work.
Claim the Undisputed Kingdom, but I think a big swirling question mark.
That makes sense.
Ended.
Okay.
Really?
Okay, so Lafayette again. This time it is Biggs who goes second. And then Lon wants to go first.
And of course, last night on Rampage, congratulations on a big win.
Yeah, it's off the
We're
ground.
going to start 2024 for both you ladies. But I got to ask, Stoney still in my name, and he seems to have taken an interest in your careers, especially yours, Chris Statlander.
That's you, right? Weird. Moving on. Let's not focus on that. Let's focus on what we are stoked about, what we are excited about. And then 2024, I'm only focusing on the hot start that I had with my buddy Chris Statlander over here. Because we got a win on TNT last night. Let's keep it rolling. You're right. Let's totally keep it rolling, because not only was 2023 huge for the both of us, you won the Owen Hart Cup tournament, I won the TBS title, and we're just gonna keep that going. 2024 is gonna be bigger and better than ever, because we are two of the best wrestlers in AEW. Bottom line, right?
It seems to agree. Congratulations on a great 2023 for both of you. Here with Chris Statlander, and Chris Statlander, and of course, 5.
You can still weapon, but are requiring an understate or extra control.
Okay, no, fuck. I'm gonna steal my pistol. Have that as my turn.
Next up is Biggs, and he is going to take a 5-foot step back. Hit attack of opportunity. And that is a miss.
Damn, I'm trying to pull at least. Head to Metropolis.
In isolation, obsessively studying and dissecting every single part of our women's division. Locked myself into this dojo and faced prison my mind, body, and soul. But I cannot be caged. If you want to tie me up, I know every escape. You want to restrain me, I know exactly how to break free. I refuse to accept any shackles placed on me. They say it takes 10,000 hours to be master. What you do? Once you realize that everything is happening to you, happening for you. That's what monster. Known as the woman of 1,000 holes, the human torture device. I am like the demon. Because I'm my best. This magic. The professor.
This was a damn good vignette. Okay. This is actually really fucking good.
Was 4, that's 9 damage. And then I get 4 plus 3, that's 5. And then he takes double the damage, so he's doing 19 damage.
He's dead.
Oh, alright, cool. Oh shit. Back to hell with the pumpkin. You must be a hog-head that, aren't you? Pretty much.
I call us lifeless. It doesn't look like it. Well, you don't know what those are, which two of you don't. It looks like a zombie, but it has elongated claws on its hands and its feet. Its eyes kind of are like, they're like no pupils at all. It's just like this green hue. And the teeth are like shark's teeth.
Is it naked?
Yes, to an extent.
No. Switching the body.
There's nothing on the body except for rags.
I'll cut its tongue on.
Okay.
This is getting kind of scary.
Brought this up my side.
Come on, dude. Crazy R&B bit.
Daly's place, and you're actually going to be returning as a champion.
I know that everybody at Daly's place, all the Jacksonville fans, they are waiting for the return of absolute Ricky Starks. And I'm fitting, being the fact that I've actually made my debut on Dynamite in a TNT Championship match against Cody Rhodes. And while I wasn't successful, I stand here today, one half of the AEW Tag Team Champions. Sammy, this is our first singles match under the AEW roof, and wow, how exciting is that? The history that we have between each other. Well, guess what? That goes out the window next week when I go and I destroy you. I make sure that I make you, and I cut the legs off. I Big, and that's the absolute. And next Wednesday will be no different. So, neither of you are here. You'll be there next Saturday because I'm about to issue an official challenge. Next Saturday night, Norfolk, Virginia, for the AEW World Tag Team titles at Battle of the Bells. It'll be absolute Ricky Starks and Bill defending against Sammy Guevara and Chris Jericho in a street fight. But that is, Sammy, if you make it past Wednesday. We'll see you boys Saturday.
Nothing wrong with the man being.
Across the bridge to this side, you see him skating around. By this time, he's already pulled out a new flintlock.
Okay. I come over here.
Mm.
Take this corner out. Oh, do you need me to roll?
Well, what you generally see here is just, again, more boxes here. Nothing out of the ordinary from what you can tell.
Okay. Now,
Again, nothing out of the ordinary.
That should be.
Boxes again.
Bigger.
When you get to him, you see him eyeballing this.
What you got going on, bud?
I just have a bad feeling there.
Perception check smell?
Yeah, sure.
Is it regular or advantage?
Maybe.
18.
You smell death over here.
I am going to throw one of my flashbangs in that toward that general location. I'll try to keep in the doorway. So I'm gonna move here and roll in that direction.
Okay. And this is what spell?
That fairy fire.
Oh, okay. So you roll this canister though, deal, and just starts making a little small dinging noise as it's rolling on this cobblestone. Ends up right here, and just flashes with the same deal, just glitter dust everywhere, and nothing seems to be lit up. No.
It's not right in the doorway.
Starts moving.
Normal.
Just speak up.
Okay. Well, I follow you guys. I just don't want to keep moving my finger. He's gonna. Okay.
He looks back to you guys and he kind of just puts his hand out, telling you guys to just wait here so he can go check it out.
Okay. Is he gonna be like our hot dog now?
I mean, essentially, that's what he is.
Still gonna kind of follow somewhat.
He notices that now I need to find the avatar word.
Okay. Whatever. Anyway.
See,
keep observing.
Item level 27.
Probably improve the clothing and stuff, trying to find some kind of identifier, whether it really is dead or if it's one of those things that all of a sudden the thing lunges up at him and he gets the pistol right in his mouth and shoots it dead. Oh, the pistol echoes throughout the whole entire cabin. And especially down here in this and it's just slow.
They have guns?
It's like all sound just stops.
Flintlocks?
And it's just and all of a sudden you just start hearing like all these growls and it's echoing everywhere.
Alright, get ready, guys. I'm gonna get next to. No, wait.
This is Power Girl.
I was gonna say,
Move carefully. Objects and don't panic.
I'm hit.
One of the Justice Society will be there to help you.
from up, down to up.
Okay. Wait, I'm at the south. Oh, it's in. Even Armand heard it, even up. It's just echoing everywhere.
Feeding off the fear and suffering of civilians is a low blow.
As you peer down into the grate, though, just like when you're peering down into this area, you start going to that same little mesmerization, and all of a sudden, it goes in, springs out, and reaches for your face.
Shopping.
You chop the whole hand off of it, and it just goes lifeless, and at this point here, there's like all these little hands coming up, trying to reach it.
Reach out and touch.
It's like this is the best spot. We need to get somewhere else.
Yes. Running. Running.
Armand, you're still chilling there, stabbing things. Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to do this again. Yeah, rolled stealth, I'm in a corner.
Anyone else doing anything?
I'm gonna pass it. I'm holding over it.
Seems like
Requesting backup.
Right, yeah, holy nice.
Requesting backup.
Yes. Oh, look at that great thing.
He's got his back here up against this well, and he's covering down this area as supposed to say. Well, or this area.
I just yell out behind you. I yell out to Benedict. What's down that tunnel?
Which one? This one?
Yeah.
This is
What's in
Talia
that doorway?
Al-Ghul with the
Stand up,
Global
tunnel
Society
or not?
Alert. Lex Luthor's
Things talk
experiment
about-
with doomsday DNA has gone
No.
badly wrong in some little town called
What's on that doorway?
Smallville. Ordinarily, they'd all
On
be
and look.
expendable, but Doomsday is too valuable to leave behind. We need him contained before
Alright,
the JLA
shoot
gets
my head
there.
around the corner.
Most likely it leads out to another sewer system. That's what you see. You do see a doorway that leads here and another doorway that leads there.
I see nothing. Possibly egress.
The sounds of these monsters start to just increase rapidly, and it seems like they are getting closer.
I feel like we're about to get overwhelmed. We should hide.
With that being said,
What time is it? Oh, damn, it's
he
like
said
9 o'clock.
Nexus, he was like, you and I can barely fit into those things. Like, literally, they're medium-sized boxes.
You know what? That's not a bad idea. What about that one with all the boxes?
Okay. Let me hop out of here, because actually, I'm probably about to turn it in. Okay, guys. We're not. Call it a night. See you guys later.